THRICE-GREATEST HERMES, Volume 2. Studies in Hellenistic Theosophy and Gnosis, being a translation of the extant sermons and fragments of the Trismegistic literature, with Prolegomena, commentaries, and notes. By G.R.S. Mead. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Section 1. Corpus Hermeticum. 1. Poimander, the shepherd of men. It chanced once on a time my mind was meditating on the things that are. My thought was raised to a great height, the senses of my body being held back, just as men are who are weighed down with sleep after a fill of food, or from fatigue of body. Methought a being more vast in size beyond all bounds called out my name and saith, "What wouldest thou hear and see? And what hast thou in mind to learn and know?" And I do say, "Who art thou?" He saith, "I am man's shepherd, mind of all masterhood. I know what thou desirest, and I am with thee every day." And I reply, "I long to learn the things that are, and comprehend their nature, and know God. This is," I said, "what I desire to hear." He answered back to me, "Hold in thy mind all thou wouldst know, and I will teach thee." Even with these words his aspect changed, and straightway, in the twinkling of an eye, all things were open to me, and I see a vision limitless, all things turned into light, sweet, joyous light, and I became transported as I gazed. But in a little while darkness came settling down on part of it, awesome and gloomy, coiling in sinuous folds, so that methought it like unto a snake. And then the darkness changed into some sort of a moist nature, tossed about beyond all power of words, belching out smoke as from a fire, and groaning forth a wailing sound that beggars all description. And after that an outcry, inarticulate, came forth from it, as though it were a voice of fire. Thereon, out of the light, a holy word, or logos, descended on that nature, and upwards to the height from the moist nature leaped forth pure fire. Light was it, swift and active too. The air, too, being light, followed after the fire, from out the earth and water rising up to fire so that it seemed to hang therefrom. But earth and water stayed, so mingled each with other, that earth from water no one could discern. Yet they were moved to hear by reason of the spirit word, or logos, pervading them. Then saith to me man's shepherd, "Didst understand this vision what it means?" "Nay, that shall I know," I said. "That darkness," he said, "am I, thy God, mind, prior to moist nature which appeared from darkness. The light word, logos, that appeared from mind, is Son of God." "What then?" say I. "Know that what sees in thee and hears in the Lord's word, or logos, but mind is Father God. Not separate are they, the one from other, just in their union, rather, is it life consists." "Thanks be to thee," I said. "So understand the light," he answered, "and make friends with it." And speaking thus, he gazed for long into my eyes, so that I trembled at the look of him. But when he raised his head, I see in mind the light, but now in powers no man could number, and cosmos grown beyond all bounds, and that the fire was compassed round about by a moist mighty power, and now subdued, had come unto a stand. And when I saw these things, I understood by reason of man's shepherd's word, or logos. But as I was in great astonishment, he saith to me again, "Thou didst behold in mind the archetypal form, whose being is before beginning without end. Thus spake to me man-shepherd. And I say, whence then have nature's elements their being? To this he answer gives. From will of God, nature received the word, or logos, and gazing on the cosmos beautiful did copy it, making herself into a cosmos, by means of her own elements, and by the births of souls. And God the mind, being male and female both, as light and life subsisting, brought forth another mind to give things form, who, God as he was of fire and spirit, formed 7 rulers who enclose the cosmos, that the sense perceives. Men call their ruling fate. Straightway, from out the downward elements, God's reason, or logos, leaped up to nature's pure formation, and was at one with the formative mind, for it was coessential with it. And nature's downward elements were thus left reasonless, so as to be pure matter. Then the formative mind, at one with reason, he who surrounds the spheres and spins with them his whirl, set turning his formations, and let them turn from a beginning boundless unto an endless end, for that the circulation of these spheres begins where it doth end, as mind doth will. And from the downward elements nature brought forth lives reasonless, for he did not extend the reason or logos to them. The air brought forth things winged, the water things that swim, and earth and water one from another parted, as mind willed. And from her bosom earth produced what lives she had, 4-footed things and reptiles, beasts wild and tame. But all-Father Mind, being life and light, did bring forth man, co-equal to himself, with whom he fell in love, as being his own child, for he was beautiful beyond compare, the image of his sire. In very truth God fell in love with his own form, and on him did bestow all of his own formations. And when he gazed upon what the Informer had created in the Father, man too wished to inform, and so assent was given him by the Father, changing his state to the formative sphere, in that he was to have his whole authority. He gazed upon his brother's creatures. They fell in love with him, and gave him each a share of his own ordering. And after that he had well learned their essence, and had become a sharer in their nature. He had a mind to break right through the boundary of their spheres, and to subdue the might of that which pressed upon the fire. So he who hath the whole authority over all the mortals in the cosmos, and over its lives irrational, bent his face downward through the harmony, breaking right through its strength, and showed to downward nature God's fair form. And when she saw that form of beauty which can never satiate, and him who now possessed within himself each single energy of all 7 rulers, as well as God's own form, she smiled with love. For 'twas as though she'd seen the image of man's fairest form upon her water, his shadow on her earth. He in his turn beholding the form like to himself, existing in her water, loved it and willed to live in it, and with the will came act, and so he vivified the form devoid of reason. And nature took the object of her love and wound herself completely round him, and they were intermingled, for they were lovers. And this is why beyond all creatures on the earth man is twofold, mortal because of body, but because of the essential man immortal. Though deathless and possessed of sway over all, yet doth he suffer as a mortal doth, subject to fate. Thus, though above the harmony, within the harmony he hath become a slave, though male-female, as from a father, male-female, and though he sleepless from a sleepless sire, yet is he overcome by sleep. Thereon I say, teach on, O mind of me, for I myself as well am amorous of the word, or logos. The shepherd said, this is the mystery kept hid until this day. Nature embraced by man brought forth a wonder, oh so wonderful, for as he had the nature of the concord of the 7, who, as I said to thee, were made of fire and spirit, nature delayed not, but immediately brought forth 7 men in correspondence with the natures of the 7, male, female, and moving in the air. Thereon I said, O shepherd, for now I'm filled with great desire, and long to hear. Do not run off. The shepherd said, keep silence, for not as yet have I unrolled for thee the first discourse, or logos. Lo, I am still, I said. In such wise, then, as I have said, the generation of these seven came to pass. Earth was a woman, her water filled with longing, ripeness she took from fire, spirit from aether. Nature thus brought forth frames to suit the form of man. And man from life and light changed into soul and mind, from life to soul, from light to mind. And thus continued all the sense world's parts until the period of their end and new beginnings. Now listen to the rest of the discourse, or logos, which thou dost long to hear. The period being ended, the bond that bound them all was loosened by God's will, for all the animals being male, female, at the same time with man were loosed apart. Some became partly male, some in like fashion partly female, and straightway God spake by his holy word, or logos. Increase ye in increasing, and multiply in multitude, ye creatures and creations all, and man that hath mind in him, let him learn to know that he himself is deathless, and that the cause of death is love, though love is all. When he said this, his forethought did by means of fate and harmony effect their couplings and their generations founded, and so all things were multiplied according to their kind. And he who thus hath learned to know himself hath reached that good which doth transcend abundance, but he who through a love that leads astray expends his love upon his body, he stays in darkness wandering, and suffering through his senses things of death. What is the so great fault, said I, the ignorant commit, that they should be deprived of deathlessness? Thou seemest, he said, O thou, not to have given heed to what thou heardest. Did not I bid thee think? Yea, do I think, and I remember, and therefore give thee thanks. If thou didst think thereon, said he, tell me, why do they merit death who are in death? It is because the gloomy darkness is the root and base of the material frame. From it came the moist nature, from this the body in the sense world was composed, and from this body death doth the water drain. Right was thy thought, O thou, but how doth he who knows himself go unto him, as God's word, or logos, hath declared? And I reply, the Father of the universals doth consist of light and life, and from him man was born. Thou sayest well, thus speaking. Light and life is Father God, and from him man was born. If then thou learnest that thou art thyself of life and light, and that thou only happenest to be out of them, thou shalt return again to life. Thus did man's shepherd speak. But tell me further, mind of me, I cried, how shall I come to life again? For God doth say, the man who hath mind in him, let him learn to know that he himself is deathless. Have not all men then mind? Thou sayest well, O thou, thus speaking. I, mind, myself, am present with holy men and good, the pure and merciful, men who live piously. To such my presence doth become an aid, and straightway they gain gnosis of all things, and win the Father's love by their pure lives, and give him thanks, invoking on him blessings and chanting hymns, intent on him with ardent love. And ere they give the body up unto its proper death, they turn them with disgust from its sensations, from knowledge of what things they operate. Nay, it is I, the mind, that will not let the operations which befall the body work to their natural end. For being doorkeeper, I'll close up all the entrances and cut the mental actions off which base and evil energies induce. But to the mindless ones, the wicked and depraved, the envious and covetous, and those who murder, do, and love impiety, I am far off, yielding my place to the avenging daemon, who, sharpening the fire, tormenteth him, and addeth fire to fire upon him, and rusheth on him through his senses, thus rendering him the readier for transgressions of the law, so that he meets with greater torment. Nor doth he ever cease to have desire for appetites inordinate, insatiately striving in the dark. Well hast thou taught me all, as I desired, O mind. And now, pray, Tell me further of the nature of the way above, as now it is for me. To this man-shepherd said, When thy material body is to be dissolved, first thou surrenderest the body by itself unto the work of change, and thus the form thou hadst doth vanish, and thou surrenderest thy way of life, void of its energy, unto the daemon. The body's senses next pass back into their sources, becoming separate, and resurrect as energies, and passion and desire withdraw unto that nature which is void of reason. And thus it is that man doth speed his way thereafter upwards, through the harmony. To the first zone he gives the energy of growth and waning, unto the second zone, device of evils now degenerized, unto the third, the guile of the desires de-energized, unto the fourth, his domineering arrogance, also de-energized, unto the fifth, unholy daring and the rashness of audacity, de-energized, unto the sixth, striving for wealth by evil means, deprived of its aggrandizement, and to the seventh zone, ensnaring falsehood, de-energized. And then, with all the energizings of the harmony stripped from him, clothed in his proper power, he cometh to that nature which belongs unto the eighth, and there, with those that are, hymneth the Father. They who are there welcome his coming there with joy, and he, made like to them that sojourn there, doth further hear the powers who are above the nature that belongs unto the eighth, singing their songs of praise to God in language of their own. And then they, in a band, go to the Father home. Of their own selves they make surrender of themselves to powers, and thus becoming powers they are in God. This is the good end for those who have gained gnosis, to be made one with God. Why shouldest thou then delay? Must it not be, since thou hast all received, that thou shouldest to the worthy point the way, in order that through thee the race of mortal man may by thy God be saved? This when he'd said, man-shepherd mingled with the powers. But I, with thanks and blessings unto the Father of the universal powers, was freed, full of the power he had poured into me, and full of what he'd taught me of the nature of the all, and of the loftiest vision. And I began to preach to men the beauty of devotion and of gnosis. O ye people, earth-born folk, ye who have given yourselves to drunkenness and sleep and ignorance of God, be sober now. Cease from your surfeit. Cease to be glamoured by irrational sleep. And when they heard, they came with one accord. Whereon I say, Ye earth-born folk, why have ye given up yourselves to death, while yet ye have the power of sharing deathlessness? Repent, O ye, who walk from error arm in arm, and make of ignorance the sharer of your board. Get ye from out the light of darkness, and take your part in deathlessness. Forsake destruction. And some of them with jests upon their lips departed from me, abandoning themselves unto the way of death. Others entreated to be taught, casting themselves before my feet. But I made them arise, and I became a leader of the race towards home, teaching the words, or logoi, how and in what way they shall be saved. I sowed in them the words, or logoi of wisdom, of deathless water were they given to drink. And when even was come, and all sun's beams began to set, I bade them all give thanks to God. And when they had brought to an end the giving of their thanks, each man returned to his own resting place. But I recorded in my heart man-shepherd's benefaction, and with my every hope fulfilled more than rejoiced. For body's sleep became the soul's awakening, and the closing of the eyes. True vision, pregnant with good my silence, and the utterance of my word, or logos, begetting of good things. All this befell me from my mind, that is man-shepherd, word, or logos of all masterhood, by whom being God-inspired, I came unto the plane of truth. Wherefore, with all my soul and strength, thanksgiving give I unto Father God. Holy art thou, O God, the universal's Father. Holy art thou, O God, whose will perfects itself by means of its own powers. Holy art thou, O God, who willeth to be known and art known by thine own. Holy art thou, who didst by word, or logos, make to consist the things that are. Holy art thou, of whom all nature hath been made an image. Holy art thou, whose form nature hath never made. Holy art thou, more powerful than all power. Holy art thou, transcending all preeminence. Holy thou art, thou better than all praise. Accept my reason's offerings pure, from soul and heart, for I stretched up unto thee, O thou unutterable, unspeakable, whose name naught but the silence can express. Give ear to me who pray that I may never of Gnosis fail, Gnosis, which is our common being's nature, and fill me with thy power and with this grace of thine, that I may give the light to those in ignorance of the race, my brethren, and thy sons. For this cause I believe, and I bear witness. I go to life and light. Blessed art thou, O Father. Thy man would wholly be as thou art holy, even as thou gavest him thy full authority to be. Commentary. Of Vision and Apocalypsis. The Poimander treatise not only belongs to the most important type of the Trismegistic literature, but is also the most important document within that type. It constitutes, so to speak, the ground gospel of the Poimander communities, in the form of a revelation or apocalypse received by the founder of the tradition, that founder, however, being not a historical personage, but the personification of a teaching power or grade of spiritual illumination. In other words, of one who had reached the Hermes, or rather thrice-greatest, state of consciousness or enlightenment. This stage of enlightenment was characterized by a heightening of the spiritual intuition, which made the mystic capable of receiving the first touch of cosmic consciousness, and of retaining it in his physical memory when he returned to the normal state. The setting forth of the teaching is thus naturally in the form of apocalyptic, and of apocalyptic of an ordered and logical nature, for it purports to be a setting forth of the spiritual epoptia, of the inner mysteries, the vision revealed by the great initiator or master hierophant, mind of all masterhood. This vision, as we are told by many seers and prophets of the time, was incapable of being set forth by tongue of flesh in its own proper terms, seeing that it transcended the consciousness of normal humanity. Being in itself a living, potent, intelligible reality, apart from all forms either material or intellectual in any way known to man, it pervaded his very being and made his whole nature respond to a new key of truth, or rather vibrate in a higher octave, so to say, where all things, while remaining the same, received a new interpretation and intensity. The interpretation of this vision, however, was conditioned by the matter of each seer. He it was who had to clothe the naked beauty of the truth, as the Gnostic Marcus would have phrased it, with the fairest garment he himself possessed, the highest thoughts, the best science, the fairest traditions, the most grandiose imagination known to him. Thus it is that we have so many modes of expression among the mystics of the time, so many varieties of spiritual experience, not because the experience itself was other, the experience was the same for all, but the speaking of it forth was conditioned by the religious and philosophical and scientific heredity of the seer. This element, then, is the basic fact in all such apocalyptic. It is, however, seldom that we meet with a document that has come to us straight from the hand of a seer, writing down his own immediate experience without admixture, for the delight of the vision was not that it gave new facts or ideas of the same nature as those already in circulation, but that it threw light on existing traditions and showed them forth as being parts of a whole. Once the man had come into touch with the great synthesis, there rushed into his mind innumerable passages of scripture, scraps of myth, fragments of cosmogenesis, logoi and logoa, and symbols of all kinds that fitted naturally. These were not any special writer's monopoly. There was no copyright in them. They were all utterances of the same Logos, the great instructor of humanity. Thus the literature that was produced was anonymous or pseudepigraphic. There was, first of all, a nucleus of personal vision and direct illumination, then a grouping of similar matter from various sources into a whole for didactic purposes. Nor was there any idea among these mystics and scripture writers that the form once issued should become forever stereotyped as inerrant. There were many recensions and additions and interpolations. It was left to those without the sense of illumination to stereotype the forms and claim for them the inerrancy of verbal dictation by the deity. Those who wrote the apocalypses from personal knowledge of vision could not make such claim for their scriptures, for they knew how they were written and what was the nature of hearing and sight. We have accordingly to treat all such documents as natural human compositions, but while doing so, while on the one side analyzing them with microscopic attention as literary compositions, put together from other sources, overwritten, redacted, and interpolated, we have also, on the other, to bear in mind that this was not done by clever manipulators and literary charlatans, but by men who regarded such work as a holy and spiritual task, who endeavored to arrange all under the inspiration of a sweet influence for good, who believed themselves under guidance in their selection of matter, and in recombining the best in other scriptures into a new whole that might prove still better for the purpose of further enlightenment, suitable to their immediate environment. The Poemander treatise is of this nature. That is to say, though we have not the original form before us, we have what was intended to be read as a single document. We shall accordingly endeavor in our comments not to allow the anomalies of its outer form to detract from our appreciation of its inner spirit, and yet, on the other hand, not to permit the beauty of much that is in it to blind us to the fact that the present form has evolved from simpler beginnings. The Great and Little Man. In deep meditation, the disciple reaches the consummation of his efforts and receives initiation from the master of the masters, who is to confer upon him authority to teach, that is, to be a master or a Hermes. That this grand master of the inner mysteries was man and shepherd of men, the very self of man, has been amply shown in the Prolegomena, but the striking parallelism with the very wording of our text, the great man, the being more than vast, who tells the little man that though for the first time he now knows his greater self, that self has ever been everywhere with thee, is best shown by the beautiful logos from the Gospel of Eve, presumably an Egyptian gospel, which we have already quoted elsewhere. I stood on a lofty mountain and saw a gigantic man and another, a dwarf, and I heard as it were a voice of thunder, and drew nigh for to hear. And he spake unto me and said, I am thou, and thou art I. And wheresoever thou mayest be, I am there. In all I am scattered, and whencesoever thou willest, thou gatherest me, and gathering me, thou gatherest thyself. The Presence. The conditions of the seeing of the holy sight had been fulfilled by the disciple. He had weaned himself from all lower desires. No longer, like the theurgist in the Hermes invocations of the popular cult, does he pray for wealth and fame and cheerful countenance and the rest. His one desire, his only will, is now to learn the things that are and comprehend their nature and know God. He craves for gnosis, gnosis of cosmos and its mysteries, gnosis of nature, the Great Mother, and finally, gnosis of God, the Father of the worlds. This is the one question he holds in his mind. His whole nature is concentrated into this one point of interrogation. It is to be noticed that we are not told, as in the Gospel of Eve, that the seer stood, as it were, apart from himself, and saw his little self and greater self simultaneously. He is conscious of a presence, of a persona in the highest theological meaning of the word, who is not seen so much as felt, speaking to him, mind to mind. He hears this presence, rather than sees it. The vision of creation. The first part of his mental question is, how came this cosmos into being? The answer is the changing of the boundless presence into light, sweet joyous light. He loses all sight of all things in his mind, the mental image he had formed of the cosmos, and is purged into the infinitude of limitless light and joy, which transports him out of himself into highest ecstasy. But he has craved for gnosis, not joy and light, but wisdom, the understanding and reconciliation of the great opposites, the cross of all manifestation. Therefore must he know the mystery of ignorance as well as that of knowledge. Within the infinitude of light appears the shadow of the unknown, which translates itself to his consciousness as darkness. the shadow of the thrice unknown darkness, which, as Damascus tells us, was the first principle of the Egyptians, the ineffable mystery, of which they said nothing, and of which our author says nothing. This darkness comes forth from within, outwards, to the disciple's consciousness. It spreads downwards in sinuous folds like a great snake, symbolizing, presumably, the unknown, and to him, unknowable, mysteries of the differentiation of the root of matter, of the cosmos that was to be. Its motion was spiral, sinuous, unending vibrations, not yet confined into a sphere, not yet ordered, but chaotic in unceasing turmoil, a terrible contrast to the sweet peace of the light, gradually changing from dark space or spirit into a fluid or flowing matter, or moist nature. That is, presumably, what the Greek mystics would have called Rhea, the primal mother or matter of the future universe. It wails and groans. That is, its motion is as yet unharmonized. In the terminology of the Sophia mythos, it is the inchoate birth from the Sophia above, in the fullness, brought forth by herself alone, without her syzygy or consort. On account of its imperfection, she wails and groans to the Father of all and his perfections, that her perfection may be sent to fashion her child, who is herself in manifestation, into a world of order, and eventually into a perfection in its turn. The primal, undifferentiated, or chaotic sound, from the darkness of its first state, gradually manifests itself under the brooding power of the boundless light, into less confused thunderings and murmurings, and finally reaches a stage symbolized by a cry, a voice of fire, not light, expressing a need and want, longing for union with the articulate power or cosmic word. The three most primal stages thus seem to be symbolized by darkness, moist essence, fire. These were not our differentiated elements, but the primal, pre-cosmic elements. The same idea, though in different forms, is met with in a system of the Gnosis preserved for us by the old Latin translator of Irenaeus, and also by Theodoret, who ascribes it to the Sethians, whom he says are also called Ophene or Ophite. Now Seth was Typhon, or darkness, dark light, and this Seth may very well have been symbolized as the great serpent of darkness, as it is in our text. Hence the name, those of the serpent, perhaps given them by their theological adversaries, Orthodox Jews and Christians. In this system, the primal elements are given as water, darkness, abyss, and chaos. The light was the child of the Supreme Trinity, the first man, the second man, and the Holy Spirit, or first woman. This light, the Jewish and Christian overworking of the original tradition called the cosmic Christ. Thus the fire of desire, or cry of the darkness, was to be satisfied or checked or quenched by the light's fashioning its inchoate substance into the cosmos, and so, in another vision, preserved in a treatise of the same type, Hermes sees, by gazing through the master, the cosmos in its finished beauty, when all things in it are full of light, and nowhere is there fire. The descent of the Logos. Upon this cry for light into the heart of the dark, moist, fiery nature is dropped a holy word, the seed of the future cosmos. This word is articulate, its limbs are perfect, seasonable, and ordering. The cosmic animal nature is impregnated with the light of the supernal reason, which pervades its whole being. This pervading immediately effects an ordering of the chaotic elements into pure fire, pure air, and pure water earth. Moreover, it is to be gathered from the sequel that nature saw the Word and all his beauty in her fire and air, but as yet only heard him in her water earth. The shepherd thus explains that light is really mind, and mind is God. God prior to nature, but not prior to darkness. The unity of light and darkness is a still higher mystery. Light and mind is the highest concept the disciple can yet form of God. The light word, or emanation of supernal reason, is Son of God, Son of great mind. The revelation of the Pleroma. With the words, "What then?" Reitzenstein perceives that the sequence of the narrative is broken by a second vision, and is only resumed with 9. This he regards as an interpolation of another form of cosmogenesis into the one which is being described. It seems to me, however, that the breaking of the main narrative may be regarded as a necessary digression rather than as an interpolation of foreign material, necessary in order to bring on to the scene the hitherto invisible greatnesses, within the veil of light which constitute the economy of the Pleroma. More had to be seen by the disciple before he was in a position to understand what he had so far seen. He must now unite with the light, his previous seeing being that of its reflection, the Logos within him. Not that this Logos and light or mind are separate, they are in reality one. The Son is one with the Father in the state that transcends the opposites. The Logos apparently comes forth, yet it remains ever with the Father, and this coming forth and yet remaining constitutes its life. In other words, it is an emanation. Thus Hermes is bidden to understand the light as life, and so make friends with it. Hitherto the light had been one for him, a sameness, which his highest vision could not pierce, the veil of light that shut the beauties, perfections, and greatnesses of the intelligible from the eyes of his mind. To pierce this veil, a still more expanded power of sight had to be given him by the Master. The little word or light spark within him is intensified by the great word of the Master, this word being an intelligible utterance of the mind, an intensification of being. He now sees and understands the countless powers within the light, which constitute the intelligible archetypal form or idea of all words. Between the special sensible cosmos of his prior vision and this immensity was a mighty power, or great boundary, horos, that encircled the elements of the sensible cosmos and held its fire in check. In amazement, he asks, whence come these apparently disorderly and untamed elements of the new world in process that have to be subdued and separated from the concord of the perfection of the powers? And the answer is that chaos too has its being from God's will. Discord and concord, chaos and cosmos are both of God. The primal elements are, as it were, the passions of God's will desiring himself. It is himself as mother or spouse desiring himself as father. In other of the Trismegistic tractates, this feminine aspect of deity is called wisdom and nature and generation and Isis. He is wisdom as desiring himself, that desire being the primal cause as mother of the whole world process, which is consummated by his fullness uniting with his desire or wisdom, and so perfecting it. This is the whole burden of the Gnostic Sophia mythus, which I have given very good reasons for believing derived its main element from Egypt. Curiously enough, Reitzenstein quotes the 2 chapters from Plutarch on which I base my conclusions, but he does not notice that in this respect the Christianized Gnosis is distinctly dependent on Egypt, and so Philo tells us that the mother of all is Gnosis, the very same name that Plutarch gives to Isis. The mother, when thought of as without the Pleroma, is impregnated by the word, which Basilides would have called the all-seed potency of the Pleroma, endowed with all powers, and sent forth as the seed of the sensible cosmos that is to be. The mother, in her higher nature, contemplates the eternal cosmos, or order of the Pleroma, and in her lower nature copies its beauties by means of the permutations and combinations of her elements and the generations and transformations of her lives or souls. This form of cosmogenesis Reitzenstein regards as of a pantheistic nature, while the general narrative he holds to set forth a world representation of a dualistic tendency. It is true, as he himself admits, that this blend of contradictory conceptions meets us frequently in Gnostic systems of a more or less contemporary date. Nevertheless, he lays great stress upon this difference, and so insists upon an interpolation. In this he is confirmed by the fact that whereas he speaks of God the mind being male-female, we are in the second vision face to face with ein weiblich Allgottiet, who stands next to his highest God. I must, however, confess that these contradictions do not make so great an impression upon my mind as they seem to have done on the critical faculty of Professor Reitzenstein. There is no system known to me, even of the most exclusive monotheism, into which dualism does not creep somehow or other at some stage. It cannot be avoided, for it is in the nature of things. The dualism of our text is, however, by no means so very marked, for though it is not distinctly stated, it leaves it clearly to be inferred that the darkness comes from the light itself, for previously there was nothing but light. All things had become light to the eye of the seer. It is the mystery of the sad-eyed serpent of darkness. wrapping itself round the lower limbs of the light. It was, in my opinion, precisely for the sake of removing the thought of dualism that the seer is shown a still more intimate vision within the light veil, where all ideas of monotheism, dualism, tritheism, polytheism, and pantheism lose their formal distinctions in a formless state, or at any rate, in a state of being where all are interblended with it. In describing it, the tongue of flesh has to use the familiar language of form, but every word employed has a new significance, for even the tongue of angels cannot describe it, or any of the tongues of heaven. He alone who speaks forth the words of the one tongue can express it. Whence this sublime conception of the Pleroma came, I do not know. It seems to me impossible to find a geographical origin for such things, as indeed it seems vain to seek a geographical origin for dualism and the rest. For the writer or writers of our tractate, these ideas came from the nature of things, from the immediate experience of sight. The form of expression, of course, may be susceptible of a geographical treatment, but as yet I am not satisfied that any clear heredity has been made out for this supposed interpolation. The feminine divinity, next the highest God, is not set over against that God, but is his own will. He is in the Pleroma vision as much as little male and female as in the general narrative. He transcends all opposites and contains all opposites in himself. What is clear, however, is that in the combination of both visions, we have before us a simple and early form of the gnosis, which we meet with later in Christian overworkings, and especially in the very elaborate expositions of the Basilidian and Valentinian schools, the systems of which can, in their main elements, be paralleled and compared point by point with our treatise, but this would be too lengthy a proceeding in our present study, for it would require a volume to itself in any way adequately to treat of it. The second emanation. We now return to the main narrative. Within the world egg, which was encircled by the mighty power, the Gnostic Horos, there had already been developed three cosmic elements, not our mixed elements, fire, air, and water-earth. This had been effected by the descent of the cosmic Logos into the primal elements of disorder. As the Logos descended, fire and air ascended, and the Logos remained in water-earth. This was the result of the first outpouring from the potency of the Pleroma, the first word uttered by mind. The second outpouring of mind was of mind no longer regarded as light only, but as light and life, male-female. This emanation appeared as informing mind, that is, the fashioner or former, artificer or demiurge of lives or souls. It was the ensouling of the ordered elements of nature with lives, whereby these elements were drawn together into forms. The great mind, as light and life, reflected itself in the pure formation of nature, that is to say, in fire and spirit or air, fire for light and spirit for life, to further inform things. The mighty power or self-limitation of mind, the boundary that no mortal can pass, marks off the formative area of the whole cosmos. This area, however, was by no means only the mixed sensible world or cosmos which we perceive with our present physical senses. On the contrary, there are within it various orders, or cosmoi, of the main cosmos. For the ordering mind, as the informer or soul fashioner, differentiates itself into 7 ruling forms or spheres which enclose the mixed sensible cosmos. These spheres, therefore, must be of a psychic nature, that is to say, of a pure or subtle substance. They are forms of subtle matter endowed with reason. They constitute the cosmic engine of the fashioning of souls, or psychic natures, and of their perpetual transforming. Their energies and activities are those of fate, or the ordered sequence of cause and effect, symbolized by spheres perpetually entering into themselves. In all the main phases there is to be observed the idea of a downward tendency followed by an upward. The darkness descends. It then transmutes itself and aspires above in a cry or yearning for light. The word descends. Immediately the fire and air ascend. The formative mind descends. Immediately the word ascends from the mixed water-earth, and at ones itself with its co-essential emanation from the Father, to a space about the 7, and thus leaves the still down-tending elements in the element water-earth deprived of its immediate presence, after giving physical matter the initial impulse to order. This physical matter our author calls pure matter, meaning thereby matter deprived of the immediate presence of reason. Hereupon, from the impulse she has received, nature begins her physical formation, develops her physical elements and bodies of irrational lives. Water-earth divides into water and earth, and also air, for this air is clearly something different from the spirit air that ascended. The lower air is one of the downward elements. The descent of man. When this had been accomplished, there followed a third outpouring, the descent of man, the consummation of the whole information of things, a still more transcendent manifestation of mind, the one form that contains all forms, his very image co-equal with himself. He finally comes himself to consummate and save the cosmos in the form of man, that is, to gather it to himself and take it back to the pleroma. Nevertheless, the Word and the formative mind and man are not three different persons. They are all co-essential with each other and one with the Father. For the Word is co-essential with the demiurgic mind, and the latter is brother of man, and man is co-equal with God. And so man, the beloved, descends, and in his descent he is clothed with all the powers of his brother's creative energy, the creative energy of life conjoined with rational light. Having learned the lesson of the conformations and of the limitations of the spheres, he desires to break right through the great boundary itself, but to do this he must descend still further into matter. Before he can burst through upwards, he must break through downwards. Accordingly, he breaks through the spheres downwards, seeking his consort nature below, and shows her his divine form, radiant with all the energies bestowed on him by all the powers above. And she, in her great love, wound herself round the image of this form, mirrored upon her water, and the shadow of it thrown upon her earth, just as the darkness wound itself, like a great serpent, round the lower parts of the light, so does nature coil herself round the shadow and reflection of man. Man is above, yet is he below. Man is free, yet is he bound, bound willingly in love for her, who is himself. Reitzenstein is greatly puzzled with all this, and seeks to distinguish several contradictory elements, presumably supposing that these elements are woven together into a literary patchwork from distinct traditions. I cannot myself follow him here with any clearness. Of course, the writer or writers of our treatise did not discover new ideas or invent new terms. They used what was in their minds and the minds of their circle. It was, however, the weaving of it into a whole, not as a literary exercise, but as a setting forth in the most understandable terms with which they were acquainted of the things seen. That was their main interest. Those who had the sight would understand and appreciate their labors. Those who had not would never understand, no matter what terms or language were used. When, then, Reitzenstein says that in the bringing forth by nature of irrational lives there is a confusion of contradictory conceptions, he fails to see that nature is ever the world soul, the spouse of mind, though darkness, she is spouse of light. Unaided, she brings forth things irrational, a phase of that birth of nature by herself that is incomplete. So also, Reitzenstein detects contradictory elements, which he ascribes to two different regions of ideas. He does not, however, perceive that, though in one sentence the formations are said to be those of the Father, and in the next those of the brother, this is no real confusion, because the formative mind is the Father, informing himself in himself. This self-energizing, when regarded by itself, may be spoken of as other than the Father, but is not really so. Nor can I see that there is any real contradiction in the breaking through of the spheres, as though they were the product of an opposing power to that of the sun. The fate was certainly so regarded by men who were under its sway, but our treatise is endeavoring precisely to give an insight into the state of things beyond the fate. The burden of its teaching is that all these oppositions are really illusory. Man can transcend these limitations and come into the freedom of the sons of God. Even the most terrible and fundamental oppositions are not really so, but all are self-limitations of God's will, and man is son of God, co-equal with him. The first men. Our treatise then describes the first appearance of man on earth, which it regards as a great mystery never before revealed, the mystery kept hid until this day. This I take to mean that it had hitherto never been written about, but had been kept as a great secret. This secret was the doctrine that the first men, of which there were 7 types, were hermaphrodites, and not only so, but lived in the air. Their frames were of fire and spirit, and not of the earth-water elements. The celestial man, or type of humanity, was gradually differentiating himself from his proper nature of light and life, and taking on bodies of fire and air, was changing into mind, or light fire, and soul, or life spirit. This presumably lasted for long periods of time, the lower animal forms gradually evolving to greater complexity as nature strove to copy the form of man, and man devolving gradually until there was a union, and the human subtle form could find vehicles among the highest animal shapes. The first incarnate men appear to have been at first also hermaphrodite, and it must have been a time when everything was in a far greater state of flux than things are now. Increase and multiply. This period of pre-sexual or bisexual development having come to an end, the separation of the sexes took place. The commandment is given by the word, "Increase ye in increasing, and multiply in multitude." It is true that this is reminiscent of the oft-repeated formula in the Greek Targum of Genesis, but it is only slightly reminiscent, the main injunction being strengthened, and the rest of the Logos being quite different from anything found in Genesis. As nothing else in the whole treatise can be referred to direct Hebrew influence, we must conclude that the formula was, so to speak, in the air, and has so crept into our treatise. It has, however, given rise to a diatribe copied on to the margin of one manuscript by a later hand and incorporated into the text of M. It is in B, ascribed to Celis, who goes out of his way to stigmatize Hermes as a sorcerer and a plagiarist throughout of Moses. In brief, the devil is a thief of the truth, to lead men astray. In this we learn more about the limitation of the so-called prince of philosophers than aught else. This increasing and multiplying, the perpetual coupling of bodies and the birth of new ones, is effected by the fate or harmony of the formative spheres, the engine of birth, set under forethought or providence. This pronoia can be none else than nature herself as the wisdom or knowledge of God. In other words, His will. Love. The motive power of all is love. If this love manifests itself as desire for things of matter, the lover stays in darkness wandering. If it becomes the will to know light, the lover becomes the knower of himself, and so eventually at one with good. But why should love of body merit death? That is to say, make man mortal. The disciple attempts an explanation from what he has seen. Although his answer is approved, the meaning is by no means clear. The physical body, or body in the sense world, is composed of the moist nature, which, in a subsequent phase, remains as water-earth, and in a still subsequent phase divides itself into the elements of physical earth, water, and air. The dissolution of the combination of these elements is effected by death, that is, darkness, the drainer of the water, the Typhonian power. Water must thus here symbolize the Osirian power of fructification and holding together. The moist nature, then, seems to be differentiated from the darkness by the energizing of light in its most primitive brooding. But seeing that the light is also life, the darkness, which is posited as the ultimate opposite, is death. The way of deathlessness. The way of deathlessness is then considered. The disciple repeats his lesson, and the master commends him. The way up is the path of self-knowledge. Still, the disciple cannot believe that this is for him. He cannot understand that mind is in him, or rather is himself, insomuch as mind as teacher seems to be without him. The play is on mind and mind. The one gives the certitude of immortality, the other is still bound by the illusion of death. The disciple has not this certitude. Mind, then, is not his. The master then further explains the mystery. Gnosis must be preceded by moral purification. There must be a turning away before the return can be accomplished. The whole nature must be changed. Yet every effort that the little man seems to make of his own striving is really the energizing of the great man. Those, however, who yield themselves to lower desires drive the mind away, and their appetites are only the more strengthened by the mind. The text of this paragraph is very corrupt, so that the exact sense of the original is not recoverable, and this makes it all the more difficult to understand what is meant by the avenging daemon, the counterpart of the mind. This difficulty is increased where we are told that the way of life is at death surrendered to the daemon. If, however, the reader will refer to the section on the vision of in the miscellany of the Prolegomena, which in my original manuscript followed as a digression on this passage, he will be put in contact with the Platonic view of the daemon and way of life. In our treatise, however, the teaching is of a more intimate character and must be taken in conjunction with the Corpus Hermeticum, where we shall comment on it at further length. The ascent of the soul. The subject of instruction is now the way above, or ascent of the soul out of the body at death. The physical body is left to the work of change and dissolution. The life of integration and conservation ceases, and the life of disintegration begins. The form thus vanishes, apparently from the man's consciousness. That is to say, presumably he is no longer clothed in the form of his physical body, but is apparently in some other vehicle. The particular fixed form, or way of life, or habit, he wore on earth being handed over to the daemon, deprived of all energy, so that apparently it becomes an empty shell. The next sentence is a great puzzle, and I can only guess at the meaning. The senses which had previously been united by the mind become separate, that is, instead of a whole they become parts. They return to the natural animal state of sensation, and the animal part of man, or his vehicle of passion and desire, begins in its turn to disintegrate, the mind or reason, or logos, being gradually separated from it, or rather its true nature showing forth in the man as he gradually strips off the irrational tendencies of the energies. Those irrational tendencies have their sources in the harmony of the fate sphere of 7 subordinate spheres or zones, and in these zones he leaves his inharmonious propensities, deprived of their energy. For the harmony is only evil, apparently. It is really the engine of justice and necessity to readjust the foolish choice of the soul, that is, to purify its irrational desires, or those propensities in it that are not under the sway of right reason and philosophy. For a better understanding of the characteristics ascribed to these 7 spheres, we must run off into another digression, which the reader will find relegated to the Prolegomena under the title Concerning the 7 Zones and Their Characteristics. This, then, having been taken as a direct commentary, we continue with the text of our treatise. The 8th Sphere. The soul of the initiated strips itself naked of the garment of shame, the selfish energizings, and stands clothed in its own power. This refers probably to the stripping off of the carapace of selfhood, the garments woven by its vices, and the putting on of the wedding garment of its virtues. This state of existence is called the 8th, a state of comparative sameness, as transcending the zones of difference. It is the Ogdoad of the Gnostics, the Jerusalem above, the plane of the ego in its own form, the natural state of those that are. In another sense, it may perhaps mean that the man, after passing through the phases of the lower mind, now enters within into the region of the pure mind, the higher ego, and there is at one with the experiences of his past lives that are worthy of immortality, his virtuous energizing, the those that are, that perhaps constitute the crown of mighty lives sung of by the Pythian oracle when celebrating the death of Plotinus. In this state, the man, who has freed himself from the necessity of reincarnation, hears the song of the powers above the Ogdoad, that is to say, in Gnostic terms, the hymn of the aeons of the Pleroma. Such a man would have reached the consummation of his earthly pilgrimage, and be ready to pass on into the Christ state, or, at any rate, the state of Superman. He would be the victor who had won the right of investiture with the robe of glory, and the dignity of the crowning with the kingship of the heavens. This final initiation is most beautifully set forth in the opening pages of the Pistis Sophia, and especially in the Song of the Powers, beginning with the words, "Come unto us, for we are thy fellow members. We are all one with thee." The consummation of the mystery is that the alter egos of the individual ego, or the sum total of purified personalities, which in that state constitute its membership, or taxis, of their own selves, surrender themselves to a fullness of union or a transcendency of separation, in which they become the powers or energies of a new man, the true Son of Man. They pass into a state where they each blend with all, and yet lose nothing of themselves. but rather find in this new union the consummation of all their powers. In this state of sonship of the divine, they are no longer limited by bodies, nor even by partial souls or individual minds, but becoming powers, they are not only in God, but one with the divine will. Nay, in final consummation, God himself. Of such a nature was the shepherd. He too was the Christ of God, the Son of the Father, who could take all forms to carry out the divine will. When the form, even though that form might for the disciple take on the appearance of the cosmos itself as he conceived it, had served its purpose, the shepherd once more mingled with the powers. The three bodies of the Buddha. The shepherd was a Christ for those who prefer the name of Christian tradition, a Buddha for those who are more familiar with Eastern terms, and that this is so may be clearly seen by considering the so-called three bodies, or trikayam, of a or the Buddha, for Buddhahood is a state beyond individuality in the separated sense in which we understand the term. In the Chinese version of Ashvaghosha's now lost Sanskrit treatise, Mahayana Shraddhopada Shastra, we read, "It is characteristic of all the Buddhas that they consider all sentient beings as their own self, and do not cling to their individual forms. How is this? Because they know truthfully that all sentient beings, as well as their own self, come from one and the same suchness, and no distinction can be established among them. All Tathagatas are the Dharmakaya itself, are the highest truth, or Paramartha Satya itself, and have nothing to do with conditionality, or Samvriti Satya, and compulsory actions, whereas the seeing, hearing, etc. of the sentient being diversify the activity of Tathagatas. Now this activity has a twofold aspect. The first depends on the phenomena particularizing consciousness, by means of which the activity is conceived by the minds of all who fall short of the state of a bodhisattva in their various degrees. This aspect is called the body of transformation, or nirmanakaya. But as the beings of this class do not know that the body of transformation is merely the shadow or reflection of their own evolving consciousness, they imagine it comes from some external sources, and so they give it a corporeal limitation. But the body of transformation, or what amounts to the same thing, the Dharmakaya, has nothing to do with limitation or measurement. That is to say, a Buddha can only communicate with such minds by means of a form, that form being really that of their own most highly evolved consciousness. There are, however, others who have the consciousness of the formless state, but have not yet reached the nirvanic consciousness. These in this system are called bodhisattvas. The second aspect of the Dharmakaya depends on the activity consciousness, or karma vijnana, by means of which the activity is conceived by the minds of the bodhisattvas, while passing from their first aspiration, or chittotpada stage, up to the height of bodhisattvahood. This is called the body of bliss, or sambhogakaya. We have used the term formless state in the penultimate paragraph to signify the state of consciousness in worlds called arupa, but these are only formless for consciousness which has not yet reached the bodhisattva level, presumably the Buddhic plane of neo-theosophical nomenclature. For this body has infinite forms, the form has infinite attributes, the attribute has infinite excellencies, and the accompanying reward of bodhisattvas, that is, the region where they are predestined to be born, also has infinite merits and ornamentations, manifesting itself everywhere. The body of bliss is infinite, boundless, limitless, unintermittent, directly coming forth from the mind. The older Chinese version says, "It is boundless, cannot be exhausted, is free from the signs of limitation, manifesting itself wherever it should manifest itself. It always exists by itself and is never destroyed." In other words, one who has reached the nirvanic consciousness, that is to say, a master, can teach or be active on planes that are as yet unmanifest to us ordinary folk. These planes, however, even when the disciple is conscious of them, are conditioned by the self-limitation of his own imperfection. The vehicles of this activity are called Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya, and the limitation of their activity is determined on the side of the disciple by the degree of his ability to function consciously in those states which are known in neo-theosophical nomenclature, respectively as those of Atman, Buddhai, and higher manas, or in more general terms, those of the divine, spiritual, and human aspects of the self. In the first degree of conscious discipleship, then, the Master communicates with his disciples and teaches them by the means of the Nirmankaya, that is to say, he quickens the highest form of consciousness or conception of masterhood they have so far attained to, taking the form of their greatest love, perhaps as they have known him in the flesh, or as he has been told of as existing in the flesh, but not his own form, which would transcend their consciousness. The next stage is when the disciple learns to transcend his own egoity in the ordinary sense of the word. This does not mean to say that his true individuality is destroyed, but instead of being tied down to one ego vehicle, he has gained the power of manifesting himself wherever and however he will, at any moment of time. In brief, the power of self-generation on the plane of egoity, in that he has reached a higher state which is free from the limitations of a single line of egoity. He now begins to realize in the very nature of his being that the self is in all and all in the self. Such a disciple, or bodhisattva, is taught by the Master in this state of being, and the kaya which he supplies for the energizing of his beloved Father is perfectly unintelligible to us and can only be described as an expanded consciousness of utmost sympathy and compassion, which not only strives to blend with the life of all beings, but also with the one being in the world for him, the Beloved. Such a sensing of the Master's presence is called the Sambhogakaya of the Master, his body of bliss. There is a still higher perfection, the Dharmakaya, or own nature of masterhood. But how should the dim mind of one who is without imagine the condition of one who is not only within, but who combines both the without and the within in the transcendent unity of the perfect fullness? The preaching of the Gnosis. With the exposition of the consummation of the teaching and the return to earth of the consciousness of the seer, our treatise breaks off into a graphic instruction of how the Gnosis is to be utilized. The wisdom is no man's property. He who receives it holds it in trust for the benefit of the world folk. I am, however, inclined to believe that these are a later interpolation, and that the treatise originally ran straight on after the conclusion of the shepherd's instruction with the words, "But I recorded in my heart the shepherd's benefaction." Until the end here, we have moved in the atmosphere of an inner, intimate, personal instruction, set forth in a form evidently intended only for the few. Indeed, as we find in other treatises, emphatic injunctions to keep the teaching secret, we cannot but conclude that the oldest and most authoritative document of the school was guarded with the same secrecy. The general impression created by the instruction is not only that it itself is the consummation and reward of a strict and stern probation, and not a sermon to be preached on the housetops, but also that those who followed that way were not propagandists, but rather members of a secret philosophic community. With this, however, all is changed. We are introduced to the picture of a man burning with enthusiasm to communicate, if not the direct teaching itself, at any rate, the knowledge of its existence and saving power to all without distinction. In a few graphic sentences, the history of the fortunes of this propagandist endeavor is sketched. An appeal is made of the most uncompromising nature. It is a clarion call to repentance, and we seem to be moving in an atmosphere that is Hebrew rather than Greek, prophetical rather than philosophical. It would seem almost that this propagandist phase had been forced upon the community rather than that it was natural to it. Something seems to have occurred which obliged it to enter the arena of general life and proclaim its existence publicly. What this compulsion was we have no means of determining with any exactitude, for the historical indications are very obscure. If we were to conjecture that it was the vigorous preaching of nascent Christianity which wrought this change, we should, I think, be taking part for whole, for prior to Christianity there was the most energetic propaganda made by the Jews, the intensity of which may be estimated by the phrase, "Ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte," and the nature of which may be most clearly seen in the propaganda of the Sibylline writers, with whose diction the appeals to the earth-born folk in our text may be aptly compared, while the prayer at sunset may be paralleled with the prayers of the Essenes and Therapeutes. On the other hand, the tradition of the gnosis and saving faith preached by our poimandrists is distinctly not Hebrew. It is a philosophizing of other materials which, as we have seen, were also partly used by Jewish and Christian mystics and adapted to their own special traditions. We thus see that at the time when Christianity came to birth, there were many rival traditions contending for general recognition, all of them offering instruction in the gnosis and hopes of salvation. And I myself believe that all of them were partial manifestations of the impartial quickening of the spiritual life, which was at that time more abundantly poured forth than ever before or after in the Western world. With this, if my conjecture of an interpolation is correct, the original treatise is continued, and we are told the nature of the awakening of the spiritual consciousness which has come to the newborn disciple. Henceforth, all things are new for him. They all have new meanings. He has become a man instead of a procession of fate. He has reached the plane of truth. In Christian terms, the Christ has been born in his heart consciously. A hymn of praise and prayer for the gnosis. The treatise is concluded with a most noble hymn, in which the further growth and effort of the man in spirit is set forth. Henceforth his effort will be to become like unto the Father himself, to pass from sonship into the perfection of perfection, identity, or at one-ment with the Father. The sentence, that I may give the light to those in ignorance of the race, my brethren and thy sons, seems to me to be either an interpolation, showing the same tendency as that of the propagandist section, or an indication that the whole hymn was added at the same time as the propagandist paragraphs, for the treatise proper seems to end naturally and consistently in the Hellenistic form of the tradition, with the words, I reached the plane of truth. The name Poimander. Many have already remarked that the name Poimander is formed irregularly in Greek, and this has led to an interesting speculation by Granger, who writes, While, however, the name of Poimander does not answer to any Greek original, it is a close transliteration of a Coptic phrase. In the dialect of Upper Egypt, pe-me-n-tre means the witness. That the Coptic article should be treated as part of the name itself is not unusual. Compare the name Pior. Such a title corresponds very closely in style with the titles of other works of this same period. For example, the True Word of Celsus, or the Perfect Word, which is an alternative title of the Asclepius. The term Poimander, therefore, on this supposition, contains an allusion to the widely spread legend of Hermes as witness, a legend which is verified for us from several sources. But the writer has adapted the details to his purpose. Hermes is not himself the witness, but the herald of the witness. Granger then propounds the very strange theory, contradicted by all the phenomena and opposed to every authority, that the Coptic Gnostic works of the Askew and Bruce codices were originally composed in Coptic with the adoption of Greek technical terms, whereas they are manifestly translations from the Greek. He, however, continues, There seems no adequate reason why such works may not have been composed in Coptic. The Egyptian Gnostic writings of the 3rd century exhibit the same qualities of style as the Coptic biographies and apocalypses of the 4th and following centuries, and so I am prepared to believe that the Poimander may have been first composed in Coptic, or shall we say that the work was current from the first in both languages? We should say that the last guess is most highly probable, and only denotes the indecision of the writer. The original Poimander may very well have been composed not in Coptic, but in Demotic, but the reasons given by Granger, as based on the phenomena of the Gnostic Coptic writings, are not to be seriously considered. Nevertheless, the name Poimander may be a Greek transliteration of an Egyptian name, though we hardly think that the witness will suit the theme. In any case, man-shepherd was certainly the idea conveyed to the non-Egyptian by the name, however philologically unsound its form may be in Greek. The Good Shepherd. It has been no part of our task to attempt to trace the Hermes idea along the line of pure Greek descent, for this would have led us too far from our immediate subject. There is, however, one element of that tradition which is of great interest, and to which we may draw the attention of the reader in passing. The beautiful idea of the Christ as the Good Shepherd is familiar to every Christian child. Why the Christ is the shepherd of all men is shown us by this first of our marvelous treatises. In it we have the universal doctrine apart from any historical dogma, the eternal truth of an ever-recurring fact, and not the exaggeration of one instance of it. The representation of Christ as the Good Shepherd was one of the earliest efforts of Christian art, but the prototype was far earlier than Christianity. In fact, it was exceedingly archaic. Statues of Hermes Kriophoros, or Hermes with a ram or lamb standing beside him, or in his arms, or on his shoulder, were one of the most favorite subjects for the chisel in Greece. We have specimens dating to the archaic period of Greek art. Hermes in these archaic statues has a pointed cap, and not the winged headdress and sandals of later art. This type, in all probability, goes back to Chaldean symbolic art, to the bearers of the 12 signs of the zodiac, the sacred animals. These were, in one human correspondence, the 12 septs, or classes of priests. Here we see that the Greek tradition itself was not pure Aryan, even in its so-called archaic period. Chaldea had given of her wisdom to post-diluvian Greece, even as she had perchance been in relation with Greece before the flood. Here, then, we have another element in the Hermes idea. In fact, nowhere do we find a pure line of tradition. In every religion, there are blendings and have been blendings. There was unconscious syncretism, and conscious also, long before the days of Alexandria. For unconscious syncretism is as old as race blendings. Even as all men are kin, so are popular cults related. And even as the religion of nobler souls is of one paternity, so are the theosophies of all religions from one source. One of the greatest secrets of the innermost initiated circles was the grand fact that all the great religions had their roots in one mother soil, and it was the spreading of the consciousness of this stupendous truth which subsequently, after the initial period of skepticism of the Alexandrian schools, gave rise to the many conscious attempts to synthesize the various phases of religion and make symphonies of apparently contradictory philosophical tenets. Modern research, which is essentially critical and analytical, and rarely synthetical, classifies all these attempts under the term syncretism, a word which it invariably uses in a depreciatory sense, as characterizing the blending of absolutely incompatible elements in the most uncritical fashion. But when the pendulum swings once more towards the side of synthesis, as it must do in the coming years, for we are but repeating today in greater detail what happened in the earlier centuries, then scholarship will once more recognize the unity of religion under the diversity of creeds and return to the old doctrine of the mysteries. In connection with the Good Shepherd glyph, it will be useful to quote from Granger's instructive exposition on the subject, where he writes, "Since the identification of Jesus with Hermes took place in circles which formed part of the Christian community, we shall not be surprised to find that one of the leading types of Christian art, the Good Shepherd, was immediately adopted from a current representation of the Greek Hermes. As we see from Hippolytus, the Gnostics were especially interested in Hermes as Hermes Logius, a type which was increasingly frequent in later Greek art, and this epithet was connected by them with the conception of Jesus as the Logos. Now another type of Hermes, the Kriophoros, seemed to bring together Jesus as the Logos and Jesus as the Good Shepherd. These representations of Jesus begin in the 2nd century, and so they correspond in order of time with the appearance of the Gospel according to the Egyptians, and of those Gnostic compositions which largely depend upon it. Another fact leads us to think that the figure of the Good Shepherd had its roots in a previous tradition. It is probable that there were no statues before the age of Constantine, except the Good Shepherd. We must therefore add Hermes to the list of pagan types which were taken over for its own purpose by the rising Christian art. Moreover, we are enabled to advance one step further the long-standing controversy as to the portraits of Jesus. Since the figure of the Good Shepherd is borrowed from Greek sculpture, it cannot be used as evidence for the earliest conceptions about the appearance of Jesus, and so the arguments of Farrar and others fall to the ground. insofar as they take presents of this type to show that there was no genuine tradition of Christ's appearance. We are now in a position to throw a little further light upon the famous inscription of Abercius. The inscription speaks of a shepherd, who feedeth on the plains his flock of sheep, and hath great eyes that gaze forth every way. For he did teach me how to understand, and scriptures worthy to believe. The shepherd, whose great eyes look in every direction, is no other than Hermes treated as a symbol of Christ, and so some of the arguments which may be directed against the Christian character of this inscription, and to which Harnack attaches an exaggerated weight, are turned aside. With all of this may be compared what we have already written in the Prolegomena on the popular symbolic representation of the shepherd in the chapter on Hermas and Hermes. Compare also the hymn to Attis in the Nicene tradition, where he is invoked as Pan, as Bacchus, as shepherd of bright stars. This is the macrocosmic side of the microcosmic mystery. We should also not forget the interesting grouping on a Christian lamp and gem, which goes back very probably to the 3rd century. It represents the Christ as the Good Shepherd, after the Hermes type, with a lamb on his shoulder. Above his head are the 7 planets, the lords of the fate, and in addition the sun and moon on either side, as is frequently the case in Mithraic representations. Round his feet 7 lambs crowd, symbolical of the 7 peoples, one under each planet. Moreover, on the right is Noah's dove and ark, and Jonah being swallowed by the whale, while on the left is Jonah again, vomited onto the land and peacefully resting beneath the shade of the miraculous gourd tree. This seems to me to be a symbol of the mysteries, a glyph of rebirth. The lambs are the purified lower nature of the man, the purest essence of which is exalted to the head of the great man. This purified little man is swallowed by the cosmic fish, the great mother, the womb of the Almighty, and the man is born again to rest under his own tree in the paradise of the further shore. It is also of interest to note that the Hermetic colonies already planted in Mesopotamia in the earliest Islamic times, of which the Arabian writers tell us, called their head the shepherd, from all of which we conclude that the Good Shepherd was one of the leading ideas of Hellenistic theology. 2. The General Sermon. The title only is preserved in our corpus, the text having disappeared with the loss of a quire or quires before the parent copy came into the hands of Celis. 3. To Asclepius. All that is moved, Asclepius, is it not moved in something and by something? Assuredly. And must not that in which it's moved be greater than the moved? It must. Moreover, again, has greater power than moved? It has, of course. The nature, furthermore, of that in which it's moved must be quite other from the nature of the moved? It must completely. Is not again this cosmos vast, so vast that then there exists no body greater? Assuredly. And massive too, for it is crammed with multitudes of other mighty frames, nay, rather all the other bodies that there are? It is. And yet the cosmos is a body. It is a body. And one that's moved. Assuredly. Of what size, then, must be the space in which it's moved, and of what kind must be the nature of that space? Must it not be far vaster than the cosmos, in order that it may be able to find room for its continued course, so that the moved may not be cramped for want of room and lose its motion? Something, thrice greatest one, it needs must be immensely vast. And what of nature? Must it not be, Asclepius, of just the contrary? And is not contrary to body bodiless? Agreed. Space, then, is bodiless, but bodiless must either be some godlike thing or God himself, and by some godlike thing I mean no more than the generable, but the ingenerable. If, then, space be some godlike thing, it is substantial, But if 'tis God himself, it transcends substance. But it is to be thought of otherwise than God, and in this way. God is first thinkable for us, not for himself, for that the thing that's thought doth fall beneath the thinker's sense. God, then, cannot be thinkable unto himself, in that he's thought of by himself as being nothing else than what he thinks. But he is something else for us, and so he's thought of by us. If space is, therefore, to be thought, it should not then be thought as God, but space. If God is also to be thought, he should not be conceived as space, but energy that can contain all space. Further, all that is moved not in the moved, but in the stable. And that which moves another is of course stationary, for 'tis impossible that it should move with it. How is it then that things down here, thrice greatest one, are moved with those that are already moved? For thou hast said the errant spheres were moved by the inerrant one. This is not, O Asclepius, a moving with, but one against. They are not moved with one another, but one against the other. It is this contrariety which turneth the resistance of their motion into rest, for that resistance is the rest of motion. Hence, too, the errant spheres, being moved contrarily to the inerrant one, are moved by one another by mutual contrariety, and also by the stable one through contrariety itself, and this can otherwise not be. The bears up there, which neither set nor rise, thinkest thou they rest or move? They move, thrice greatest one. And what their motion, my Asclepius? Motion that turns forever round the same. But revolution, motion round same, is fixed by rest. For round the same doth stop beyond same. Beyond same, then, being stopped, if it be steadied in round same, the contrary stands firm, being rendered ever stable by its contrariety. Of this I'll give thee here on earth an instance, which the eye can see. Regard the animals down here. A man, for instance, swimming. The water moves, yet the resistance of his hands and feet give him stability, so that he is not borne along with it, nor sunk thereby. Thou hast, thrice greatest one, adduced a most clear instance. All motion, then, is caused in station and by station. The motion, therefore, of the cosmos and of every other hylic animal will not be caused by things exterior to the cosmos, but by things interior, outward to the exterior, such things as soul or spirit, or some such other thing incorporeal. 'Tis not its body that doth move the living thing in it. Nay, not even the whole body of the universe, a lesser body, even though there be no life in it. What meanest thou by this, thrice greatest one? Is it not bodies, then, that move the stock and stone and all the other things inanimate? By no means, Asclepius. The something in the body, that which moves the thing inanimate, this surely's not a body, for that it moves the two of them, both body of the lifter and the lifted, so that a thing that's lifeless will not move a lifeless thing. That which doth move another thing is animate, in that it is the mover. Thou seest, then, how heavy laden is the soul, for it alone doth lift two bodies. That things, moreover, moved are moved in something, as well as moved by something, is clear. Yea, O thrice greatest one, things moved must needs be moved in something void. Thou sayest well, O my Asclepius, for naught of things that are is void. Alone the is-not's void and stranger to subsistence, for that which is subsistent can never change to void. Are there then, O thrice greatest one, no such things as an empty cask, for instance, an empty jar, a cup, and a vat, and other things like unto them? Alack, Asclepius, for thy far wandering from the truth. Thinkest thou that things most full and most replete are void? How meanest thou, thrice greatest one? Is not air body? It is. And doth this body not pervade all things, and so pervading fill them? And body, doth body not consist from blending of the four? Full then of air are all thou callest void, and if of air, then of the four. Further, of this converse follows, that all thou callest full are void, of air, for that they have their space filled out with other bodies, and therefore are not able to receive the air therein. These then, which thou dost say are void, they should be hollow named, not void, for they not only are, but they are full of air and spirit. Thy argument, or logos, thrice greatest one, is not to be gainsaid. Air is a body. Further, it is this body which doth pervade all things, and so pervading, fill them. What are we then to call that space in which the all doth move? The bodiless, Asclepius. What then is bodiless? 'Tis mind and reason, or logos, whole out of whole, all self-embracing, free from all body, from all error free, unsensible to body and untouchable, self-stayed in self, containing all, preserving those that are, whose rays, to use a likeness, are good, truth, light beyond light, the archetype of soul. What then is God? Not any one of these is he, for he it is that causeth them to be, both all and each and every thing of all that are, nor hath he left a thing beside that is not, but they are all from things that are, and not from things that are not. For that the things that are not have naturally no power of being anything, but rather have the nature of the inability to be, and conversely, the things that are have not the nature of sometime not being. What sayest thou ever then God is? God therefore is not mind, but cause that the mind is. God is not spirit, but cause that spirit is. God is not light, but cause that the light is. Hence should one honor God with these two names, the Good and the Father, names which pertain to him alone and no one else. For no one of the other so-called gods, no one of men or daemons, can be in any measure good, but God alone, and he is good alone and nothing else. The rest of things are separable, all from the Good's nature, for all the rest are soul and body, which have no space that can contain the Good. For that as mighty is the greatness of the Good, as is the being of all things that are, both bodies and things bodiless, things sensible and intelligible things. Call not thou, therefore, aught else good, for thou wouldest impious be, nor anything at all at any time call God, but good alone, for so thou wouldst again be impious. Though then the good is spoken of by all, it is not understood by all what thing it is. Not only then is God not understood by all, but both unto the gods and some of men, they, out of ignorance, do give the name of good, though they can never either be or become good. For they are very different from God, while good can never be distinguished from him, for that God is the same as good. The rest of the immortal ones are natheless honored with the name of God, and spoken of as gods. But God is good, not out of courtesy, but out of nature. For that God's nature and the good is one. One is the kind of both, from which all other kinds proceed. The good is he who gives all things and naught receives. God then doth give all things and receive naught. God then is good, and good is God. The other name of God is Father, again because he is the that which maketh all. The part of Father is to make. Wherefore child-making is a very great and a most pious thing in life for them who think aright, and to leave life on earth without a child a very great misfortune and impiety. And he who hath no child is punished by the daemons after death. And this the punishment, that that man's soul who hath no child shall be condemned unto a body with neither man's nor woman's nature, a thing accursed beneath the sun. Wherefore, Asclepius, let not your sympathies be with the man who hath no child, but rather pity his mishap, knowing what punishment abides for him. Let all that has been said, then, be to thee, Asclepius, an introduction to the gnosis of the nature of all things. Commentary. An introduction to the gnosis of the nature of all things. This treatise has no precise title, for, as we have already seen in treating of the makeup of the Corpus, the traditional title of Hermes to Tat, the general sermon, found in all the manuscripts, cannot apply to our tractate, which is addressed to Asclepius, and from which Stobaeus quotes under the general title of Hermes from the sermons to Asclepius. The supposition, however, that sermon has dropped out from the parent copy of our corpus, owing to the loss of one or more quires or quaternions, explains those phenomena so admirably that it has only to be brought forward, as it has been by Reitzenstein, to carry conviction. It is a curious fact, however, that Stobaeus starts his quotations from this treatise precisely with the same words with which our text begins. Nevertheless, these words plunge us so immediately into a secondary subject that Reitzenstein thinks there may have been a more general introduction, which Johannes may very well have omitted. That, however, the lost pages of our corpus should have contained such an introduction, broken at precisely the very same point to a word, would seem to be a coincidence the reverse of probable. Nevertheless, the treatise itself purports to be a very formal one, for we learn from the concluding words that it was intended to be an introduction to the gnosis of the nature of all things. We are therefore driven to conclude that, in spite of a most improbable coincidence, the beginning may have been lost, and that we have therefore to regret the loss not only of the whole of the general sermon to Tat, but also of the introduction to the Gnosis, addressed to Asclepius, and therewith, in all probability, some precious indications of how Tat and Asclepius are to be precisely defined. Parthe's conflated title from the manuscripts, and Stobaeus of Hermes, the thrice greatest, the general sermon to Asclepius, must therefore be definitely abandoned, and in lieu of the lost general title, we must be content with the simple heading, To Asclepius. Space is a plenum. The subject is that of the fullness of being, or the plenum of things. Space is a plenum, the fundamental concept of modern scientific speculation. Asclepius, however, must guard himself against the confusion of space with God, for God is not space, but cause thereof, the true transcendency of that which can contain all things. In him we move. All that is moved in what is stable, or in him who stands, where it is to be noticed that the term he who stands is found in Philo, and is made much of in Gnostic tradition, especially in the so-called Simonian Gnosis. For the great announcement, from which Hippolytus has preserved some passages, the Logos is called he who stands, or he who has stood, stands, and will stand. This is the aspect of the reason of things that holds and compacts all together, the stock or pillar of immobility, the opposite aspect being that of the separator or divider, the two together forming the cross of manifestation, the resolution of the sphere of sameness. The world soul is in perpetual motion. This perpetual motion is ordered and reduced to a cosmos and harmony of motion by the introduction into it, by means of the reason, of the root forms of motion, mentioned in the Timaeus and elsewhere, up, down, right, left, front, back, in, out, round, and no motion. All bodies are essentially inert. It is the soul that moves them, either immediately or mediately. What the precise meaning may be I cannot say. The tradition of the original text was variable, showing that the copyists had difficulty with it. As, however, the doctrine throughout is that of a plenum, as indeed it is elsewhere in the Trismegistic writings, I can only suppose that the instructor of Asclepius was endeavoring to clinch his point by arguing that the only void was the is not or non-being. Now, as non-being cannot possibly exist, there can be no such thing as void. The spouse of deity. That then in which the all doth move, in which all things live and move, and have their being, is the bodiless. In other words, the mind or reason of God, the Logos, who, as Philo tells us, is the place of God, that is, infinite space itself, the container of all things, the very spouse of deity. Spouse or son, it matters not. That in which all moves and lives and breathes is wisdom, good, and truth, the aeon of aeons, light of light, life of life, the archetype of soul itself. God is cause that spirit is. God, then, is not spirit, much less a spirit, but cause that spirit is, for God is good alone. Therefore, call not thou aught else good. And now let us turn to F.C. Conybeare's important criticism of Matthew, in the first number of the Hibbert Journal, where he brings forward very strong evidence that the original reading was, "Call thou me not good. One only is good, God the Father," a reading known to Marcion, the Clementine Homilies, Athanasius, Didymus, Tatian, and Origen, the last two inferentially. If we compare this with our text, "Call not thou, therefore, aught else good, for thou wouldest impious be, nor anything at all at any time call good, but God alone," and "He is good alone, and nothing else," we cannot fail to be struck with the precise similarity of the phrasing and blend of ideas. If further we take this in connection with the still more striking contrast, "God is not spirit," with the Johannine "God is spirit," we might at first sight almost persuade ourselves that our treatise had these Christian declarations immediately in mind. But the general phenomena of similarity of diction and the idea of the Trismegistic literature with those of the New Testament documents is so much more satisfactorily explained by the fact that both literatures use mainly the common Hellenistic theological phrases of the time, that we need not distress ourselves with any suggestions either of plagiarism or of direct controversy. Doubtless, the declaration, "God is spirit," was a commonplace among the religio-philosophical circles of the time, and Hermes is here simply refining on a common idea. The reading, "Call thou not me God," which appears to have been preserved mainly in Gnostic tradition, may also as easily have come from a similar general idea that the one and only one was good alone. It is, moreover, of special interest to notice that the second clause of the Marcionite reading runs, "There is one only good, God the Father," while in our treatise the two names of God are given as good and Father, and so we read, "God then is good, and good is God," and immediately after, "The other name of God is Father." Striking, however, as are those coincidences, we are nevertheless wholly unpersuaded that there was any immediate literary contact between those two sets of Scripture. All that can be said is that their literary similarities are due to a common theological language, and their many points of contact in ideas to a generally common atmosphere of theological conceptions. He who is without a wife is half a man. Again, the doctrine of the duty to beget children seems at first sight to be an interpolation by a Jewish editor, the Jews holding that he who is without a wife is half a man. We must, however, remember that the Egyptian priests were married, and that the rule with them, as with the Pythagoreans, was that a man should first of all discharge his duty to society and live the practical, political, or social life, before retiring into the life of contemplation. He must first beget children, not only that the race might be continued, but also that bodies might be supplied by parents devoted to the ideal of the religious or philosophic life, so that advanced souls might find birth in favorable conditions, and so the order be continued. This is also the ancient rule laid down by the Manu of the Aryan Hindus in the Manava Dharma Shastra. The duties of the householder station of life, Grihastha Ashrama, must first be performed, before the parents can retire to the contemplative life, Vanaprastha Ashrama. In special cases, however, exceptions could be made. It may then be that Asclepius stands for those pupils who were still living the married life. The scribe of the 13th century, Codex B, has laconically written on the margin of this paragraph the single word nonsense. He was presumably a monk. 4. The Sacred Sermon of Hermes. The glory of all things is God, Godhead, and godly nature. Source of the things that are is God, who is both mind and nature. Yea, matter, the wisdom that reveals all things. Source too is Godhead. Yea, nature, energy, necessity, and end, and making new again. Darkness that knew no bounds was in abyss, and water too, and subtle breath intelligent. These were by power of God in chaos. Then holy light arose, and there collected, 'neath dry space, from our moist essence elements, and all the gods do so separate things out from fecund nature. All things being undefined and yet unwrought, the light things were assigned unto the height, the heavy ones had their foundations laid down underneath the moist part of dry space, the universal things being bounded off by fire and hanged in breath to keep them up. And heaven was seen in 7 circles, its gods were visible in forms of stars with all their signs, while nature had her members made articulate together with the gods in her. And heaven's periphery revolved in cyclic course, borne on by breath of God. And every god, by his own proper power, brought forth what was appointed him. Thus there arose 4-footed beasts, and creeping things, and those that in the water dwell, and things with wings, and everything that beareth seed, and grass, and shoot of every flower, all having in themselves seed of again becoming. And they selected out the births of men for gnosis of the works of God, and attestation of the energy of nature. The multitude of men for lordship over all beneath the heaven, and gnosis of its blessings, that they might increase in increasing, and multiply in multitude, and every soul infleshed by revolution of these cyclic gods, for observation of the marvels of the heaven and heaven's gods' revolution, and of the works of God and energy of nature, for tokens of its blessings, for gnosis of the power of God, that they might know the fates that follow good and evil deeds, and learn the cunning work of all good arts. Thus there begins their living and their growing wise, according to the fate appointed by the revolution of these cyclic gods, and their deceasing for this end. And there shall be memorials mighty of their handiworks upon the earth, leaving dim trace behind when cycles are renewed. For every birth of flesh and soul, and of the fruit of seed, and every handiwork, though it decay, shall of necessity renew itself, both by the renovation of the gods, and by the turning round of nature's rhythmic wheel. For that whereas the Godhead is nature's ever making new again, the cosmic mixture, nature herself is also co-established in that Godhead. Commentary. Text and title. The text seems to be very corrupt, and at one time I thought it incomplete, but it may very well end with the reference to the mighty deeds of the men of old. The title, Sacred Sermon, would lead us to expect something of a special nature, something that would constitute a basis of doctrine, for we hear of the Sacred Sermon of Orpheus and of the Sacred Sermon of Pythagoras, and are told that they formed the most sacred deposits of these 2 mystic schools respectively, and were regarded with special reverence. They thus seem to have been looked upon in some fashion as containing the groundwork of these systems. And this is precisely what we find with our treatise. It is to a large extent a summary of the general ideas of the shepherd cosmogony, adapted to the needs of a simpler formalization. When, however, Reitzenstein refers to this treatise curiously as the preaching of some prophet or other which has been transferred to Hermes by the redactor of our Corpus, he suggests that we are dealing with a doctrine foreign to the cosmogonical ideas of the shepherd. It is indeed true that if we compare the data of the 2 treatises together, detail by detail, we shall find strong contradictions, but the general feel of both is the same, the general atmosphere is identical. The Trinity. Prefixed to the Cosmogenesis is a formal theological program, the precise meaning of which escapes me because of its almost mnemonic nature. It is indeed quite in sutra style. There appears, however, to be a distinct Trinitarian idea lurking in the first sentence, the Trinity consisting of God and Godhead and nature. The glory or power of all things is this divine Trinity. The source or beginning, the end, and the ever-renewing of all things are owing to this triad. All 3 seem to be almost interchangeable terms. The Godhead is the mind of God. Godly nature is the wisdom of God. Again, at the end of the sermon, we are told that the Godhead, or that which is divine, is nature's ever making new again the cosmic mixture. Godhead in operation is nature, while at the same time nature is co-established in Godhead, and both are one in God, the source of all. The cosmogenesis begins with the grandiose image, darkness that knew no bounds was in abyss. We have already, in commenting on darkness in the Poimander treatise, referred in explanation to a Gnostic tradition in which the primal elements appear as water, darkness, abyss, and chaos, and have given some reason for ascribing the form of this tradition to Egypt, that is, archaic Egypt, a parallel tradition to the Sumerian, both derived from a still more archaic source. From the system of the Nicolaitans. If now we turn to Epiphanius, remembering that he picked up what he knew or thought he knew about the Gnostics in Egypt, we shall find that he has preserved from another Gnostic system an even more striking parallel with our text. The Bishop of Salamis is denouncing the Nicolaitans, who for him were the earliest Christian Gnostics, there being very numerous and various sects of them, all deriving from a certain Nicholas, whom Epiphanius would have us believe to have been one of the first 7 deacons of the Church. If in reality, however, the Nicolaitans, the Balaamites of early Talmudic rabbinism, then the original Nicolaitans were the earliest Christians, for Balaamites was the rabbinical byname of the followers of Balaam, Balaam, Jeshu, and Balaam, Nicholas, in Hebrew and Greek respectively. Curiously enough, moreover, in the paragraph before the one from which we are going to quote, Epiphanius ascribes the use of the mystic words kal lakao, to the Nicolaitans, words which we have, with high probability, shown in the chapter Myth of Man in the Mysteries, to have been used by a Jewish Gnostic of the time of Philo, writing in an Egyptian environment and dealing with the man tradition, which is one of the main elements of the Poimander doctrine, all of which carries us back to the dawn of Christianity. Speaking then of these Nicolaitans, Epiphanius writes, "Others of them, again, plaster together empty names, saying, There was darkness and abyss and water, and spirit in the midst of them made separation of them." Here we have precisely the same elements as in our text for the foundation of a cosmogonical representation. What precise relationship these various traditions may have had to one another, we cannot say with any certainty, but what we can say is that the writer or writers of our treatise are dealing with a material common to themselves, to pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism and the earliest forms of the Christian Gnosis. The Books of the Chaldeans. The sentence, "all things being undefined and yet unwrought," is also to be noticed, and, together with the opening sentence of the Cosmogony, compared with the version of Genesis, "and the earth was invisible and as yet unwrought, and darkness was upon the abyss, and the Spirit of God was borne upon the water." Are we then to suppose that our Trismegistic writer based himself directly upon this famous oracle of Jewish scripture? The Jewish Gnostics would doubtless do so in their commentaries, but the phenomena of the Christianized Jewish Gnostic systems persuade us rather that these Gnostic Jews did not derive their ideas directly from the text of their national scripture, but from what we may call parallel transitions of an esoteric nature. We shall see later on, when treating of Zosimus, that there were translations of the Chaldean sacred books in the Alexandrian library, and we cannot but believe that the general ideas of Chaldean cosmogony were familiar to all the learned of the time. For Chaldea and Egypt were regarded as the 2 most wisdom-loving nations of antiquity, the 2 most sacred lands. What wonder, then, that Chaldean and Egyptian ideas should be blended together and turned out into a scientific whole by the spirit of Greek philosophizing in our treatises. I would therefore conclude that both here and in the repetition of the formula, increase in increasing and multiply in multitude, from the Poimander treatise, these similarities are not due to direct plagiarism, but to the fact that such logoi were in the air. I would also suggest that the somewhat peculiar term was not original with the Greek Targum of Genesis, first made at Alexandria some 250 years B.C., but that it was rather taken from the theological and philosophical language of the day and used by the Hebrew translators, that, in brief, in the translation already we have to take into account the strong influence of the technology of Hellenistic theology. With regard to the whole of our treatise, I would suggest that we have the heads of topics which were to be subsequently explained and commented upon, rather than a didactic treatise setting forth a clear teaching. Like the proem, the cosmogenesis itself is straitly condensed, so condensed that the indications are too vague for us to form any clear mental picture of the process that is suggested. We have nothing but a series of headings that may have meant something very definite to the writer, may in fact have summed up for him a whole body of doctrine, but which for us, in our ignorance of detail, can but have little precise meaning. To add to our difficulties, the text, as we have already said, appears to be very faulty. It is very probable that, owing to its original brevity, copyists and readers would be tempted to gloss it in the interest of what would appear to them greater clearness. These glosses, creeping into the text later on, would, since the gloss-makers did not know the original scheme, blur rather than elucidate the mother text, and hence our tears. The most striking doctrine in the exposition is that of renewal, or making new again. All animal and vegetable forms contain in themselves the seed of again becoming. I do not think that this is intended simply to mean that the individual is continued in the species, for we read that every birth of flesh and soul shall of necessity renew itself. The doctrine that is preached is, therefore, that of palingenesis, or reincarnation, the renewal on the karmic wheel of birth and death. The Flood. The last point to which we need call the reader's attention is the sentence, "And there shall be memorials mighty of their handiworks upon the earth, leaving dim trace behind when cycles are renewed." The thought of the writer is evidently turned back towards the past, to a time when a mighty race, devoted to growth and wisdom, lived on earth and left great monuments of their wisdom in the work of their hands, dim traces of which were to be seen in the renewal of the times. This seems to me to be a clear reference to the general belief of the time, commonly, though erroneously called Stoic, that there were alternate periods of destruction by fire and water and of renewal. In Egypt, the common belief, as we have pointed out elsewhere, was that the last destruction had been by water and flood. Before this flood, our author believed there had been a mighty race of Egyptians, the race of the first Hermes, and that some dim traces of the mighty works of this bygone wisdom-loving civilization were still to be seen. I am, myself, strongly inclined to believe in this tradition, and I have sometimes speculated as to the possibility of there being buried beneath one or more of the pyramids the remains of some prehistoric buildings, perhaps also of pyramid shape, that have survived the flood. 5. The Cup or Monad, of Hermes to Tat. With reason, or logos, not with hands, did the world-maker make the universal world, so that thou thus shouldest think of him as everywhere, and ever being, the author of all things, and one and only, who by his will all beings hath created. This body of him is a thing no man can touch, or see, or measure, a body inextensible, like to no other frame. 'Tis neither fire, nor water, air, nor breath, yet all of them come from it. Now being good, he willed to consecrate this body to himself alone, and set its earth in order, and adorn it. So down to earth he sent the cosmos of this frame divine, man, a life that cannot die, and yet a life that dies, and over all other lives, and over cosmos too, did man excel by reason of the reason, or logos, and the mind. For contemplator of God's works did man become, he marveled, and did strive to know their author. Reason, or logos indeed, O Tat, among all men hath he distributed, but mind not yet. Not that he grudgeth any, for grudging cometh not from him, but hath its place below, within the souls of men, who have no mind. Why then did God, O Father, not on all bestow a share of mind? He willed, my son, to have it set up in the midst for souls, just as it were a prize. And where hath he had it set up? He tilled a mighty cup with it, and sent it down, joining a herald to it, to whom he gave command to make this proclamation to the hearts of men. Baptize thyself with this cup's baptism. What heart can do so? Thou that hast faith, thou canst ascend to him that hath sent down the cup, thou that dost know for what thou didst come into being. As many then as understood the herald's tidings, and doused themselves in mind, became partakers in the gnosis, and when they had received the mind, they were made perfect men. But they who do not understand the tidings, these, since they possess the aid of reason only and not mind, are ignorant wherefore they have come into being and whereby. The senses of such men are like irrational creatures, and as their whole make-up is in their feelings and their impulses, they fail in all appreciation of those things which really are worth contemplation. These center all their thought upon the pleasures of the body and its appetites, in the belief that for its sake man hath come into being. But they who have received some portion of God's gift, these, if we judge by their deeds, have from death's bonds won their release, for they embrace in their own mind all things, things on the earth, things in the heaven, and things above the heaven, if there be aught. And having raised themselves so far, they sight the good, and having sighted it, they look upon their sojourn here as a mischance, and, in disdain of all, both things in body and the bodiless, they speed their way unto that one and only one. This is, O Tet, the gnosis of the mind, vision of things divine, God-knowledge is it, for the cup is God's. Father, I too would be baptized. Unless thou first shalt hate thy body, son, thou canst not love thyself. But if thou lovest thyself, thou shalt have mind, and having mind, thou shalt share in the gnosis. Father, what dost thou mean? It is not possible, my son, to give thyself to both. I mean to things that perish and to things divine, foreseeing that existing things are twain, body and bodiless, in which the perishing and the divine are understood. The man who hath the will to choose is left the choice of one or other, for it can never be the twain should meet, and in those souls to whom the choice is left, the waning of the one causes the other's growth to show itself. Now, the choosing of the better not only proves a lot most fair for him who makes the choice, seeing it makes the man a god, but also shows his piety to God, whereas the choosing of the worse, although it doth destroy the man, it only doth disturb God's harmony to this extent, that as processions pass by in the middle of the way, without being able to do anything but take the road from others, so do such men move in procession through the world, led by their bodies' pleasures. This being so, O Tet, what comes from God hath been and will be ours, but that which is dependent on ourselves, let this press onward, and have no delay, for 'tis not God, 'tis we who are the cause of evil things, preferring them to good. Thou seest, son, how many are the bodies through which we have to pass, how many are the choirs of daemons, how vast the system of the star-courses through which our path doth lie, to hasten to the one and only God. For to the good there is no other shore, it hath no bounds, it is without an end, and for itself it is without beginning too, though unto us it seemeth to have one, the gnosis. Therefore to it gnosis is no beginning, rather is it that gnosis doth afford to us the first beginning of its being known. Let us lay hold therefore of the beginning, and quickly speed through all we have to pass. 'Tis very hard to leave the things we have grown used to, which meet our gaze on every side, and turn ourselves back to the old path. Appearances delight us, whereas things which appear not make their believing hard. Now evils are the more apparent things, whereas the good can never show itself unto the eyes, for it hath neither form nor figure. Therefore the good is like itself alone, and unlike all things else, for 'tis impossible that that which hath no body should make itself apparent to a body. The like's superiority to the unlike, and the unlike's inferiority unto the like, consists in this. The oneness, being source and root of all, is in all things as root and source. Without this source is naught, whereas the source itself is from naught but itself. Since it is source of all the rest, it is itself its source, since it may have no other source. The oneness, then, being source, containeth every number, but is contained by none. engendereth every number, but is engendered by no other one. Now all that is engendered is imperfect, it is divisible, to increase subject and to decrease, but with the perfect one none of these things doth hold. Now that which is increasable increases from the oneness, but succumbs through its own feebleness when it no longer can contain the one. And now, O Tat, God's image hath been sketched for thee, as far as it can be, and if thou wilt attentively dwell on it and observe it with thy heart's eyes, believe me, son, thou'lt find the path that leads above. Nay, that image shall become thy guide itself, because the sight divine hath this peculiar charm. It holdeth fast, and draweth unto it those who succeed in opening their eyes, just as, they say, the magnet draweth iron. Commentary. The title. This beautiful little treatise, in which the great principles of the Gnosis are set forth so clearly and lucidly by the philosopher-mystic who penned it so many centuries ago, bears a double, or rather a triple title of Hermes to Tat, the cup or monad or oneness. The double title, however, is but a choice of names, for the cup is the oneness, the one element, the body of God, which is the cause of all bodies, and yet itself is bodiless. In other words, the monad is the intelligible cosmos itself, God's image, elsewhere called his alone-begotten Son. That this idea of a cup or mixing bowl, or crater, in the symbolic sense of an all-containing receptacle, in which all the elements were blended together, and in the metaphysical sense of a transcendent unity, the source of all things measurable and numerable, was one of the main doctrines of the Trismegistic tradition, is plain from the Poimanderist Zosimus, who refers especially to this cup as the symbol of spiritual baptism, that is, the plunging of the whole nature into the great ocean of spirit or mind, so that the man becomes irradiate with life and illumined with light. For a consideration of this crater or cup symbolism, I must refer the reader to the chapter so entitled in the Prolegomena, it there being shown that, in all probability, it was transmitted along the Orphic line of tradition, though doubtless the Egyptian had some similar ideas. Our treatise should be read in the closest connection with Corpus Hermeticum, the mind to Hermes, which is its esoteric counterpart. What is here set forth by Tat by Hermes is there imparted to Hermes by the mind. What is here set forth for the probationer or hearer is there set forth for the advanced disciple or seer. Or, to use mystery terms, what is here told to the mystis is there revealed to the epapt. Thus, then, the Tat instruction begins. The baptism of the mind. All things are made by reason, the formative energy of the mind. The ideal cosmos or world order is the divine body. Earth is the sensible cosmos. On earth, man, the image of the image, or reason, of God rules. The purpose of man is thus to become the contemplator of the works of God. It is by the wonder aroused in him by the sight of these marvels that he will rise eventually into a knowledge of God himself. This wonder is, then, the beginning of the true philosophy or God-knowledge. All men have in them reason, the ray of the reason or logos, but as yet few have mind. This mind is the true son of mind. It is the real man, the perfect man, self-conscious of his self. This true self-consciousness is the prize set up for souls to win, the crown of humanity, the Christ state, or at any rate the Superman or true man state. The Christ baptism is the plunging of the whole nature into the mind-filled cup, the pleroma of the divine being whose body and mind are one. For is not the cup the body of God, consecrated unto himself alone, the universal body of all things? The Holy Grail. It would be fascinating to speculate on what connection this cup of initiation may have had with the mystic Eucharist and the original of the later Grail tradition, which a great master of music and song has in our day made to live again in undying melody, and so restored it to its more universal significance. How Wagner sensed the marvel of the wondrous vision with a poet's intuition may be seen from his own words. To the enraptured gaze of one longing for celestial love, the clear blue atmosphere of heaven seems at first to condense itself into a wonderful, scarcely perceptible, but dazzlingly beautiful vision. Then, with gradually increasing precision, the wonder-working angelic host is delineated in infinitely delicate outlines, as conveying the holy vessel in its midst. It insensibly descends from the blazing heights of heaven. As the vision grows more and more distinct, the heart throbs with the pain of ecstasy, and when at last the Grail shows itself in the marvel of undraped reality, the beholder's brain reels. He falls down in a state of adoring annihilation. With chaste rejoicing, the angelic host then returns to the heavenly height, fading away into the nothingness whence it first emanated. But for the seers of the Gnosis, there was a more intimate realization, for they were bidden to cast aside all hesitation and fearlessly to plunge themselves into the very cup itself, the ocean of divine love and wisdom. This was the proclamation or preaching, or good tidings, of the herald of God to men. To those who had the living faith, they could ascend to him who had sent down the cup, God's greatest gift. By such a baptism as this, not by a symbolic sprinkling with water, is it that man is to be redeemed. This is the consummation of man's earthly pilgrimage, the realization of the gnosis of the mind, vision of things divine. God-knowledge is it, for the cup is God's. The hating of the body. In this part, we have given us a discipline of the mystic way, the hating of the body, which is by no means to be taken literally. A misunderstanding of this discipline led many of the mystics of the time, and for a matter of that, has led most of the mystics of all time, to the false belief that the body, or matter generally, was the source of evil. Hence we have all the mortifications and chastisements of the flesh which the monkish spirit introduced into Christendom, and which persist in some quarters even to our own day. Against this, the common sense of Christianity as a general religion, basing itself on the general utterances of the Christ, has ever protested. Our mystic philosopher, in urging his disciples to hate the body, apparently does so because they are in the first stages of awakening, and so far have not got the mind active in them. In taking the first steps, there must be developed a consciousness of the strong antithesis of good and evil, of love and hate, in order that the will of the disciple may be strengthened towards the good and weakened towards the bad. When, however, his will is balanced between the two, when he as easily wills good as evil, then, and not till then, is he prepared to learn the further great lesson, that real wisdom consists in balance, in the middle way, that nothing is evil in itself. The body is as honorable in its own sphere, as absolutely necessary and indispensable as is the mind in its. He learns the great secret that to have one's thoughts always in heaven is as erroneous as to have them always on earth, that there is a higher mode of existence when the things of heaven and earth are within each other and not apart. As the introduction to the book of the great Logos according to the mystery has it, Jesus saith, Blessed is the man who knoweth his word, or Logos, and hath brought down the heaven and borne up the earth, and raised it heavenwards. Heaven and earth must kiss each other for this consummation, this truly sacred marriage. And yet in the third synoptic we read, Jesus saith, If any man come unto me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own soul also, he cannot be my disciple. Here we have precisely the same word, hate, as in our text. That, however, this dark saying was interpreted in a mystical sense by Gnostic tradition, as by no means referring to physical parents, but to the past causes of our imperfections, I have already pointed out on several occasions. We may therefore conclude that in a Gnostic teaching, such as in our treatise, the terms hate and body are not to be literally interpreted, and that this is so may be seen from this declaration. For 'tis not God, 'tis we who are the cause of evil things, preferring them to good. Where the cause of evil is not assigned to the body but to man's own choice. And finally, to clinch our contention, we would refer the reader to the sermon to Asclepius in the Corpus Hermeticum. Such are the things that men call good and beautiful, Asclepius, things which we cannot flee or hate. the Gnosis, and its blessings. Herein, we have to notice the phrase, "Therefore, to it, Gnosis is no beginning. Rather is it that Gnosis doth afford to us the first beginning of its being known," and compare it with the Logos quoted by the Jewish commentator in the Nicene document. The beginning of perfection is Gnosis of man, but Gnosis of God is perfect perfection. The claim for the Gnosis is therefore a modest one. The Gnosis is not an end in itself, it is but the beginning of the true knowledge of God. They who receive the baptism of the mind are made perfect men, not perfect, but until they have received this touch of the Christ consciousness, have they reached true manhood. Those who have received this baptism know why they have come into being, the purpose of life. They become consciously immortal. They know they are deathless. They do not only believe it. Their immortality is no longer a belief. It is a fact of knowledge. They have won their freedom from death and fate, and know the real constitution of the cosmos up to the threshold of the good, the plane of truth. That is to say, presumably in Buddhist terms, as far as the nirvanic state of consciousness. Not yet, however, have they entered nirvana. That is to say, become one with the Logos. They have seen the sight or vision of nirvana, but not entered into the promised land, that blessed space which, as Basilides tells us, can neither be conceived of nor characterized by any word. The vision is an earnest of what they may be. They have become gods, it is true, already, or, in other words, enjoy the same freedom and consciousness as the gods, or angels, but there is a still more transcendent state, when they will be at one with deity himself. The ancient path. Hard as it is to leave the things we have grown used to, the things habitual, it must be done if we are to enter into the way of the Gnosis. But no new path is this, no going forth into new lands, though it may have all the appearance of being so. The entrance on the path of the Gnosis is a going home. It is a return, a turning back, a true repentance. We must turn ourselves back unto the old, old way. And for the followers of the doctrine of thrice-greatest Hermes, this old, old path could have meant nothing but the archaic wisdom of ancient Egypt. The wisdom of Egypt was thus the Gnosis. 6. Though unmanifest, God is most manifest. Of Hermes, to his son Tet. I will recount for thee this sermon, or Logos too, O Tet, and thou mayest cease to be without the mysteries of the God beyond all name. And mark thou well how that which to the many seems unmanifest will grow most manifest for thee. Now were it manifest, it would not be, for all that is made manifest is subject to becoming, for it hath been made manifest. But the unmanifest forever is, for it doth not desire to be made manifest. It ever is, and maketh manifest all other things. Being himself unmanifest, as ever being and ever making manifest, himself is not made manifest. God is not made himself by thinking manifest. He thinketh all things manifest. Now thinking manifest deals with things made alone, for thinking manifest is nothing else than making. He then alone who is not made, 'tis clear, is both beyond all power of thinking manifest, and is unmanifest. And as he thinketh all things manifest, he manifests through all things and in all, and most of all in whatsoever things he wills to manifest. Do thou then, Tet, my son, pray first unto our Lord and Father, the one and only One, from whom the One doth come, to show his mercy unto thee, in order that thou mayest have the power to catch a thought of this so mighty God, one single beam of him to shine into thy thinking. For thou alone sees the unmanifest, in that it is itself unmanifest. If then thou hast the power, he will, Tet, manifest to thy mind's eyes. The Lord begrudgeth not himself to anything, but manifests himself through the whole world. Thou hast the power of taking thought, of seeing it and grasping it in thy own hands, and gazing face to face upon God's image. But if what is within thee even is unmanifest to thee, How then shall he himself who is within thyself be manifest for thee by means of outer eyes? But if thou wouldest see him, bethink thee of the sun, bethink thee of moon's course, bethink thee of the order of the stars. Who is the one who watcheth over that order? For every order hath its boundaries marked out by place and number. The sun's the greatest god of gods in heaven, to whom all of the heavenly gods give place as unto king and master. And he, this so great one, he greater than the earth and sea, endures to have above him circling smaller stars than him. Out of respect to whom, or out of fear of whom, my son, doth he do this? Nor like nor equal is the course each of these stars describes in heaven. Who then is he who marketh out the manner of their course and its extent? The bear up there that turneth round itself, and carries round the whole cosmos with it. Who is the owner of this instrument? He who hath set round the sea its bounds, he who hath set on its seat the earth? For, Tat, there is something who is the maker and the Lord of all these things. It could not be that number, place, and measure could be kept without someone to make them. No order whatsoever could be made by that which lacketh place and lacketh measure. Nay, even this is not without a Lord, my son. For if the orderless lacks something, in that it is not Lord of order's path, it also is beneath a Lord, the one who hath not yet ordained it order. Would it were possible for thee to get thee wings, and soar into the air, and poised midway between earth and heaven, behold the earth's solidity, the sea's fluidity, the flowing of its streams, the spaciousness of air, fire's swiftness, and the coursing of the stars, the swiftness of heaven's circuit round them all. Most blessed sight were it, my son, to see all these beneath one sway, the motionless in motion, and the unmanifest made manifest, whereby is made this order of the cosmos, and the cosmos which we see of order. If thou wouldest see him, too, through things that suffer death, both on the earth and in the deep, think of a man's being fashioned in the womb, my son, and strictly scrutinize the art of him who fashions him, and learn who fashioneth this fair and godly image of the man. Who then is he who traceth out the circles of the eyes? Who he who boreth out the nostrils and the ears? Who he who openeth the portal of the mouth? Who he who doth stretch out and tie the nerves? Who he who channels out the veins? Who he who hardeneth the bones? Who he who covereth the flesh with skin? Who he who separates the fingers and the joints? Who he who widens out a treading for the feet? Who he who diggeth out the ducts? Who he who spreadeth out the spleen? Who he who shapeth heart like to a pyramid? Who he who setteth ribs together? Who he who wideneth the liver out? Who he who maketh lungs like to a sponge? Who he who maketh belly stretch so much? Who he who doth make prominent the parts most honorable, so that they may be seen, while hiding out of sight those of least honor? Behold, how many arts employed on one material, how many labors on one single sketch, and all exceeding fair, and all in perfect measure, yet all diversified. Who made them all? What mother or what sire, save God alone, unmanifest, who hath made all things by his will? And no one saith a statue or a picture comes to be without a sculptor or without a painter. Doth then such workmanship as this exist without a worker? What depth of blindness, what deep impiety, what depth of ignorance! See then thou never, son Tat, deprivest works of worker. Nay, rather is he greater than all names, so great is he, the Father of them all. For verily he is the only one, and this his work, to be a father. So if thou forcest me somewhat too bold to speak, his being is conceiving of all things and making them. And as without its maker it is impossible that anything should be, so ever is he not, unless he ever makes all things, in heaven, in air, in earth, in deep, in all of cosmos, in every part that is, and that is not of everything. For there is naught in all the world that is not he. He is himself, both things that are and things that are not, The things that are, he hath made manifest. He keepeth things that are not in himself. He is the God beyond all name. He is the unmanifest. He the most manifest. He whom the mind alone can contemplate. He visible unto the eyes as well. He is the one of no body, the one of many bodies. Nay, rather he of every body. Naught is there which he is not, for all are he, and he is all. And for this cause hath he all names, in that they are one Father's. And for this cause hath he himself no name, in that he is Father of them all. Who, then, may sing thee praise of thee, or praise to thee? Whither, again, am I to turn my eyes to sing thy praise? Above, below, within, without? There is no way, no place is there about thee, nor any other thing of things that are. All are in thee, all are from thee, O thou who givest all and takest naught, for thou hast all, and naught is there thou hast not. And when, O Father, shall I hymn thee? For none can seize thy hour or time. For what again shall I sing hymn? For things that thou hast made, or things thou hast not? For things thou hast made manifest, or things thou hast concealed? How, further, shall I hymn thee, as being of myself, as having something of mine own, as being other? For that thou art whatever I may be, thou art whatever I may do, thou art whatever I may speak. For thou art all, and there is nothing else which thou art not. Thou art all that which doth exist, and thou art what doth not exist. Mind, when thou thinkest, and Father, when thou makest, and God, when thou dost energize, and good, and maker of all things. For that the subtler part of matter is the air, of air the soul, of soul the mind, and of mind God. Commentary. The title. The redactor of our corpus must have taken this sermon from some collection of those to Tet, for it begins thus. One other sermon, at least, then, must have preceded it, but whether it was our Corpus Hermeticum, the cup, or the lost Corpus Hermeticum, the general sermon, it is impossible to say. The sermon bears no title proper, and the enunciation of the subject, which stands in its place, is derived from the second sentence of the treatise itself, and has plainly been superscribed by some later Byzantine editor. Maya. The opening paragraphs of this fine tractate are very difficult to render into English in any way that can preserve these subtle shades of the meaning of the Greek. As this subtle wordplay has been entirely missed by all previous translators, I have made a rough attempt to preserve it by using the somewhat clumsy term manifest. The wordplay in Greek may be seen from the following list of the original terms taken in the order of their occurrence. These all occur in Part 1 and the first 2 lines of Part 2. I have translated this by thinking manifest, seeing that it is the power by which an object is made apparent or manifest. The doctrine is the same as that of the Vedanta philosophy, the Maya of the Vedanta Vedans. Maya is generally translated illusion, but this is not a good equivalent, for it comes from the root ma, to make or measure. The Logos is called in the Vedanta Mayan, the masculine form, the maker, measurer, or creator, and his power, or Shakti, is Maya, feminine. It is the power of the divine thought, and so far from being illusion in any ordinary sense of the word, is very real for us, and is only non-real as compared to the Logos himself, the one reality in the highest philosophical sense of the term. The idea is magnificently summed up for us in a Logos of Phosilympes, quoted by the redactor of the Untitled Apocalypse of the Codex Brucianus, which runs as follows. Through him is that which really is, and that which really is not, through which the hidden which really is, and the manifest which really is not exists. Also, compare Hippolytus's summary of the Simonian Gnosis. Of this twofold nature he calls the one side the hidden, and the other the manifest, saying that the concealed parts of the fire are hidden in the manifest, and the manifest produced by the concealed. and the manifest side of the fire has all things in itself which a man can perceive of things visible, or which he unconsciously fails to perceive, whereas the hidden side is everything that we can conceive as intelligible, or which a man fails to conceive. The Lord begrudgeth not himself to anything. Compare this with the Corpus Hermeticum. Not that he grudgeth any, for grudging cometh not from him. And compare both with the saying of Plato in the Timaeus. He was good, and to the good there can never at any time be any grudging of aught. The higher pantheism or panmonism. With the soul-satisfying pantheism of Part 10, we may with interest compare the address to the Logos in the martyrdom of Peter, which still retains many Gnostic elements. Thou that art to be understood by spirit alone. Thou art my father, thou my mother, thou my brother, thou my friend, thou my servant, thou my master. Thou art the all, and all is in thee. Yea, all that is thou, and there is nothing else that is but thee alone. Hymn to All God. The treatise ends with one of the most magnificent hymns to God ever written in any language, a hymn which some foolish copyist has spoilt by tagging onto it the gloss of a reader noted on the margin of the manuscript, from which our scribe copied. With the sentence, "All are in thee, all are from thee," compare the Nicene hymn, quoted in Hippolytus's introduction in the Myth of Man. From thee is Father, and through thee Mother, the two immortal names, parents of aeons, O thou who hast the heaven for thy city, O man of mighty names. 7. In God alone is good, and elsewhere nowhere. Good, O Asclepius, is in none else save God alone. Nay, rather, good is God himself eternally. If it be so, good must be essence, from every kind of motion and becoming free, though naught is free from it, possessed of stable energy around itself, never too little nor too much, and ever full supply. Though one, yet is its source of all, for what supplieth all is good. When I, moreover, say supplieth altogether all, it is forever good. But this belongs to no one else save God alone. For he stands not in need of anything, so that, desiring it, he should be bad. Nor can a single thing of things that are be lost to him, on losing which he should be pained, for pain is part of bad. Nor is there aught superior to him, that he should be subdued by it, nor any peer to him to do him wrong, or so that he should fall in love on its account, nor aught that gives no ear to him, whereat he should grow angry, nor wiser aught for him to envy. Now as all these are non-existent in his being, what is there left but good alone? For just as naught of bad is to be found in such a transcendent being, so too in no one of the rest will good be found. For in them all are all the other things, both in the little and the great, both in each severally and in this living one that's greater than them all and mightiest of them. For things subject to birth abound in passions, birth in itself being passible. But where there's passion, nowhere is there good, and where is good, nowhere a single passion. For where is day, nowhere is night, and where is night, day is nowhere. Wherefore in Genesis the good can never be, but only be in the ingenerate. But seeing that the sharing in all things hath been bestowed on matter, so doth it share in good. In this way is the cosmos good, that, in so far as it doth make all things, as far as making goes, it's good, but in all other things it is not good. For it's both passible and subject unto motion, and maker of things passible. Whereas in man, by greater or by less of bad, is good determined. For what is not too bad down here is good, and good down here is the least part of bad. It cannot, therefore, be that good down here should be quite clean of bad, for down here good is fouled with bad, and being fouled, it stays no longer good, and staying not, it changes into bad. In God alone is therefore good, or rather, good is God himself. So then, Asclepius, the name alone of good is found in men, the thing itself nowhere in them, for this can never be. For no material body doth contain it, a thing bound on all sides by bad, by labors, pains, desires, and passions, by error, and by foolish thoughts. And greatest ill of all, Asclepius, is that each of these things that have been said above is thought down here to be the greatest good. And what is still an even greater ill is belly lust, the error that doth lead the band of all the other ills, the thing that makes us turn down here from good. And I, for my own part, give thanks to God that he hath cast it in my mind about the gnosis of the good, that it can never be, it should be in the world. For that the world is fullness of the bad, but God of good, and good of God. The excellencies of the beautiful are round the very essence of the good. Nay, they do seem too pure, too unalloyed. Perchance 'tis they that are themselves its essences. For one may dare to say, Asclepius, if essence sooth he have, God's essence is the beautiful. The beautiful is further also good. There is no good that can be got from objects in the world, for all the things that fall beneath the eye are image things and pictures as it were, while those that do not meet the eye are the realities, especially the essence of the beautiful and good. Just as the eye cannot see God, so can it not behold the beautiful and good, for that they are integral parts of God, wedded to him alone, inseparate familiars, most beloved, with whom God is himself in love, or they with God. If thou canst God conceive, thou shalt conceive the beautiful and good, transcending light, made lighter than the light by God. That beauty is beyond compare, inimitate that good, even as God is himself. As then thou dost conceive of God, conceive the beautiful and good, for they cannot be joined with aught of other things that live, since they can never be divorced from God. Seekest thou for God, thou seekest for the beautiful. One is the path that leadeth unto it, devotion joined with gnosis. And thus it is that they who do not know and do not tread devotion's path do dare to call man beautiful and good, though he have never even in his visions seen a whit that's good, but is enwrapped with every kind of bad, and thinks the bad is good, and thus doth make unceasing use of it, and even feareth that it should be taken from him, so straining every nerve not only to preserve, but even to increase it. Such are the things that men call good and beautiful, Asclepius, things which we cannot flee or hate, for hardest thing of all is that we've need of them and cannot live without them. Commentary. The title. This sermon, which bears no proper title but has been headed by some editor with the enunciation of the subject taken from the opening sentence of the treatise itself, belongs to the Asclepius group. Reitzenstein thinks that this tractate and the previous Asclepius dialogue in the Corpus Hermeticum may very well have formed part of the same collection of Asclepiana. Dualism. The teaching of our sermon is apparently dualistic, but is it not only formally so, and as an exercise to raise the thought of the pupil away from the things he has grown used to? For at the end Hermes declares, "Such are the things that men call good and beautiful, Asclepius, things which we cannot flee or hate, for the hardest thing of all is that we've need of them and cannot live without them." This is a clear advance on the formal Tat teaching as to hating the body given in Corpus Hermeticum, and points clearly to an instruction in which the cosmos was not regarded as the pleroma of bad, in spite of the formal and emphatic statement. Moreover, if we turn to Corpus Hermeticum, another treatise of Hermes to Asclepius, and curiously enough having a superscription, almost the same proposition as heads our present treatise, we read, "Bad's place is earth, and not the world, as some will sometimes say with impious tongue." Here we have a formal denial in an Asclepius tractate of the formal proposition in our Asclepius sermon. The cosmos is not evil, it is the beautiful world order. Evil is a thing connected with the earth. There is no such thing as a pleroma of evil. Evil has at best only a place. They who say such things blaspheme. This is strong language, and there seems no other conclusion to be drawn from it, but that there were various schools within the Trismegistic tradition, and that they wrangled theologically together. Is it, however, possible that the Hermes of our treatise is only speaking metaphorically, so that he may intensify the ideal of the good, and that he was subsequently taken as speaking literally? For he must have known that the cosmos was regarded as the Son of God par excellence, the fairest and best beloved of all, God's very image. On the other hand, we know that in the Trismegistic doctrine, the cosmic man was opposed to the essential man, that, in fact, the term cosmic was used in the nomenclature of the time in a theological as well as in a philosophical sense. This was especially the case in Christianity. Many instances could be cited from the New Testament documents, and we have also a striking example of the use of cosmos in this sense in the second logion of the first Oxyrhynchus fragment. Jesus saith, "Except ye fast to the world, ye shall in no wise find the kingdom of God." As, moreover, we nowhere else find mention of a pleroma of evil, we may permissibly conclude that it is here not intended to be taken literally, but only as a metaphorical expression. God, the pleroma of good. God is the pleroma of good, and good is the pleroma of God. And so, speaking of the triumphant Christ as the cosmic Logos, Paul writes, "And him hath he, God, given as head over all things unto the church, which is his body, the fullness, pleroma of him who doth fulfill all things in all." The thought atmosphere in which the idea of the church as the pleroma arose may be sampled from Philo. And thus the soul becoming a pleroma of virtues by means of the three best blessings, nature, instruction, or methesis, and practice, ascesis, leaving no vacant spot in her for entrance of aught else, brings unto birth a perfect number, her two hexads of sons, a miniature and copy of the circle of the types of life, for the improvement of the things down here. This is the house that naught can harm, the perfect and continual in the public scriptures, and also in the secret meanings of the mystic ones, the house that won the prize, as I have said, of lordship over the tribes of its own race. It was thus from this house in course of time, as it increased and became populous, that well-regulated cities were established, yea, disciplines of wisdom and of righteousness and holiness, in which the transmutation of the rest of virtue was sought out in manner worthy of so high a work. In the Trismegistic tradition, however, the idea is simpler, as we learn from the definitions of Asclepius in the Corpus Hermeticum. For that the fullness of all things is one, and is in one, this latter one not coming as a second one, but both being one. For should one try to separate what seems to be both all and one and same from one, he will be found to take his epithet of all from the idea of multitude and not from that of fullness or pleroma, which is impossible, for if he put all for the one, he will destroy the all. Nevertheless, the pleroma of life is more especially the cosmos as the Son of God, that is, as the Logos. Thus in Corpus Hermeticum we read, "Matter is one, and the world order, or cosmos, as a whole, the mighty God and image of the mightier one, both with him unified and the conserver of the will and order of the Father, is life's fullness, or pleroma. How then, O Son, could there be in the God, the image of the Father, the plenitude, or pleroma of life, dead things?" And again in Corpus Hermeticum, "For cosmos, being a most wise breath, bestows their qualities on bodies together with the one pleroma, that of life." This pleroma of God is the good and beautiful. The path to this true good is one of balance, for it is the way of devotion united unto gnosis. In Sanskrit terms, the bhakti marga and the jnana marga combined. Finally, we learn, though inferentially, that things are not bad in themselves. The evil is that men are content with the little goods they have and cling desperately to those, in ignorance of the greater blessings to which they could attain, did they but open their spiritual eyes for the true vision of the good. For even the psychic visions of the soul, in spite of their beauty, give man no hint of that most blessed sight of all. 8. The greatest ill among men is ignorance of God. Whither stumble ye, sots, who have supped up the wine of ignorance unmixed, and can so far not carry it that ye already even spew it forth? Stay ye, be sober, gaze upwards with the true eyes of the heart, and if ye cannot all, yet ye at least who can. For that the ill of ignorance doth pour over all the earth and overwhelm the soul that's battened down within the body, preventing it from fetching port within salvation's harbors. Be then not carried off by the fierce flood, but using the shore current, ye who can, make for salvation's port, and, harboring there, seek ye for one to take you by the hand and lead you unto Gnosis's gates, where shines clear light, of every darkness clean, where not a single soul is drunk, but sober all they gaze, with their heart's eyes on him who willeth to be seen. No ear can hear him, nor can eye see him, nor tongue speak of him, but only mind and heart. But first thou must tear off from thee the cloak which thou dost wear, the web of ignorance, the ground of bad, corruption's chain, the carapace of darkness, the living death, sensation's corpse, the tomb thou carriest with thee, the robber in thy house, who through the things he loveth hateth thee, and through the things he hateth bears thee malice. Such is the hateful cloak thou wearest, that throttles thee and holds thee down to it, in order that thou mayest not gaze above, and, having seen the beauty of the truth, and good that dwells therein, detest the bad of it, having found out the plot that it hath schemed against thee, by making void of sense those seeming things which men think senses. For that it hath with mass of matter blocked them up, and crammed them, full of loathsome lust, so that thou mayest not hear about the things that thou shouldest hear, nor see the things that thou shouldest see. Commentary. A preaching. There is little to be said about this powerful appeal to cease from the drunkenness of physical sensations and to awaken to the light. Reitzenstein calls it a prophetin predit, and says that nowhere in the manuscripts is it ascribed to Hermes, by which he can only mean that it bears no other superscription than the descriptive sentence which heads it. The style and spirit reminds us not so much of Corpus Hermeticum, as Reitzenstein suggests, as of the interpolated or superadded passages in the Poimander treatise. O ye people, earth-born folk, ye who have given yourselves to drunkenness, and sleep, and ignorance, be sober now, cease from your surfeit, cease to be glamoured by irrational sleep. Did this sentence give rise to our little sermon, or is the sentence a summary of the preaching, or do both sentence and sermon come from a common stock? The probable completion of an Oxyrhynchus Logion. The last hypothesis seems to be the most satisfactory choice, and we may compare what would appear to be a familiar figure of speech among such communities within Logion 3 of the first Oxyrhynchus fragment. Jesus saith, I stood in the midst of the world, and in the flesh did I appear unto them, and I found all men drunken, and none found I athirst among them, and my soul grieveth over the souls of men, because they are blind in their heart, and see not. Can we fill up the missing word from our sermon? But sober all, they gaze with their heart's eyes on him who willeth to be seen. The missing word seems, therefore, to be God. The gospel that is preached is the beauty of the gnosis, the beauty of the truth and good that dwells therein, just as in Corpus Hermeticum. and I began to preach to men the beauty of devotion and of the gnosis. The tempest tossed on the sea of ignorance are to make for the harbor of salvation, evidently some great organization devoted to the holy life. Therein they must seek for one who knows, who can take them by the hand and lead them unto the gates of the gnosis. This suggests that the organization consisted of a general body, within which were grades of instruction. The many were striving for illumination. Some few had reached it. 9. That no one of existing things doth perish, but men in error speak of their changes as destructions and as deaths. Of Hermes to Tat. Concerning soul and body, son, we now must speak. In what way soul is deathless, and whence comes the activity in composing and dissolving body. For there's no death for aught of things that are. The thought this word conveys is either void of fact, or simply, by the knocking off a syllable, what is called death, doth stand for deathless. For death is of destruction, and nothing in the cosmos is destroyed. For if cosmos is second God, a life that cannot die, it cannot be that any part of this immortal life should die. All things in cosmos are parts of cosmos, and most of all is man, the rational animal. For truly, first of all, eternal and transcending birth is God, the universal's maker. Second is he after his image, cosmos, brought into being by him, sustained and fed by him, made deathless as by his own sire, living for aye as ever free from death. Now that which ever liveth differs from the eternal, for he hath not been brought to being by another, and even if he have been brought to being, he hath not been brought into being by himself, but ever is brought into being. For the eternal, in that it is eternal, is the all. The Father is himself eternal of himself, but cosmos hath become eternal and immortal by the Father. And of the matter stored beneath it, the Father made of it a universal body, and packing it together made it spherical, wrapping it round the life, a sphere which is immortal in itself, and that doth make materiality eternal. But he, the Father, fulfilled with his ideas, did sow the lives into the sphere, and shut them in as in a cave, willing to order forth the life with every kind of living. So he, with deathlessness, enclosed the universal body, that matter might not wish to separate itself from body's composition, and so dissolve into its own original unorder. For matter, son, when it was yet incorporate, was in unorder, and it doth still retain down here this nature of unorder, enveloping the rest of the small lives, that increase and decrease, which men call death. It is round earthly lives that this unorder doth exist, for that the bodies of the heavenly ones preserve one order allotted to them from the Father as their rule, and it is by the restoration of each one of them this order is preserved indissolute. The restoration, then, of bodies on the earth is thus their composition, whereas their dissolution restores them to those bodies which can never be dissolved, that is to say, which know no death. Privation, thus, of sense is brought about, not loss of bodies. Now the third life, man after the image of the cosmos made, and having mind after the Father's will beyond all earthly lives, not only doth have feeling with the second God, but also hath conception of the first. For of the one 'tis sensible as of a body, while of the other it conceives as bodiless, and the good mind. Doth then this life not perish? Hush, son, and understand what God, what cosmos is, what is a life that cannot die, and what a life subject to dissolution. Yea, understand the cosmos is by God and in God, but man by cosmos and in cosmos, the source and limit and the constitution of all things, is God. Commentary. The cosmos as second God. The superscription enunciates the nature of the treatise. It is evidently taken from the Dialogues to Tat, and originally formed part of some general dissertation or of a collection of dissertations. It formed part of an instruction in which the cosmos was treated of as second God, as we find it also in Philo. But just as Philo guards against any idea of duality, so does our treatise when it ends with the words, "The source and limit and the constitution of all things is God." The great body of the cosmos, the sphere or perfect form, the root of all forms, seems to be bounded by the idea of the aeon, or eternity, or deathlessness. It is, as it were, the cave or womb of all things in Genesis, centered in the pleroma of ideas, the intelligible cosmos, which is fulfilled with the ideas of God. The law of apokatastasis. The eternal order and life of cosmos is preserved by the law of apokatastasis, or restoration, the law of ever-becoming and cyclic renewal, the making new again, of Corpus Hermeticum. There is no question of loss of body. This is an illusion. There is a privation of sense, a going into latency of some particular phase of consciousness. There are then great lives: God, cosmos, man. Cosmos is made in the image of God, man in the image of cosmos. Therefore has man sense and mind. By the former he is in sympathy with the cosmos. As body, by the latter, he is conscious of God as mind. That is the bodiless. Or, as we might phrase it, by sense man knows the sensible cosmos, by mind the intelligible cosmos, the good mind. For God is source and limit and the constitution of all things, the cosmos, both intelligible and sensible included. 10. On thought and sense, that the beautiful and good is in God only, and elsewhere nowhere. I gave the perfect sermon, or logos, yesterday, Asclepius. Today I think it right, as sequel thereunto, to go through point by point the sermon about sense. Now sense and thought do seem to differ, in that the former has to do with matter, the latter has to do with substance, but unto me both seem to be at one, and not to differ. In men, I mean. In other lives, sense is at one with nature, but in men, thought. Now mind doth differ just as much from thought as God doth from divinity, for that divinity by God doth come to be, and by mind thought, the sister word, logos, and instruments of one another. For neither doth the word, or logos, find utterance without thought, nor is thought manifested without word. So sense and thought both flow together into man, as though they were entwined with one another, for neither without sensing can one think, nor without thinking sense. But it is possible, they say, to think a thing apart from sense, as those who fancy sights in dreams. But unto me it seems that both of these activities occur in dream sight, and sense doth pass out of the sleeping to the waking state. For man is separated into soul and body, and only when the two sides of his sense agree together does utterance of its thought conceived by mind take place. For it is mind that doth conceive all thoughts, good thoughts, when it receives the seeds from God, their contraries, when it receiveth them from one of the daemonials, no part of cosmos being free of daemon, who stealthily doth creep into the daemon who's illumined by God's light, and sow in him the seed of its own energy. And mind conceives the seed thus sown, adultery, murder, parricide, and sacrilege, impiety and strangling, casting down precipices, and all such other deeds as are the work of evil daemons. The seeds of God, 'tis true, are few, but vast and fair and good. Virtue and self-control, devotion. Devotion is God gnosis, and he who knoweth God, being filled with all good things, thinks godly thoughts, and not thoughts like the many think. For this cause, they who Gnostic are, please not the many, nor the many them. They are thought mad and laughed at, they are hated and despised, and sometimes even put to death. For we did say that bad must needs dwell here on earth, where 'tis in its own place. Its place is earth, and not cosmos, as some will sometimes say with impious tongue. But he who is a devotee of God will bear with all, once he has sensed the gnosis. For such an one all things, even though they be for others bad, are for him good. Deliberately he doth refer them all unto the gnosis. And, thing most marvelous, 'tis he alone who maketh bad things good. But I return once more to the discourse, or logos, on sense. That sense doth share with thought in man, doth constitute him man. But 'tis not every man, as I have said, who benefits by thought. For this man is material, that other one substantial. For the material man, as I have said, consorting with the bad, doth have his seed of thought from daemons, while the substantial men consorting with the good are saved by God. Now God is maker of all things, and in his making he maketh all, at last, like to himself. But they, while their becoming good by exercise of their activity, are unproductive things. It is the working of the cosmic course that maketh their becomings what they are, befollowing some of them with bad and others of them making clean with good. For cosmos too, Asclepius, possesseth sense and thought peculiar to itself, not like to that of man. 'Tis not so manifold, but as it were a better and a simpler one. The single sense and thought of cosmos is to make all things, and make them back into itself again, as organ of the will of God, so organized that it, receiving all the seeds into itself from God, and keeping them within itself, may make all manifest, and then dissolving them, make them all new again. And thus, like a good gardener of life, things that have been dissolved it taketh to itself, and giveth them renewal once again. There is no thing to which it gives not life, but taking all unto itself it makes them live, and is at the same time the place of life, and its creator. Now bodies matter made are in diversity. Some are of earth, of water some are of air, and some of fire. But they are all composed. Some are more composite, and some are simpler. The heavier ones are more composed, the lighter less so. It is the speed of cosmos's course that works the manifoldness of the kinds of births. For being a most swift breath, it doth bestow their qualities on bodies together with the one pleroma, that of life. God, then, is sire of cosmos, cosmos of all in cosmos, and cosmos is God's son, but things in cosmos are by cosmos. And properly hath it been called cosmos order, for that it orders all with their diversity of birth, with its not leaving aught without its life, the unweariedness of its activity, the speed of its necessity, the composition of its elements, and order of its creatures. The same, then, of necessity and of propriety should have the name of order. The sense and thought, then, of all lives doth come into them from without, inbreathed by what contains them all, whereas cosmos receives them once for all together with its coming into being, and keeps them as a gift from God. But God is not, as some suppose, beyond the reach of sense and thought. It is through superstition men thus impiously speak. For all the things that are, Asclepius, all are in God, are brought by God to be, and do depend on him. Both things that act through bodies, and things that through soul substance make other things to move, and things that make things live, by means of spirit, and things that take unto themselves the things that are worn out. And rightly so. Nay, I would rather say, he doth not have these things, but I speak forth the truth. He is them all himself. He doth not get them from without, but gives them out from him. This is God's sense and thought ever to move all things, and never time shall be when even a whit of things that are shall cease. And when I say a whit of things that are, I mean a whit of God. For things that are God hath, nor aught is there without him, nor is he without aught. These things should seem to thee, Asclepius, if thou dost understand them, true, but if thou dost not understand, things not to be believed. To understand is to believe, to not believe is not to understand. My word, or logos, doth go before thee to the truth, but mighty is the mind, and when it hath been led by word up to a certain point, it hath the power to come before thee to the truth. And having thought over all these things, and found them consonant with those which have already been translated by the reason, it hath even now believed, and found its rest in that fair faith. To those, then, who by God's good aid do understand the things that have been said by us above, they're credible, but unto those who understand them not, incredible. Let so much, then, suffice on thought and sense. Commentary. Title and ordering. This treatise bears a double title, On Thought and Sense, and That the Beautiful and Good is in God Only. The former heading is clearly taken from the concluding words, Let so much then suffice on thought and sense, whereas the introductory sentence speaks of the sermon on sense only. The latter heading seems to be a thoughtless repetition of the title of Corpus Hermeticum, section 4. The opening words, I gave the perfect sermon yesterday, Asclepius, inform us not only that we have to do with an Asclepius dialogue, but also that our sermon followed directly on the perfect sermon, a Latin version of which has fortunately been preserved to us. It is therefore of very great interest to find that Lactantius, in quoting a sentence from our treatise, Devotion is God Gnosis, continues with the words, Asclepius, his hearer, has also explained the same idea at greater length in the perfect sermon. Lactantius had, therefore, a collection before him in which these two sermons stood in close connection. Reitzenstein thinks that our sermon must be an extract from a longer one, because he cannot bring himself to believe that so short a treatise could have been found in immediate connection, as the opening words suggest, with so lengthy and detailed a tractate as the perfect sermon. This may be so, and yet the formal beginning and ending of our sermon would seem to suggest that we are dealing with a complete tractate and not with an extract. Sense and thought. The doctrine that in men sense and thought together constitutes human sense throws some light on the meaning of the term sense as used elsewhere in the Trismegistic literature, where we should expect to find mind employed, and that too in the sense of the higher mind. Normal human thought, then, is, so to say, sensible, entirely bound up in sense impressions. It is the mind alone that can soar beyond the senses, for it alone can be illumined by God's light. The mind is, as it were, a womb or woman that can be impregnated either by the seeds of God or by the daemonial energy. She thus conceives and brings forth virtues or vices. All of this is precisely the same doctrine as Philo preaches, as may be seen by the passages we have quoted in the Prolegomena on the subject of the sacred marriage. Those in Gnosis. The seeds of God are virtue and self-control and devotion or piety, and devotion in its true sense is God Gnosis, or knowledge of God. The Gnostics, then, they who are in Gnosis, a curious expression because of their natural divorcement from the world, please not the many, nor the many them. They are thought mad and laughed at, they're hated and despised, and sometimes even put to death. Mark the impersonal note, the calm laying down of the causes of misunderstanding between the many and the few, and compare this with the more personal note of the saying underlying the following synoptic accommodations. Blessed are ye when men hate you, and excommunicate you, and revile and expel your name as evil, for the Son of Man's sake. Luke. Blessed are ye when men revile you, and persecute you, and say all evil against you, lying, for my sake. Matthew. It is clear, at least it seems to me, that Luke has kept closer to the original, and that the original was addressed not only to the members of a community, but to those who had been cast forth from some other community, for the sake of the Son of Man, that is, because of the immediate inspiration of the Logos, which doubtless did not pay sufficient attention to the prejudices of the many of that community. Matthew, on the contrary, seems to have adapted the saying for general purposes and the necessities of the cult of Jesus. The true Gnostic. Excellent also is the doctrine that the true Gnostic, the man who is consciously growing into the stature of the Christ, the true devotee of God, will bear withal, for he is beginning to know the reason of things. For such an one all things, even though they be for others bad, are for him good. Deliberately he doth refer them all unto the Gnosis. He sees the good, he sees God in all things. He is the true alchemist. For thing most marvelous, 'tis he alone who maketh bad things good. By spiritual alchemy, he transmutes the evil of the world to good. He drains the cup of bitterness unto the dregs and transmutes it into the pure water of life. In every man, then, there are two men, the material or hylic and the substantial or spiritual. Evil, however, is not a permanent thing. It is but the process of becoming good, the productive side of things. The goal of the Gnosis. It is difficult to bring out the delicacy of the wording of the original in translation. First, God's ultimate intention is stated to be the making of all things like unto himself. The world process is to be ultimately consummated in the great sameness of union with him. But meantime, while this making, creating or becoming or transformation is going on, the imperfections cannot produce, that is, become creators in their turn. They are unproductive. That which is the instrument or organ of God's making is the cosmic course. We are finally told that the differences of bodies are conditioned by the speed of this cosmic course. Therefore, the opposite poles, other and same, are both ultimately referable to cosmos, the likeness of God. The end to be achieved is to develop the sense and thought of the cosmos, the one sense, not manifold, but simple. This is the deliberate working with the will of God, the cosmic will, the perpetual renewing of all things. The cosmos, then, as the logos of God, is the good gardener of life. It is both the place of life and its creator. That is to say, both female and male, both mother and father. The possibility of knowing God. But the cosmos is not apart from God, nor even in God. God does not have cosmos as a possession, but is cosmos and all therein. Cosmos is son of God, his very self. Therefore we can learn to know somewhat of the nature of God by sense and thought, for God is not, as some suppose, beyond the reach of sense and thought. That is, God does not entirely transcend sense and thought, for God is all things. As some suppose, doubtless, refers again to the blasphemers, that is, the apparent dualistic doctrine set forth in Corpus Hermeticum 4. And so finally we learn that faith, in the true sense, is a certitude of the mind, or of true manhood. To understand is to believe. Gnosis, and not belief, is the fair faith. Compare this with the perfect sermon. The reason for a thesis such as this, O my Asclepius, I would that thou shouldest grasp, not only with the keen attention of thy soul, but also with its living power as well. For 'tis a reason that most men cannot believe. The perfect and the true are to be grasped by the more holy minds. 11. The key of thrice-greatest Hermes. My yesterday's discourse, or logos, I did devote to thee, Asclepius, and so 'tis only right I should devote today's to Tat, and this the more because 'tis the abridgment of the general sermons, or logoi, which he has had addressed to him. God, Father, and the good, then, Tat, hath the same nature, or more exactly, energy, for nature is a predicate of growth, and used of things that change, both mobile and immobile, that is to say, both human and divine, each one of which he willeth into being. But energy consists in something else, as we have shown in treating of the rest, both things divine and human things, which thing we ought to have in mind when treating of the good. God's energy is then his will. Further, his essence is to will the being of all things. For what is God and Father and the good, but the to be of all that are not yet? Nay, subsistence self of everything that is. This, then, is God, this Father, this the good. To him is added naught of all the rest. And though the cosmos, that is to say the sun, is also sire himself to them that share in him, yet so far is he not the cause of good unto the lives, he is not even of their living. So that even if he be a sire, he is entirely so by the compulsion of the good's good will, apart from which nor being nor becoming could ever be. Again, the parent is the children's cause, both on the father's and the mother's side. Only by sharing in the good's desire, that doth pour through the sun. It is the good which doeth the creating. And such a power can be possessed by no one else than him alone, who taketh not, but wills all things to be. I will not, say makes. For that the maker is defective for long periods, in which he sometimes makes, and sometimes doth not make, both in the quality and in the quantity of what he makes, in that he sometimes maketh them so many and such like, and sometimes the reverse. But God and Father in the good is cause for all to be. So are at least these things for who can see. For it doth will to be, and it is both itself, and most of all by reason of itself. Indeed, all other things beside are just because of it, for the distinctive feature of the good is that it should be known. Such is the good, O Tat. Thou hast, O Father, filled us so full of this good and fairest sight, that thereby my mind's eye hath now become for me almost a thing to worship. For that the vision of the good doth not, like the sun's beam, fire like blaze on the eyes and make them close. Nay, on the contrary, it shineth forth and maketh to increase the seeing of the eye, as far as ever a man hath the capacity to hold the inflow of the radiance that the mind alone can see. Not only does it come more swiftly down to us, but it does us no harm, and is an instinct with all immortal life. They who are able to drink in a somewhat more than others of this sight, oft times from out the body fall asleep into this fairest spectacle, as was the case with Uranus and Cronus, our forebears. May this be our lot too, O Father mine. Yea, may it be, my son. But as it is, we are not yet strung to the vision, and not as yet have we the power our mind's eye to unfold and gaze upon the beauty of the good, beauty that naught can ever corrupt or any comprehend. For only then wilt thou upon it gaze when thou canst say no word concerning it, for gnosis of the good is holy silence, and a giving holiday to every sense. For neither can he who perceiveth perceive aught else, nor he who gazeth on it gaze on aught else, nor hear aught else, nor stir his body any way. Staying his body's every sense and every motion, he stayeth still. And shining then all round his mind, it shines through his whole soul, and draws it out of body, transforming all of him to essence. For it is possible, my son, that a man's soul should be made like to God, even while it still is in a body, if it doth contemplate the beauty of the good. Made like to God, what dost thou, Father, mean? Of every soul apart are transformations, son. What meanest thou, apart? Didst thou not, in the general sermons, hear that from one soul, the all-soul, come all these souls which are made to revolve in all the cosmos, as though divided off? Of these souls, then, it is that there are many changes, some to a happier lot, and some to just the contrary of this. Thus, some that were once creeping things change into things that in the water dwell. The souls of water things change to earth dwellers. Those that live on the earth change into things with wings, and souls that live in the air change into men, while human souls reach the first step of deathlessness, changed into daemons. And so they circle to the choir of the inerrant gods. For of the gods there are two choirs, the one inerrant and the other errant. And this is the most perfect glory of the soul. But if a soul on entering in the body of a man persisteth in its vice, it neither tasteth deathlessness nor shareth in the good. But speeding back again it turns into the path that leads to creeping things. This is the sentence of the vicious soul. And the soul's vice is ignorance, for that the soul who hath no knowledge of the things that are, or knowledge of their nature, or of good, is blinded by the body's passions, and tossed about. This wretched soul, not knowing what she is, becomes the slave of bodies of strange form in sorry plight, bearing the body as a load, not as the ruler, but the ruled. This ignorance is the soul's vice. But on the other hand, the virtue of the soul is gnosis, for he who knows, he good and pious is, and still, while on the earth, divine. But who is such an one, O Father of mine? He who doth not say much or lend his ear to much, for he who spendeth time in arguing and hearing arguments doth shadow fight. For God the Father and the good is not to be obtained by speech or hearing. And yet, though this is so, there are in all the beings senses, in that they cannot without senses be. But gnosis is far different from sense, for sense is brought about by that which hath the mastery over us, while gnosis is the end of science, and science is God's gift. All science is incorporeal, the instrument it uses being the mind, just as the mind employs the body. Both then come into bodies, I mean both things that are cognizable by mind alone, and things material, for all things must consist out of antithesis and contrariety, and this can otherwise not be. Who then is this material God of whom thou speakest? Cosmos is beautiful, but is not good, for that it is material and freely passable, and though it is the first of all things passable, yet is it in the second rank of being, and wanting in itself. And though it never hath itself its birth in time, but ever is, yet is its being in becoming, becoming for all time the genesis of qualities and quantities, for it is mobile, and all material motions genesis. It is intelligible rest that moves material motion in this way, since cosmos is a sphere, that is to say, a head, and naught of head above's material, as naught of feet below's intelligible, but all material. And head itself moved in a sphere-like way, that is to say, as head should move, is mind. All then that are united to the tissue of this head, in which is soul, are in their nature free from death, just as when body hath been made in soul are things that have more soul than body, whereas those things which are at greater distance from this tissue, there, where are things which have a greater share of body than soul, are by their nature subject unto death. The whole, however, is a life, so that the universe consists both of the hylic and of the intelligible. Again, the cosmos is the first of living things, while man is second after it, though first of things subject to death. Man hath the same ensouling power in him as all the rest of living things, yet is he not only not good, but even evil, for that he's subject unto death. For though the cosmos also is not good in that it suffers motion, it is not evil, in that it is not subject unto death. But man, in that he's subject both to motion and to death, is evil. Now then, the principles of man are thiswise vehicled: mind in the reason, or logos, the reason in the soul, soul in the spirit, and spirit in the body. Spirit pervading body by means of veins and arteries and blood, bestows upon the living creature motion, and as it were doth bear it in a way. For this cause some do think the soul is blood, in that they do mistake its nature, not knowing that, at death, it is the spirit that must first withdraw into the soul, whereon the blood congeals and veins and arteries are emptied, and then the living creature is withdrawn, and this is body's death. Now from one source all things depend, while source dependeth from the one and only one. Source is, moreover, moved to become source again, whereas the one standeth perpetually, and is not moved. Three then are they, God, the Father, and the good, cosmos and man. God doth contain cosmos, cosmos containeth man. Cosmos is ever God's son, man, as it were, cosmos's child. Not that, however, God ignoreth man, nay, right well doth he know him, and willeth to be known. This is the sole salvation for a man, God's gnosis. This is the way up to the mount. By him alone the soul becometh good, not whiles is good, whiles evil, but good out of necessity. What dost thou mean, thrice greatest one? Behold, an infant soul, my son, that is not yet cut off, because its body is still small, and not as yet come into its full bulk. How? A thing of beauty altogether is such a soul to see, not yet befouled by body's passions, still all but hanging from the cosmic soul. But when the body grows in bulk and draweth down the soul into its mass, then doth the soul cut off itself, and bring upon itself forgetfulness, and no more shareth in the beautiful and good, and this forgetfulness becometh vice. It is the same for them who go out from the body, for when the soul withdraws into itself, The spirit doth contract itself within the blood, and soul within the spirit, and then the mind, stripped of its wrappings, and naturally divine, taking unto itself a fiery body, doth traverse every space, after abandoning the soul unto its judgment, and whatever chastisement it hath deserved. What dost thou, Father, mean by this? The mind is parted from the soul, and soul from spirit? Whereas thou saidst the soul was the mind's vesture, and the soul's the spirit. The hearer, son, should think with him who speaks and breathe with him. Nay, he should have a hearing subtler than the voice of him who speaks. It is, son, in a body made of earth that this arrangement of the vestures comes to pass. For in a body made of earth it is impossible the mind should take its seat itself by its own self in nakedness. For neither is it possible on the one hand the earthy body should contain such immortality, nor on the other that so great a virtue should endure a body passible in such close contact with it. It taketh, then, the soul for, as it were, an envelope. And soul itself, being too a thing divine, doth use the spirit as its envelope, while spirit doth pervade the living creature. When then the mind doth free itself from the earth body, it straightway putteth on its proper robe of fire, with which it could not dwell in an earthy body. For earth doth not bear fire, for it is all set in a blaze even by a small spark, and for this cause is water poured round earth, to be a guard and wall, to keep the blazing of the fire away. But mind, the swiftest thing of all divine outthinkings, and swifter than all elements, hath for its body fire. For mind, being builder, doth use the fire as tool for the construction of all things, the mind of all for the construction of all things, but that of man only for things on earth. Stripped of its fire, the mind on earth cannot make things divine, for it is human in its dispensation. The soul in man, however, not every soul, but one that pious is a daemonic something and divine. And such a soul, when from the body freed, if it have fought the fight of piety is to know God and to do wrong to no man, which soul becomes entirely mind. Whereas the impious soul remains in its own essence, chastised by its own self, and seeking for an earthy body where to enter, if only it be human. For that no other body can contain a human soul, nor is it right that any human soul should fall into the body of a thing that doth possess no reason. For that the law of God is this, to guard the human soul from such tremendous outrage. How, Father, then, is a man's soul chastised? What greater chastisement of any human soul can there be, son, than lack of piety? What fire has so fierce flame as lack of piety? What ravenous beast so mauls the body as lack of piety, the very soul? Dost thou not see what hosts of ills the impious soul doth bear? It shrieks and screams, I burn, I am ablaze, I know not what to cry or do. Ah, wretched me, I am devoured by all the ills that compass me about. Alack, poor me, I neither see nor hear. Such are the cries wrung from a soul chastised, not as the many think, and thou, son, dost suppose that a man's soul, passing from body, is changed into a beast. Such is a very grave mistake, for that the way a soul doth suffer chastisement is this. When mind becomes a daemon, the law requires that it should take a fiery body to execute the services of God, and entering in the soul most impious, it scourgeth it with whips made of its sins. And then the impious soul, scourged with its sins, is plunged in murders, outrage, blasphemy, in violence of all kinds, and all the other things whereby mankind is wronged. But on the pious soul the mind doth mount and guide it to the Gnosis' light, and such a soul doth never tire in songs of praise to God, and pouring blessing on all men, and doing good in word and deed to all, in imitation of its sire. Wherefore, my son, thou shouldest give praise to God, and pray that thou mayest have thy mind, good mind. It is then to a better state the soul doth pass, it cannot to a worse. Further, there is an intercourse of souls. Those of the good have intercourse with those of men, and those of men with souls of creatures which possess no reason. The higher, further, have in charge the lower, The gods look after men, men after animals irrational, while God hath charge of all, for he is higher than them all, and all are less than he. Cosmos is subject, then, to God, man to the cosmos, and irrationals to man. But God is over them all, and God contains them all. God's rays, to use a figure, are his energies. The cosmoses are nature's. The arts and sciences are man's. The energies act through the cosmos, thence through the nature rays of cosmos upon man. The nature rays act through the elements, man acteth through the sciences and arts. This is the dispensation of the universe, depending from the nature of the one, pervading all things through the mind, than which is naught diviner or of greater energy, and naught a greater means for the at-oneing men to gods and gods to men. He, mind, is the good daemon. Blessed the soul that is most filled with him, and wretched is the soul that's empty of the mind. Father, what dost thou mean again? Dost think then, son, that every soul hath the good mind? For 'tis of him we speak, not of the mind in service of which we just were speaking, the mind sent down for the soul's chastisement. For soul without the mind can neither speak nor act. For oftentimes the mind doth leave the soul, and at that time the soul nor sees nor understands, but is just like a thing that hath no reason. Such is the power of mind. Yet doth it not endure a sluggish soul, but leaveth such a soul tied to the body, and bound tight down by it. Such soul, my son, doth not have mind, and therefore such an one should not be called a man. For that man is a thing of life divine. Man is not measured with the rest of lives of things upon the earth, but with the lives above in heaven, who are called gods. Nay, more, if we must boldly speak the true man is even higher than the gods, or, at the very least, the gods and men are every whit in power each with the other equal. For no one of the gods in heaven shall come down on the earth, overstepping heaven's limit, whereas man doth mount up to heaven and measure it. He knows what things of it are high, what things are low, and learns precisely all things else besides, and greater thing than all, without even quitting earth, he doth ascend above. So vast a sweep doth he possess of ecstasy. For this cause can a man dare say that man on earth is God subject to death, while God in heaven is man from death immune. Wherefore the dispensation of all things is brought about by means of these, the twain, cosmos and man, but by the one. Commentary. The consummation of the general sermons. What yesterday's sermon, which Hermes addressed to Asclepius, may have been, we have no means of deciding. The similarity of the phrase with the opening words of Corpus Hermeticum is noticeable and points, perhaps, to a collection of sermons to Asclepius and Tat, strung together in some chronological order, as delivered day by day. If this be the fact, however, we must assume that such introductions were prefixed by the editor of that collection. The key of Thrice-Greatest Hermes must have been considered one of the most remarkable documents of the school, for, as we have already mentioned in the case of the Cup Treatise, the apocryphal Books of Moses plagiarized the title. That it was an important treatise may also be seen from the fact that Stobaeus reproduces no less than 5 extracts from it under the title, From the Sermons of Hermes to Tat, or simply of Hermes. Strangely enough, in 2 cases, Stobaeus makes the persons of the dialogue Asclepius and Tat. This, however, must be a mistake, for it contradicts his own headings, it contradicts the nature of the sermon, it contradicts the supposed introduction of the editor of the collection from whom the redactor of our corpus has taken his text, and it contradicts Chalcidius, who quotes from our treatise as a treatise of Hermes. Nevertheless, in spite of the importance of the treatise, it purports to be an epitome, an abridgment of the general sermons addressed to Tat. The sermon itself, however, has by no means the appearance of being an abridgment. On the contrary, it is one of the most complete and fundamental expositions that we have. I would, therefore, suggest that the general reference in the words, as we have shown in treating of the rest, and the precise reference to the general sermons, have originated this wording of the introduction with the editor of the collection of Asclepius and Tat sermons, which I have previously supposed. It is a gloss of the editor and no part of the original text. If this argument holds good, the key, instead of being an epitome, is a further teaching that presupposes a prior instruction already given in the general sermons, and so stands out as a more intimate exposition of the inward doctrine of the higher grades of the school. Reitzenstein would have it that the doctrine of sermons is a mediate one between the dualism and the pronounced pantheistic mysticism, but I should fancy that these labels, even if they are correctly attached, would not represent such overwhelming contradictions to the Trismegistic doctors as they appear to do their modern critics. There were different points of view, there were different grades of instruction. Every doctrine had more truth in it at the proper time and in the right place. In any case, this sermon is one of the most beautiful tractates preserved to us. The Will of God. Our treatise begins with the statement that the universe and all therein is due to the energy or effective working of God, that is to say, His will. This will is immutable and constant, the law of the universe. How subtly these philosophers in their most intimate circles use these terms may be seen from the Gnostic doctor, Basilides, who writes, "Naught was, neither matter nor substance, nor voidness of substance, nor simplicity, nor impossibility of composition, nor inconceptibility, nor imperceptibility, neither man nor angel, Hermetice, daemon, nor God. In fine, neither anything at all for which man has ever found a name, nor any operation which falls within the range either of his perception or conception." Such, or rather far more removed from the power of man's comprehension, was the state of non-being, when the deity beyond being, without thinking or feeling or determining or choosing or being compelled or desiring, willed to create universality. When I use the term will, writes Basilides, I do so merely to suggest the idea of an operation transcending all volition, thought, or sensible action. God's energy or self-realization is then His will. His essence or substance is to will the being of all things. In brief, He is the very subsistence of all, a term which subsequently came into great prominence in the later Platonic philosophy. Here we have a clear distinction drawn between the transcendent idea of God as creator or willer and the ordinary conception of God as maker or fabricator or demiurge, a distinction that meets us in almost every Gnostic system. In our treatise, however, there is no setting of the one idea over against the other in any sense of antagonism. It is only stated that the self-operation of deity transcends all such limited conceptions as that of a maker or fabricator. Of Gnosis and Ecstasis. The distinctive feature of God as the good, or the desirable, the supreme consummation, is that He should be known. In other words, the science of all sciences is the gnosis of God. The vision glorious, the one sight, is next spoken of under the simile of the shining of a ray of the light and life of the spiritual sun into the mind. This consummation of ecstasis, we are told, was a transcending of the limitations of body, and was a faculty possessed by the forebears of the race into which Hermes and now Tat are being born. These ancestors are mentioned under symbolic Greek names, evidently a substitute for Egyptian ones, for the reference is clearly to the priesthood of some past civilization of the Nile land. At the same time, it can be referred to certain grades of supermen, regarded as gods, who had reached to certain stages of celestial dignity. To this idea of ancient masters of the gnosis in Egypt, Lactantius refers as follows: "And so it appears that he, Kronos, was not born from heaven, which is impossible, but from that man who was called Uranus, and that this is so, Trismegistus bears witness when, in stating that there have been very few in whom the perfect science has been found, he mentioned in their number Uranus, Cronus, and Hermes, his kinsfolk." Lactantius seems to be somewhat under the fascination of the theory of Euhemerus, and has no credence in the heaven-born, in spite of the Christ-birth. We, however, learn from him that he knew of a statement by Hermes in this connection in which, besides Uranus and Cronus, an ancient Hermes was mentioned. Now, in our treatise, this is not the case, and Tat, and not Hermes, is the speaker, whereas where Hermes speaks of his progenitor Hermes, No mention is made of Uranus and Cronus. Therefore, Lactantius refers to a lost treatise of Hermes. Of apotheosis. The nature of ecstasy is then further explained. It is the fruit of meditation or contemplation, the consummation of the theoretic life. The gnosis of the good is holy silence and a giving holiday to every sense. The holy silence reminds us of the Psyche of the Christian Gnostics. Here, however, instead of the mother aeon of cosmos, it is used in the sense of the pure mother nature of the little cosmos of man, the divine womb that brings to birth the true man. With this may be compared, in the Corpus Hermeticum, wisdom conceived by mind in silence. Such is the matter and the womb from out which man is born, and the true good, the seed. It is hardly necessary to add that this is the yoga of the Upanishads. Indeed, the first part might be taken word for word from those sublime treatises of Vedic theosophy, and shows how identical is the thought of those who have first-hand experience of the higher consciousness. For it is possible, my son, that a man's soul should be made like to God, even while it is still in a body, if it doth contemplate the beauty of the good. This is the deification or apotheosis of a man. He becomes like unto God, in that he becomes a god. The beauty of the good is the cosmic order, and the mode of this meditation was to bring the soul into sympathy with the cosmic soul. The metamorphosis of the soul. The secret of this divine operation, or theurgy, is based upon the fact that the soul can be transformed into every likeness. The great likeness of God is the cosmic order. The making oneself into this likeness is the supreme transformation or transfiguration of the soul. The separated or individual soul is in perpetual pilgrimage, revolving on the wheel of transformation. This doctrine was shared in by many other faiths, and it was also Egyptian. In this connection, we may refer instructively to Hippolytus's quotations from the Nicene document. And they say that the soul is very difficult to discover and hard to understand, for it never remains of the same appearance or form or in the same state, so that we can describe it by a general type or comprehend it by an essential quality. On this, Hippolytus comments, "These variegated metamorphoses they have laid down in the Gospel superscribed according to the Egyptians." The Gospel according to the Egyptians is lost, with the exception of a few fragments. We, however, here learn that it described the metamorphoses of the soul. It was a gospel having its origin in Egypt and suited to Egyptian modes of thought. It follows, therefore, that the doctrine of the soul's transformation was Egyptian. The ladder of being. The Hermetic doctrine of the evolution of the soul by means of multitudinous transformations is characterized by certain main moments, for in the course of it, it passes through definite stages of existence designated as animal, human, demonic, and godlike, there being, further, two grades of being within the choir of gods, the errant and inerrant. The final stage is the most perfect glory, or power of the soul. With all of this, there is a strikingly exact parallel of ideas in the Pauline letters. But someone will say, "How do the dead rise, and with what body do they come back?" Thou foolish one, that which thou sowest is not made quick unless it die. And that which thou sowest, 'tis not the body that shall be thou sowest, but a naked grain of wheat, or of one of the other seeds. 'Tis God that gives to it a body as he will, yea, to every one of the seeds its proper body. Not every flesh is the same flesh, but there is one of men, another flesh of beasts, another flesh of birds, and another of fishes. There are also bodies celestial as well as bodies terrestrial, but the glory of these celestial bodies is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. And of the former the glory of the sun is one, and the glory of the moon is another, and yet another is the glory of the stars. For star differeth from star in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. And by resurrection of the dead, I believe that Paul meant what all the instructed of the time meant, namely, the reaching the first step of deathlessness, as Hermes has in our treatise. The death or vice of the soul is ignorance. The virtue or life of the soul is gnosis. For he who knows, he good and pious is, and still while on earth, divine. Concerning transmigration. With this, however, we are confronted with what appears to be a great difficulty. Hermes here seems to teach distinctly that a vicious, that is, an ignorant soul, one who has not attained to gnosis, goes back to attachment, to animal bodies, while here he at great length denies that a human soul can possibly do so. Is there any solution of this apparently complete self-contradiction in one and the same treatise? Far as I am from desiring to play the apologist for any scripture, I am prevented from appending an impatient no to this query, for the following considerations. In the first place, Hermes is speaking of the vicious or ignorant soul, while here he is speaking not only of the human soul, but of the human soul that hath the good mind, whereas the ignorant soul doth not have mind, and therefore such an one should not be called a man. Here then we have a fundamental distinction in souls incarnated into the body of a man. They are of two classes. The doctrine of 8 applies to one class, the doctrine of 19 to another. Metempsychosis, in the sense of continued revolution on the will of life and death, is only for him who persisteth in this vice, that is to say, is still ignorant. Gnosis thus means the freedom from samsara, to use a common Brahmanical and Buddhistic term. The ignorant soul does not see the light being blinded by the body's passions and tossed about. This is the turmoil of which Plato speaks in the Timaeus. And here I must refer the reader to Plato concerning metempsychosis in the Prolegomena, a chapter which I have written mainly in elucidation of the problems raised by our treatise. Gnosis of the virtue of the soul. So much then for the soul which persisteth in its vice or ignorance, but the virtue of the soul is gnosis. For he who knows, he good and pious is, and still while on the earth, divine. This is precisely the same idea as that of the Jivan-mukta in Indian theosophy, namely the man who has reached mukti, or liberation, while still living in the body. Hermes thus proceeds to distinguish gnosis, the end of human science, from sense or opinion. Gnosis is the apotheosis of the mind, its immediate perception of things that are, namely the intelligible cosmos. The sensible or hylic cosmos is then explained, and also the nature of man and his relationship to the cosmos and God. The vehicles of the soul. The vehicles of man's soul are then categorized, the soul being here used in the sense of the self, and as distinguished from the soul in the category. They are as follows, one with the other, in the sense of being respectively more intimate to the true nature of man. Mind, reason, soul, spirit, body. The remarkable similarity of this category with the psychology of the Upanishads cannot fail to strike the student of those mother treatises of Vedic theosophy. Thus we read in the Kathopanishad, "Beyond the senses are the rudiments, beyond the rudiments, impulsive mind, beyond the mind, the reason, beyond the reason, the greater self, beyond the great, the increate, beyond the increate, the man, beyond the man, not anything. That is the goal. That is the final end." The analogy is striking. Body equals gross elements, spirit equals subtle elements, soul equals impulsive mind, or manas, reason equals reason, or buddhi, mind equals the great, or mahat, source equals the increate, the one and only equals the man. These so-called vehicles, envelopes or sheaths, or koshas, are elsewhere given in the Upanishads as Annamaya kosha, that is, the kosha composed of or resulting from food or body, pranamaya, of life or spirit, manomayak, of impulse or soul, vijnanamayak, of discrimination or reason, anandamayak, of bliss or mind. Spirit is thus seen to correspond to life, or prana. It is that which bestows upon the living creature motion and, as it were, doth bear it, or support it in a way. It is not life, but individualized life, and in the Upanishad literature is differentiated into 5 modes, which may be almost translated as etheric currents or modes of motion in the body. The quotation from Proclus in Plato concerning metempsychosis will have sufficiently shown that this life is of the same nature as the animal life. It is that principle of soul which man shares with the animals. The dual soul. And here we may refer to Iamblichus when referring to the Hermaic writings. He says, "Man has 2 souls, as these writings say. The one is from the first mind, and partakes also of the power of the Creator, while the other, the soul under constraint, comes from the revolution of the celestial spheres. Into the latter, the former, the soul that is the seer of God, insinuates itself at a later period. This being so, the soul that descends into us from the worlds or spheres keeps time with the circuit of these worlds, while the soul from the mind existing in us in an intelligible fashion is free from the whirl of Genesis. By this the bonds of destiny are burst asunder. By this the path up to the gods, whom mind alone can see, is brought to birth. By such a life as this is that great art divine, which leads us up to that beyond the spheres of Genesis, brought to its consummation." Hermes in our treatise is, however, more precise as to the so-called vehicles or souls, for he writes, "Mind taketh, then, the soul for, as it were, an envelope, and soul, itself being to a thing divine, doth use the spirit as its envelope, while spirit doth pervade the living creature." He who stands. The supreme principle of all, the one and only one who standeth perpetually, is the intelligible Logos, the occurrence of the Christianized Gnosis, as seen especially in the Simonian Great Announcement. He is the cause of the perpetual motion of the hylic cosmos. Compare this with the following passage of Numenius. "Now there are 2 modes of life, the first of the first and the second of the second God. For it is evident that the first God should be standing, and the second, on the contrary, moved. The first, then, is occupied about things intelligible, and the second about things intelligible and sensible. Marvel not that I say this, for thou shalt hear what is still more marvelous. For I say that it is not the motion that appertains to the second, but the rest that pertains to the first, which is the innate motion from which both their cosmic order and their eternal community and their preservation or salvation is poured forth on things universal." The Olympian Path. Here the Gnosis is again declared to be the only path of salvation or safety. It is the way up to the mount, the Olympian path. The term Eleusis was also interpreted as Anabasis, or the way up. Compare the Jewish commentator in the Nicene document. First is the mystery called Eleusis and Anactorion. Eleusis became we come from above, streaming down from Adamus, and Anactorion from returning above. When mind becomes a daemon. The next main doctrine touched on is one of immense importance, for it gives us the inner teaching which illuminates the dark saying in the Poimander when treating of the way up. "And thou surrenderest thy way of life unto the daemon." For in our treatise Hermes tells us that at death, the mind, stripped of its wrappings and naturally divine, taking unto itself a fiery body, doth traverse every space, after abandoning the soul unto its judgment and whatever chastisement it hath deserved. The key to this is the sentence, "When mind becomes a daemon, the law requires that it should take a fiery body to execute the services of God." At death, the mind, of its own nature, perforce becomes a servant of God, a therapeute. The man is his own judge and his own chastiser. The fire of hell is then but the reflection of the light of the mind. It is the burning remorse of a mind that now sees the inevitable results of every selfish action, thought, word, and deed, that each of these comes inevitably back on the sender forth of it. The soul thus lives out, and that too in the most realistic fashion. It realizes the actuality of the law in all its most minute details, the inevitable consequences of its past vicious deeds in the body. Here we have the hint of a psychology and of an inner teaching that persuades us there was a profound wisdom at the back of the intermediate instruction of these schools. Compare this most reasonable theory of after-death illumination with the crudities of the eternal torment idea of popular religion with which we are so familiar, and reflect on what a falling off there has been from the gnosis of the early days. And what is the fiery body of the mind but the ray-like or starry vehicle of the man, the infinite of infinites of Philoponus? This is the true astral body of a man, and not the watery vesture which is referred to under the term in modern nomenclature. This is the true body of purification, that burns up all impurities, and in the light of the conflagration burns into man the memory of the gnosis. The soul is thus chastised by its own self, and if Hermes had taught us nothing else, he would have amply deserved the gratitude of humanity and the title of thrice greatest. Yet is Hermes no single man, but a mind illuminated by the greater mind. The scourge of the Christ. So then, the impious soul, scourged with its own sins, is plunged in murders, outrage, blasphemy, in violence of all kinds, and all the other things whereby mankind is wronged. This is the scourge by which the Christ drives the unworthy out of his temple. It does not mean that the soul is driven into doing these things, but that it is made to realize or suffer them, the consequences of its prior misdeeds. Whatever wrong it has done to its fellows, such it suffers, in the realization of its true nature, whereby the light of gnosis brings into amazing contrast the darkness or ignorance of its past actions. The dispensation of the universe. And so Hermes explains the nature of the dispensation of the universe, the interlinking of the grades of being from God downwards, the intercourse or communion of souls. God, cosmos, and man are grades of being. Each is a sun, as it were, in their operations, or powers or rays. God's rays are his energies, or self-realizing operations. Those of cosmos are the natures of things. Those of man are the arts and sciences. This communion or intercourse of higher with lower natures is to be realized on the side of man by the consummation of the sacred marriage, whereby man becomes a god, and finally God. He only is blessed who is filled with God, that is to say, the true Gnostic who has received the consecration of the fullness or pleroma, whereas the soul that is empty of God is deprived of that fullness, cut off from it, and so empty of the mind. This is the state of emptiness or insufficiency. Such souls, says Hermes, should not be called men, for a true man is not only equal to a god, but even higher than the gods. Such a man we should, in Christian nomenclature, call a Christ, one animated or illuminated by the mind or spirit of God. 12. Mind unto Hermes. Master this sermon, then, thrice greatest Hermes, and bear in mind the spoken words, and, as it hath come unto me to speak, I will no more delay. As many men say many things, and these diverse, about the all and good, I have not learned the truth. Make it then clear to me, O Master mine, for I can trust the explanation of these things, which comes from thee alone. Hear then, my son, how standeth God and all. God, aeon, cosmos, time, becoming. God maketh aeon, aeon, cosmos, cosmos, time, and time, becoming. The good, the beautiful, wisdom, blessedness, is essence, as it were, of God, of aeon, sameness, of cosmos, order, of time, change, and of becoming, life and death. The energies of God are mind and soul, of aeon, lastingness and deathlessness, of cosmos, restoration and the opposite thereof, of time, increase and decrease, and of becoming, quality. Aeon is, then, in God, cosmos in aeon, in cosmos time, in time becoming. Aeon stands firm round God. Cosmos is moved in aeon. Time hath its limits in the cosmos. Becoming doth become in time. The source, therefore, of all is God. Their essence, aeon. Their matter, cosmos. God's power is aeon. Aeon's work is cosmos, which never hath become, yet ever doth become by aeon. Therefore will cosmos never be destroyed, for aeon's indestructible. Nor doth a whit of things in cosmos perish, for cosmos is enwrapped by aeon round on every side. But God's wisdom, what is that? The good and beautiful, and blessedness, and virtues all, and aeon. Aeon then ordereth cosmos, imparting deathlessness and lastingness to matter. For its becoming doth depend on aeon, as aeon doth on God. Now Genesis and time, in heaven and on the earth, are of two natures. In heaven they are unchangeable and indestructible, but on the earth they're subject unto change and to destruction. Further, the aeon's soul is God, the cosmos's soul is aeon, the earth's soul, heaven, and God's in mind, and mind in soul, and soul in matter, and all of them through aeon. But all this body, in which are all the bodies, is full of soul, and soul is full of mind, and mind of God. It fills it from within, and from without encircles it, making the all to live. Without this vast and perfect life encircles cosmos. Within, it fills it with all lives. Above in heaven, continuing in sameness. Below on earth, changing, becoming. And aeon doth preserve this cosmos, or by necessity, or by foreknowledge, or by nature, or by whatever else a man supposes, or shall suppose. And all is this, God energizing. The energy of God is power that naught can ever surpass, a power with which no one can make comparison of any human thing at all, or anything divine. Wherefore, O Hermes, never think that aught of things above or things below is like to God, for thou wilt fall from truth. For naught is like to that which hath no like, and is alone and one. And do not ever think that any other can possibly possess his power, for what apart from him is there of life, and deathlessness, and change of quality? For what else should he make? God is not inactive, since all things then would lack activity, for all are full of God. But neither in the cosmos anywhere, nor in aught else, is there inaction, for that inaction is a name that cannot be applied to either what doth make or what is made. But all things must be made, both ever made, and also in accordance with the influence of every space. For he who makes is in them all, not stablished in some one of them, nor making one thing only, but making all. For being power, he energizeth in the things he makes, and is not independent of them, although the things he makes are subject to him. Now gaze through me upon the cosmos that's now subject to thy sight. Regard its beauty carefully, body in pure perfection, though one than which there's no more ancient one, ever in prime of life, and ever young, nay, rather in even fuller and yet fuller prime. Behold again the 7 subject worlds, ordered by aeon's order, and with their varied course fulfilling aeon. See how all things are full of light, and nowhere is there fire, for 'tis the love and blending of the contraries and the dissimilars that doth give birth to light down shining by the energy of God, the Father of all good, the leader of all order, and ruler of the 7 world orderings. Behold the moon, forerunner of them all, the instrument of nature, and the transmuter of its lower matter. Look at the earth set in the midst of all, foundation of the cosmos beautiful, feeder and nurse of things on earth. and contemplate the multitude of deathless lives, how great it is, and that of lives subject to death. And midway between both, mortal lives and mortal, see thou the circling moon. And all are full of soul, and all are moved by it, each in its proper way, some round the heaven, others round the earth. See how the right move not unto left, nor yet the left unto the right, nor the above below, nor the below above. And that all these are subject unto Genesis, my dearest Hermes, thou hast no longer need to learn of me, for that they bodies are, have souls, and they are moved. But 'tis impossible for them to come together into one, without someone to bring them all together. It must then be that such a one as this must be someone who's wholly one. For as the many motions of them all are different, and as their bodies are not like, yet has one speed been ordered for them all, it is impossible that there should be two or more makers for them. For that one single order is not kept among the many, but rivalry will follow of the weaker with the stronger, and they will strive. And if the maker of the lives that suffer change and death should be another, he would desire to make the deathless ones as well, just as the maker of the deathless ones to make the lives that suffer death. But come, if there be two, if matter's one and soul is one, in whose hands would there be the distribution for the making? Again, if both of them have some of it, in whose hands may there be the greater part? But thus conceive it, then, that every living body doth consist of soul and matter, whether that body be of an immortal or a mortal, or an irrational life. For that all living bodies are ensouled, whereas upon the other hand those that live not are matter by itself. And in like fashion, soul, when in itself is, after its own maker, cause of life, but the cause of all life is he who makes the things that cannot die. How then is it that, first, lives subject unto death are other than the deathless ones, and next, how is it that that life which knows no death and maketh deathlessness doth not make animals immortal? First, that there is someone who does these things is clear, and next, that he is also one is very manifest. For also soul is one, and life is one, and matter is one. But who is he? Who may it other be than the one God? Whom else should it beseem to put soul into lives but God alone? One then is God. It would indeed be most ridiculous if, when thou dost confess the cosmos to be one, sun one, moon one, and Godhead one, thou shouldest wish God himself to be someone or other of a number. All things therefore he makes in many ways, and what great thing is it for God to make life, soul, and deathlessness, and change, when thou thyself dost do so many things? For thou dost see and speak and hear and smell and taste and touch, and walk and think and breathe. And it is not one man who smells, a second one who speaks, a third who touches, another who smells, another one who walks, another one who thinks, and yet another one who breathes. But one is he who doth all these. And yet no one of these could be apart from God. For just as, shouldest thou cease from these, thou wouldest no longer be a living thing, so also should God cease from them, a thing not law to say, no longer is he God. For if it hath been shown that no thing can inactive be, how much less God? For if there's aught he doth not make, if it be law to say, he is imperfect. But if he is not only not inactive, but perfect God, then he doth make all things. Give thou thyself to me, my Hermes, for a little while, and thou shalt understand more easily how that God's work is one, in order that all things may be, that are being made, or once have been, or that are going to be made. And this is, my beloved, life. This is the beautiful, this is the good, this God. And if thou wouldest in practice understand this work, behold what taketh place with thee, desiring to beget. Yet this is not like unto that, for he doth not enjoy. For that indeed he hath no other one to share in what he works, for working by himself, he ever is at work, himself being what he doth. For did he separate himself from it, all things would then collapse, and all must die, life ceasing. But if all things are lives, and also life is one, then one is God. And furthermore, if all are lives, both those in heaven and those on earth, and one life in them all is made to be by God, and God is it, then all are made by God. Life is the making one of mind and soul. Accordingly, death is not the destruction of those that are at one, but the dissolving of their union. Aeon, moreover, is God's image. Cosmos is aeons, the son of Cosmos, and man the image of the sun. The people call change death, because the body is dissolved, and life, when it's dissolved, withdraws to the unmanifest. But in this sermon, Hermes, my beloved, as thou dost hear, I say the cosmos also suffers change, for that a part of it each day is made to be in the unmanifest. Yet it is never dissolved. These are the passions of the cosmos, revolvings and concealments. Revolving is conversion, and concealment, renovation. The cosmos is all formed, not having forms external to itself, but changing them itself within itself. Since, then, cosmos is made to be all formed, what may its maker be? For that, on the one hand, he should not be void of all form, and, on the other hand, if he's all formed, he will be like the cosmos. Whereas again, has he a single form, he will thereby be less than cosmos. What then say we he is? That we may not bring round our sermon into doubt, for naught that mind conceives of God is doubtful. He, then, hath one idea, which is his own alone, which doth not fall beneath the sight, being bodiless, and yet by means of bodies manifesteth all ideas. And marvel not that there's a bodiless idea. For it is like the form of reason, and mountain tops and pictures, for they appear to stand out strongly from the rest, but really are quite smooth and flat. And now consider what is said more boldly, but more truly. Just as man cannot live apart from life, so neither can God live without his doing good. For this is, as it were, the life and motion, as it were, of God, to move all things and make them live. Now some of the things said should bear a sense peculiar to themselves. So understand, for instance, what I'm going to say. All are in God, but not as lying in a place, for place is both a body and immovable, and things that lie do not have motion. Now things lie one way in the bodiless, another way in being made manifest. Think then of him who doth contain them all, and think that then the bodiless naught is more comprehensive, or swifter, or more potent, but it is the most comprehensive, the swiftest, and most potent of them all. And thus think from thyself, and bid thy soul go unto any land, and there more quickly than thy bidding will it be, and bid it journey oceanwards, and there again immediately 'twill be, not as if passing on from place to place, but as if being there. And bid it also mount to heaven, and it will need no wings, nor will aught hinder it, nor fire of sun, nor ether, nor vortex swirl, nor bodies of the other stars, but cutting through them all, it will soar up to the last body of them all. And shouldest thou will to break through this as well, and contemplate what is beyond, if there be aught beyond the cosmos, it is permitted thee. Behold what power, what swiftness thou dost have. And canst thou do all of these things, and God not do them? Then in this way know God, as having all things in himself as thoughts, the whole cosmos itself. If then thou dost not make thyself like unto God, thou canst not know him, for like is knowable to like alone. Make then thyself to grow to the same stature as the greatness which transcends all measure, leap forth from every body, transcend all time, become eternity, and thus shalt thou know God. Conceiving nothing is impossible unto thyself. Think thyself deathless and able to know all arts, all sciences, the way of every life. Become more lofty than all height, and lower than all depth. Collect into thyself all senses of all creatures, of fire and water, dry and moist. Think that thou art at the same time in every place, in earth, in sea, in sky, not yet begotten, in the womb, young, old, and dead, in after-death conditions. And if thou knowest all these things at once, times, places, doings, qualities, and quantities, thou canst know God. But if thou lockest up thy soul within thy body, and dost debase it, saying, I know nothing, I nothing can, I fear the sea, I cannot scale the sky, I know not who I was, who I shall be, what is there then between thy God and thee? For thou canst know naught of things beautiful and good, so long as thou dost love thy body, and art bad. The greatest bad there is not to know God's good. But to be able to know good, and will and hope, is a straight way, the good's own path, both leading there and easy. If thou but settest thy foot thereon, 'twill meet thee everywhere, 'twill everywhere be seen, both where and when thou dost expect it not, waking, sleeping, sailing, journeying, by night, by day, speaking and saying naught, for there is naught that is not image of the good. Is God unseen? Hush! Who is more manifest than he? For this one reason hath he made all things, that through them all thou mayest see him. This is the good of good, this is his virtue, that he may be made manifest through all. For naught's unseen, even of things that are without a body. Mind sees itself in thinking, God in making. So far these things have been made manifest to thee, thrice greatest one. Reflect on all the rest in the same way within thyself, and thou shalt not be led astray. Commentary. Title and Form. The title in the manuscript is simply Mind to Hermes. When, therefore, Cyril, in quoting the first 3 paragraphs of our treatise, says that Hermes wrote these words to his own mind, he is evidently either a very careless reader or had not seen at first hand the treatise from which he quotes. From its contents, moreover, it is very evident that our treatise, as far as its form is concerned, looks back to the Poimander as the type of instruction to Hermes, or to a Hermes. This highly authoritative form of enunciating doctrine was evidently chosen because it was desired to impart a more intimate instruction than that of the general sermons and the like, to wit, the inculcation of the aeon doctrine, in connection with the marvelous doctrine of at-one-ment with all things, which constitutes the path of the good. The doctrine is no longer become, or make thyself like cosmos, but become aeon. Now, it is remarkable that the instruction given in our treatise by the mind to Hermes is, almost point for point, the esoteric teaching of which the Sermon of Hermes to Tat, entitled the Cup or Monad, is the exoteric form. That the instruction in these Trismegistic schools of initiation was divided into grades is manifest on all sides, and therefore nothing is more natural than to find these 2 sermons standing in such intimate relations to one another as to doctrine, the one containing the more intimate and advanced explanation of the more general instruction of the other, and that this inner instruction on the cup doctrine must have been thought to be of very great value is evident when we reflect that the cup sermon was one of the most famous of all the treatises of Hermes, for, as we have seen, its title was worth being plagiarized, and the baptism of the cup, of which it treated, constituted the goal of the endeavor of the disciples of the school, as Zosimus tells us. Mystically, then, the main interest of our treatise centers in the doctrine of the at-one-ment, as the inner consummation of the baptism in the cup or monad, to which the aeon idea is but a formal introduction. Historically, however, the introduction of the aeon idea presents itself as a critical problem, for the term is not found in the Poimander, and therefore presumably was not used in the earliest documents of the school. The Aeon Lore. When, then, did this aeon idea impose itself upon the older form of tradition of the Trismegistic schools? This is a most important question, for if we can in any way answer it, we shall be in a position to assign a terminus ad quem for the earlier forms of Hermetic doctrine. The answer to the question seems to me to be involved in the supposition that the aeon doctrine must have influenced Hermeticism at more or less the same date as that at which it influenced Gnosticism. Now, Gnosticism, in its Christianized forms, is practically never found without the aeon lore. The earliest forms of Christian Gnosis, referred to by the later patristic heresiologists, are bound up with aeonology. Not only so, but the very earliest reference to Gnosticism by any Christian writer presupposes the aeon doctrine and uses it in illustration of the spiritual state of the writer. The widespread influence of the aeon doctrine can thus be traced back to at least the origins of Christianity. Now, as the Gnosis existed before any Christian form of it was developed, the question of the date when the aeon doctrine was introduced into it must be referred to pre-Christian times. And indeed, the very simple character of the aeon lore in our treatise, as compared with the mind-bewildering complexity and transcendency of 1st and 2nd century Christian Gnosticism, is all in favor of an early date for its introduction into Hermeticism, which is only another name for Gnosticism of a preponderatingly Hellenic form. If this line of reasoning holds good, we have in it a very strong presumption that the older forms of the Trismegistic treatises were pre-Christian, and that this is so may be seen by the absolute identity of the teaching of our treatise with that of Philo when he writes, "But God is the artificer of time as well, for he is father of its father, and time's father is the cosmos, which manifests its motion in the genesis of time. This cosmos, then, the younger son, the sensible, being set a-moving, has caused time's nature to appear and disappear, so that there nothing is which future is with God, who has the very bounds of time subject to him. For 'tis not time, but time's archetype and paradigm, eternity, or aeon, which is his life. But in eternity naught is past, and naught is future, but all is present only." This passage of Philo is of the utmost importance for estimating the date of our treatises, for not only does it prove that the oldest forms of the Trismegistic literature were pre-Christian, but it further persuades us that our treatise, which belongs to a later type of this literature, may be dated as contemporary with Philo. The chapter in the Prolegomena concerning the aeon doctrine should be taken in close connection with this treatise, for it is not only introductory to it, but frequently refers directly to it. For the rest, it is not necessary to attempt any detailed comments, since the instruction of the writer is clear enough for any careful reader to follow with ease, after making himself acquainted with the general ideas in the preceding treatises. One or two notes on special points, however, may be attempted. The root of form. Thus we read the sentence, "The cosmos is all formed, not having forms external to itself, but changing them itself within itself," reminds us here of the 36 who have the name of horoscopes are in the self-same space as the fixed stars. Of these, the essence chief, or prince, is he whom they call pantomorph, or omniform, who fashioneth the various forms for various species. And also, "But they are changed as many times as there are moments in the hour of that revolving circle in which abides that God whom we have called all form." Compare also the Corpus Hermeticum, where, speaking of the circle of the types of life, Hermes says it is composed of elements, 12 in number, but of one nature, an omniform idea. With this compare the Hermes prayer, addressed to Thoth as the Logos. "Thee I invoke alone, thou who alone in all the cosmos dost impose order on gods and men, who dost transform thyself in holy forms, making to be from things that are not, and from the things that are, making the not to be." But the main interest of our treatise is not that the intelligible cosmos or logos can create and destroy and transmute all forms at will, but that man, as the microcosm, has potential in him, this great magic power. Become all things. The daring instruction given to Hermes here is distinctly a discipline of the Egyptian wisdom, for though it is here set forth plainly and without circumlocution as a straightforward, intimate instruction, stripped of all mysterious hints or hesitating subterfuges, it is clearly in the same circle of ideas of which popular Egyptian theurgy had some inkling. But whereas the philosopher-mystic was bidden to do this for himself of his own volition and achievement, the theurgist had to beg some god to do it for him. Thus, in the same prayer to which we have already referred, we read, O holy Thoth, the true sight of whose face none of the gods endures, make me to be in every creature's name, or true form, wolf, dog, or lion, fire, tree, or vulture, wall, or water, or what thou willest, for thou art able so to do. So also here we have the same idea, for certainly the phrasing of these sentences suggests something beyond the ordinary powers of the mind or imagination. He mingles with the elements by reason of the swiftness of his mind. He plunges into the sea's depths by means of its profundity. He puts his values on all things. Heaven does not seem too high for him, for it is measured by the wisdom of his mind as though it were quite near. No darkness of the air obstructs the penetration of his mind. No density of earth impedes his work. No depth of water blunts his sight. Though still the same, yet is he all, and everywhere is he the same. It is indeed a marvelous yoga system that is sketched for us in our treatise. There is no question here of abstraction or negation, but a courageous identification or at-one-ment of oneself with all that lives and breathes. This is the path of the gnosis, the way to know God. In other words, man is to copy his prototype, the mind, and just as the mind or man in the Poimander treatise had a mind to break right through the boundary of the spheres, so is our philosopher bidden to soar up to the last body of them all, the last body being the one element of cosmos itself. And shouldest thou will to break through this as well, and contemplate what is beyond, if there be aught beyond the cosmos, it is permitted thee. That the hard and fast distinctions which modern commentators would draw between words, in considering these mystical treatises, would have been laughed at by the writers of them, is amply manifested when the writer, with enthusiastic fervor, bursts forth, Then in this way know God, as having in himself as thoughts the whole cosmos itself. If then thou dost not make thyself like unto God, thou canst not know him. For like is knowable to like alone. Make then thyself to grow to the same stature as the greatness which transcends all measure. Leap forth from every body, transcend all time, become eternity, and thus shalt thou know God. Every body or space must be transcended, even the body of cosmos itself, for the man must grow into the stature of the greatness that transcends all measure, that is, the intelligible superspatial pleroma, the aeon as the logos and paradigm of cosmos, and every time and all time must also be transcended, for the man must become eternity, that is, the aeon as the paradigm of time. The Good's Own Path. In no scripture that I know is this path more admirably set forth, the Good's own path. All things, all spaces, and all times have to be realized as being within oneself simultaneously. If this is realized or known, not only imagined, then a man becomes a true knower of God, a Gnostic. Nor has ever a truer sentence been written than the wonderful words concerning this path to the Supreme. If thou but settest thy foot thereon, 'twill meet thee everywhere, 'twill everywhere be seen, both where and when thou dost expect it not, waking, sleeping, sailing, journeying, by night, by day, speaking and saying naught, for there is naught that is not the image of the good. Concerning India. In conclusion, I would only point out that if, for the hopeless reading in the first sentence, we were to take Patrizi's emendation, which has been adopted by Parthi, we should have the interesting sentence, "And thus think from thyself, and bid thy soul go unto India." If this should be the original reading, it is remarkable that India should have been selected of all places. We know, however, from a study of what is known of the life of Apollonius of Tyana, that this Gnostic philosopher made an enormous propaganda of Indian ideas among the philosophic and mystic communities and schools of the 1st century. Apollonius must have known something, perhaps a great deal, concerning the siddhis acquired by yoga practices. At any rate, we find his biographer, Philostratus, making him write the following letter to his eastern hosts on his return from India. "I came to you by land, and ye have given me the sea. Nay, rather, by sharing with me your wisdom, ye have given me power to travel through heaven. These things will I bring back to the mind of the Greeks, and I will hold converse with you as though ye were present, if it be that I have not drunk of the cup of Tantalus in vain." That an intensely great interest was taken in Indian ideas at Alexandria is shown by the fact that we have Plotinus himself, in 242, starting off with the expedition of Gordian to the east in the hope of coming in contact with the Indian wisdom. But all these considerations, though interesting in themselves, do not immediately concern us, unless we are subjectively persuaded that the emendation of patrizii is firmly established. Should, however, this reading in any way be confirmed by objective evidence, we should have to reconsider the question of date by the light of it, though I fear with little chance of any definite result. For though the propaganda of Indian ideas by Apollonius could not have begun prior to the middle of the 1st century, we have in this fact no very sure criterion, for India must have been in the air, and strongly in the air, even prior to Apollonius's visit to India, or why should he have been induced to make so long and dangerous a journey? Indeed, India had been in the air ever since the expedition of Alexander, that is, from the beginning of the Alexandrian period, the 2nd quarter of the 4th century BC onwards. 13. About the common mind, of Hermes to Tat. The mind, O Tat, is of God's very essence, if such a thing as essence of God there be, and what that is, it and it only knows precisely. The mind, then, is not separated off from God's essentiality, but is united unto it, as light to the sun. This mind in men is God, and for this cause some of mankind are gods, and their humanity is nigh unto divinity. For the good Damon said, "Gods are immortal men, and men are mortal gods." But in irrational lives mind is their nature, for where is soul, there too is mind, just as where life, there is there also soul. But in irrational lives their soul is life devoid of mind, for mind is the inworker of the souls of men for good. He works on them for their own good. In lives irrational he doth cooperate with each one's nature, but in the souls of men he counteracteth them. For every soul, when it becomes embodied, is instantly depraved by pleasure and by pain. For in a compound body, just like juices, pain and pleasure seethe, and into them the soul, on entering in, is plunged. Over whatsoever souls the mind doth then preside, to these it showeth its own light, by acting counter to their prepossessions, just as a good physician doth upon the body, prepossessed by sickness, pain inflict, burning or lancing it for sake of health. In just the self-same way, the mind inflicteth pain upon the soul, to rescue it from pleasure, whence comes its every ill. The great ill of the soul is godlessness, then followeth fancy for all evil things, and nothing good. So then, mind counteracting, it doth work good on the soul, as the physician health upon the body. But whatsoever human souls have not the mind as pilot, they share in the same fate as souls of lives irrational. For mind becomes co-worker with them, giving full play to the desires towards which such souls are born, desires that from the rush of lust strain after the irrational, so that such human souls, just like irrational animals, cease not irrationally to rage and lust, nor ever are they satiate of ills. For passions and irrational desires are ills exceeding great, and over these God hath set up the mind to play the part of judge and executioner. In that case, Father mine, the teaching or logos as to fate, which previously thou didst explain to me, risks to be overset. For that if it be absolutely fated for a man to fornicate, or commit sacrilege, or do some other evil deed, why is he punished when he hath done the deed from fate's necessity? All works, my son, are fate's, and without fate naught of things corporal, or good or ill, can come to pass. But it is fated too that he who doeth ill shall suffer, and for this cause he doth it, that he may suffer what he suffereth, because he did it. But for the moment, Tat, let be the teaching or logos as to vice and fate, for we have spoken of these things in other of our sermons. But now our teaching or logos is about the mind, what mind can do, and how it is so different, in men being such and such, and in irrational lives so changed, and then again that in irrational lives it is not of a beneficial nature, while that in men it quencheth out the wrathful and the lustful elements. Of men, again, we must class some as led by reason, and others as unreasoning. But all men are subject to fate, and genesis and change, for these are the beginning and the end of fate. And though all men do suffer fated things, those led by reason, those whom we said the mind doth guide, do not endure like suffering with the rest. But, since they've freed themselves from viciousness, not being bad, they do not suffer bad. How meanest thou again, my father? Is not the fornicator bad, the murderer bad, and so with all the rest? I meant not that, but that the mind-led man, my son, though not a fornicator, will suffer just as though he had committed fornication, and though he be no murderer, as though he had committed murder. The quality of change he can no more escape than that of genesis. But it is possible for one who hath the mind to free himself from vice. Wherefore I've ever heard, my son, good Damon also say, and had he set it down in written words, he would have greatly helped the race of men. For he alone, my son, doth truly as the first-born God, gazing upon all things, give voice to words, divine. Yea, once I heard him say, all things are one, and most of all the bodies which the mind alone perceives. Our life is owing to God's energy and power and aeon. His mind is good, so is his soul as well, and this being so, intelligible things know naught of separation. So then, mind, being ruler of all things, and being soul of God, can do whatever it wills. So do thou understand and carry back this word unto the question thou didst ask before, I mean about mind's fate. For if thou dost with accuracy, son, eliminate all captious arguments, thou wilt discover that of very truth the mind, the soul of God, doth rule over all, over fate and law and all things else, and nothing is impossible to it. Neither over fate to set a human soul, nor under fate to set a soul neglectful of what comes to pass. Let this so far suffice from the good Damon's most good words. Yea, words divinely spoken, father mine, truly and helpfully. But further still explain me this. Thou saidst that mind in lives irrational worked in them as their nature, co-working with their impulses. But impulses of lives irrational, as I do think, are passions. Now if the mind co-worketh with these impulses, and if the impulses of lives irrational be passions, then is mind also passion, taking its color from the passions. Well put, my son. Thou questionest right nobly, and it is just that I as well should answer nobly. All things incorporeal, when in a body, are subject unto passion, and in the proper sense they are themselves all passions. For everything that moves another is incorporeal, while everything that's moved is body. Incorporeals are further moved by mind, and movement's passion. Both, then, are subject unto passion, both mover and the moved, the former being ruler, and the latter ruled. But when a man hath freed himself from body, then is he also freed from passion. But more precisely, son, naught is impassible, but all are passable. Yet passion differeth from passibility, for that the one is active, while the other's passive. Incorporeals, moreover, act upon themselves, for either they are motionless, or they are moved, but whichsoever it be, it's passion. But bodies are invariably acted on, and therefore are they passible. Do not then let terms trouble thee. Action and passion are both the self-same thing. To use the fairer-sounding term, however, does no harm. Most clearly hast thou, father mine, set forth the teaching. Consider this as well, my son, that these two things God hath bestowed on man beyond all mortal lives, both mind and speech, equal to immortality. He hath the mind for knowing God, and uttered speech for eulogy of him. And if one useth these for what he ought, he'll differ not a whit from the immortals. Nay, rather, on departing from the body, he will be guided by the twain unto the choir of gods and blessed ones. Why, father mine, do not the other lives make use of speech? Nay, son, but use of voice. Speech is far different from voice. For speech is general among all men, while voice doth differ in each class of living thing. But with men also, father mine, according to each race, speech differs. Yea, son, but man is one, so also speech is one, and is interpreted, and it is found the same in Egypt, and in Persia, and in Greece. Thou seemest, son, to be in ignorance of reason's worth and greatness, for that the blessed God, good Damon, hath declared, Soul is in body, mind in soul. But reason, or logos, is in mind, and mind in God, and God is Father of all these. The reason, then, is the mind's image, and mind God's image, while body is the image of the form, and form the image of the soul. The subtlest part of matter is, then, air, of air, soul, of soul, mind, and of mind, God. And God surroundeth all and permeateth all, while mind surroundeth soul, soul, air, matter. Necessity and providence and nature are instruments of cosmos and of matter's ordering, while of intelligible things each is essence, and sameness is their essence. But of the bodies of the cosmos each is many, for through possessing sameness, these composed bodies, though they do change from one into another of themselves, do natheless ever keep the incorruption of their sameness. Whereas in all the rest of composed bodies, of each there is a certain number, for without number structure cannot be, or composition or decomposition. Now it is units that give birth to number, and increase it, and being decomposed are taken back again into themselves. Matter is one, and this whole cosmos, the mighty God and image of the mightier one, both with him unified, and the conserver of the will and order of the Father, is filled full of life. Naught is there in it throughout the whole of aeon, the Father's everlasting re-establishment, nor of the whole, nor of its parts, which doth not live. For not a single thing that's dead hath been, or is, or shall be in this cosmos, for that the Father willed it should have life as long as it should be, wherefore it needs must be a God. How then, O Son, could there be in the God the image of the Father, in the plenitude of life? Dead things. For that death is corruption, and corruption is destruction. How then could any part of that which knoweth no corruption be corrupted, or any whit of him, the God, destroyed? Do they not then, my father, die, the lives in it that are its parts? Hush, son, led into error by the term in use for what takes place. They do not die, my son, but are dissolved as compound bodies. Now dissolution is not death, but dissolution of a compound. It is dissolved not so that it may be destroyed, but that it may become renewed. For what is the activity of life? Is it not motion? What then in cosmos is there that hath no motion? Naught is there, son. Doth not earth even, father, seem to thee to have no motion? Nay, son, but rather that she is the only thing which, though in very rapid motion, is also stable. For how would it not be a thing to laugh at, that the nurse of all should have no motion, when she engenders and brings forth all things? For 'tis impossible that without motion one who doth engender should do so. That thou shouldest ask if the fourth part is not inert is most ridiculous. For that the body which doth have no motion gives sign of nothing but inertia. Know therefore generally, my son, that all that is in cosmos is being moved for decrease or for increase. Now that which is kept moving also lives, but there is no necessity that that which lives should be all same. For, being simultaneous, the cosmos as a whole is not subject to change, my son, but all its parts are subject unto it, yet naught of it is subject to corruption or destroyed. It is the terms employed that confuse men, for 'tis not Genesis that constituteth life, but 'tis sensation. It is not change that constituteth death, but 'tis forgetfulness. Since then these things are so, they are immortal all, matter and life and spirit, mind and soul, of which whatever liveth is composed. Whatever then doth live oweth its immortality unto the mind, and most of all doth man, he who is both recipient of God and co-essential with him. For with this life alone doth God consort, by visions in the night, by tokens in the day, and by all things doth he foretell the future unto him, by birds, by inward parts, by wind, by tree. Wherefore doth man lay claim to know things past, things present, and to come. Observe this too, my son, that each one of the other lives inhabiteth one portion of the cosmos, aquatic creatures water, terrene earth, and airy creatures air, while man doth use all these, earth, water, air, and fire. He seeth heaven too, and doth contact it with his sense. But God surroundeth all, and permeateth all, for he is energy and power, and it is nothing difficult, my son, to conceive God. But if thou wouldest him also contemplate, behold the ordering of the cosmos, and see the orderly behavior of its ordering. Behold thou the necessity of things made manifest, and see the providence of things become, and things becoming. Behold how matter is all full of life. Behold this so great God in movement, with all the good and noble ones, gods, daemons, and men. But these are purely energies, O father mine. If then they're purely energies, my son, by whom then are they energized except by God? Or art thou ignorant that just as heaven, earth, air, water are parts of cosmos, in just the selfsame way God's parts are life and immortality, and energy and spirit, and necessity and providence and nature, soul and mind, and the duration of all these that is called good? And there is naught of things that have become, or are becoming, in which God is not. Is he then in matter, father? Matter, my son, is separate from God, in order that thou mayest attribute unto it the quality of space. But what thing else than mass thinkest thou it is, if it's not energized? Whereas if it be energized, by whom is it made so? For energies, we said, are parts of God. By whom are then all lives enlivened? By whom are things immortal made immortal? By whom changed things made changeable? And whether thou dost speak of matter, or of body, or of essence, know that these two are energies of God, and that materiality is matter's energy, that corporality is body's energy, and that essentiality doth constitute the energy of essence, and this is God, the All. And in the All is naught that is not God. Wherefore nor size, nor space, nor quality, nor form, nor time surroundeth God. For he is all, and all surroundeth all, and permeateth all. Unto this reason, son, thy adoration and thy worship pay. There is one way alone to worship God. It is not to be bad. Commentary. The Sayings of the Good Daemon. This sermon has as its subject the common or general mind, great mind, good daemon. For mind, as we are told, is the benefactor of men. He is the good shepherd, the good husbandman, the good physician, as he is called in different tractates. From a critical standpoint, the point of greatest interest is that our Hermes, in no less than 3 places, quotes certain sayings of the good daemon. Now the first of these quotations, "Gods are immortal men, and men are mortal gods," is one of the most cited sayings of Heraclitus. Hermes, however, does not mean to say that Heraclitus was agathodaemon, but that Heraclitus was the mouthpiece of the good mind when he uttered this word. Nor was this the opinion of Hermes only. It was the belief apparently of Heraclitus himself when he declared, "Not because you hear me say so, but because you hear the reason, so declare, is it wise to confess that all are one." At any rate, the term logos, as used by Heraclitus, in connection with such a declaration, is taken by Hippolytus to mean the all-pervading reason, and not the normal reason of man. What, then, is our surprise to find the second of Hermes' quotations of a saying of the good daemon qualified by the words, "And had he set it down in written words," or in writing, when that quotation begins with the words, "all are one," the root formula of Heraclitus. Such sayings of Heraclitus must have been the common property of all the philosophers of the time and of their pupils. But the quotation of Hermes does not end with the formula of Heraclitus. It continues, how far exactly it is difficult to determine. Reitzenstein would apparently make it end with the word aeon, but I am inclined to think it goes to the end. In either case, it includes the term aeon. If now we turn to the third quotation from the Sayings of the Good Daemon, we are at once struck with its remarkable resemblance to the form of teaching in Corpus Hermeticum. Though there is no precise verbal agreement, there is a striking identity of style of formula. In our treatise, however, the saying is used in authoritative illustration of the meaning of the reason, or logos, whereas in the Mind to Hermes, that is, in the sermon of the good daemon himself to Hermes, reason is omitted, mind and reason being there transcended by aeon and mind. Moreover, the whole style of what follows this quotation in our treatise is exactly the same as the style of instruction in the Corpus Hermeticum, short categorical formulae, and further, the previous quotation contains the keyword aeon, which categorizes the teaching of the Mind to Hermes. I therefore conclude that our Hermes is using a more intimate instruction, known only to the Hermes grade, and not published for the Tat degree, and that this is the meaning of his saying that it has not been written down. He means simply that it has not yet been allowed to be published for those in the Tat stage. There were, then, other treatises now lost of the same type as that of the Mind to Hermes. In them there were quotations from the sayings of Heraclitus, the obscure philosopher being regarded as one who had come into direct contact with the logos or mind, and as one, therefore, who spoke with the authority of direct revelation. Hermes and Basilides. The next point of critical interest is the sentence, "I meant not that, but that the mind-led man, my son, though not a fornicator, will suffer just as though he had committed fornication, and though he be no murderer, as though he had committed murder." If we now turn to the quotation which Clement of Alexandria gives us from Book 23 of the Exegetica of Basilides, we read, "For just as the babe, who, although it hath done no wrong previously, or actively committed any sin, yet hath the capacity of sin in it, whenever it is subjected to suffering, is advantaged and reaps many benefits, which otherwise are difficult to gain. In just the self-same way is it, that although a perfect man may not have sinned in act, and yet doth suffers pains, he suffereth them in just the self-same fashion as a babe, having within himself the tendency to sin, but refusing to embrace the opportunity to sin, he doth not sin. So that even for such a man as this, we ought not to suppose the incapacity for sin. For just as it is the will to commit fornication that constitutes the fornicator, even though he does not find the opportunity of actually committing fornication, and the will to commit murder that constitutes the murderer, although he may not be actually able to effect his purpose, so also in the case of the sinless man, I mean, if I see him suffering, even if he has actually done no sin, I shall say he is evil by his will to sin, for I will say anything rather than that providence is evil. Providence, as in our treatise, is here the instrument of the good, of the will of God. It is the will of man that is the source of evil, as we learn from the Corpus Hermeticum. For 'tis not God, 'tis we who are the cause of evil things, preferring them to good. In our treatise, then, the very same problem is treated as in the Exegetica of Basilides. Hermes speaks of the mind-led man, the man who has the Logos in him. Basilides speaks of the perfect man. So also in Corpus Hermeticum, the perfect man is he who has received the mind. The ideas of Hermes and of Basilides are practically identical. The words of both are strikingly similar when they cite fornication and murder as typical sins, and these and no others. Compare again with this idea of the babe in Basilides, the words of Hermes in Corpus Hermeticum. Behold, an infant soul, my son, that is not yet cut off, because its body is still small, and not as yet come unto its full bulk. A thing of beauty altogether is such a soul to see, not yet befouled with body's passions, still all but hanging from the cosmic soul. And with this, compare what Hippolytus tells us of Valentinus. Valentinus says that he once saw a babe that had only just been born, and that he was proceeded to question it to find out who it was. And the babe replied and said it was the Logos. And also the Psalm of Valentinus, quoted by the same heresiologist. All things depending from spirit I see, all things supported by spirit I view. Flesh from soul depending, soul by air supported, air from ether hanging, fruits born of the deep, babe born of the womb. Here, then, as in other instances, we have intimate points of contact between the Hermetic and Christian Gnosis. Is there, however, any question of direct plagiarism? I think not, but that the Christian doctors and the Hermetic philosophers were both in contact with the same body of inner teaching. With the action of the mind on the soul in incarnation, compare Corpus Hermeticum, where the office of the mind in respect to the soul out of incarnation is graphically described. The Sermons on Fate. In 6, Hermes tells us that he has already spoken about fate in others of his sermons, while in 14 and 21 he 3 times refers to necessity and providence. In this connection, it is to be noticed that Lactantius, in quoting the last 2 sentences of our treatise, says that he takes them from a sermon by Hermes on justice. Now, Stobaeus has preserved for us an extract from a sermon dealing with justice, providence, necessity, and fate, also an extract from a sermon of Hermes to Tet, dealing with fate, and ending with the words, "Such is the sermon on the rule of providence, necessity, and fate." We have also an extract of Hermes from the books to Ammon, entitled Of the General Economy, which deals with providence, necessity, and fate. There were then, according to Hermes, already existing not one, but several sermons on fate, and, as we learn from Stobaeus, not only in the Tet literature but also in the Ammon literature. It seems then probable that in the collection used by Lactantius, the Tet sermons on fate immediately preceded our treatise, and that one of these sermons, the one immediately preceding our treatise, presumably, was entitled On Justice, thus confirming the title I have prefixed to the Stobaeus extract. Materiality and corporality are energies of God. Finally, in 22, it has to be noticed that with the express teaching that matter and body are so far from being evil that they are energies of God, his materiality and corporality, the charge of dualism against our philosophers must be forever abandoned. Their doctrine was that of panmonism, and therefore wherever we find signs of dualism, or even distinct statements of an indubitably dualistic nature, we must understand that this was a formal convenience for the better insistence upon the need of strenuous exertion to solve the mystery of the opposites, rather than an essential doctrine of the Gnosis. 14. The secret sermon on the mountain concerning rebirth and the promise of silence, of thrice-greatest Hermes unto Tat, his son. Now in the general sermons, Father, thou didst speak in riddles most unclear, conversing on divinity, and when thou saidst no man could ever be saved before rebirth, thy meaning thou didst hide. Further, when I became thy suppliant, in wending up the mount, after thou hadst conversed with me, and when I longed to learn the sermon on rebirth, for this beyond all other things is just the thing I know not, thou saidst that thou wouldst give it to me, when thou shalt have become a stranger to the world. Wherefore I got me ready and made the thought in me a stranger to the world illusion. And now do thou fill up the things that fall short in me with what thou saidst would give me the tradition of rebirth, setting it forth in speech or in the secret way. I know not, O thrice-greatest one, from out what matter and what womb man comes to birth, or of what seed. Wisdom that understands in silence, such is the matter and the womb, from out which man is born, and the true good, the seed. Who is the sower, Father? For I am altogether at a loss. It is the will of God, my son. And of what kind is he that is begotten, Father? For I have no share of that essence in me, which doth transcend the senses. The one that is begot will be another one from God, God's Son? All in all, out of all powers composed. Thou tellest me a riddle, Father, and dost not speak as father unto son. This race, my son, is never taught, but when he willeth it, its memory is restored by God. Thou sayest things impossible, O Father, things that are forced. Hence answers would I have direct unto these things. Am I a son, strange to my father's race? Keep it not, Father, back from me. I am a true-born son. Explain to me the manner of rebirth. What may I say, my son? I can but tell thee this. Whenever I see within myself the simple vision, brought to birth out of God's mercy, I have passed through myself into a body that can never die. And now I am not what I was before, but I am born in mind. The way to do this is not taught, and it cannot be seen by the compounded element by means of which thou seest. Yea, I have had my former composed form dismembered for me. I am no longer touched, yet have I touch. I have dimension too, and yet am I a stranger to them now. Thou seest me with eyes, my son, but what I am, thou dost not understand even with fullest strain of body and of sight. Into fierce frenzy and mind fury hast thou plunged me, Father, for now no longer do I see myself. I would, my son, that thou hadst even passed right through thyself, as they who dream in sleep, yet sleepless. Tell me this too, who is the author of rebirth? The Son of God, the one man, by God's will. Now hast thou brought me, Father, unto pure stupefaction, arrested from the senses which I had before, for now I see thy greatness identical with thy distinctive form. Even in this thou art untrue. The mortal form doth change with every day. 'Tis turned by time to growth and waning, as being an untrue thing. What then is true, thrice-greatest one? That which is never troubled, son, which cannot be defined, that which no color hath, nor any figure, which is not turned, which hath no garment, which giveth light, that which is comprehensible unto itself alone, which doth not suffer change, that which no body can contain. In very truth I lose my reason, Father. Just when I thought to be made wise by thee, I find the senses of this mind of mine blocked up. Thus it is, son. That which is upward borne like fire, yet is borne down like earth, that which is moist like water, yet blows like air, how shalt thou this perceive with sense? That which is not solid nor yet moist, which naught can bind or loose, of which in power and energy alone can man have any notion, and even then it wants a man who can perceive the way of birth in God. I am incapable of this, O Father, then. Nay, God forbid, my son. Withdraw into thyself, and it will come. Will, and it comes to pass. Throw out of work the body's senses, and thy divinity shall come to birth. Purge from thyself the brutish torments, things of matter. I have tormentors, then, in me, O Father? Aye, no few, my son, nay, fearful ones and manifold. I do not know them, Father. Torment, the first, is this not knowing, son. The second one is grief. The third, intemperance. The fourth, concupiscence. The fifth, unrighteousness. The sixth is avarice. The seventh, error. The eighth is envy. The ninth, guile. The 10th is anger. 11th, rashness. The 12th is malice. These are in number 12, but under them are many more, my son, and creeping through the prison of the body, they force the man that's placed within to suffer in his senses. But they depart, although not all at once, from him who hath been taken pity on by God, and this it is which constitutes the manner of rebirth, and the reason. And now, my son, be still and solemn silence keep. Thus shall the mercy that flows on us from God not cease. Henceforth rejoice, O son, for by the powers of God thou art being purified for the articulation of the reason. Gnosis of God hath come to us, and when this comes, my son, not knowing is cast out. Gnosis of joy hath come to us, and on its coming, son, sorrow will flee away to them who give it room. The power that follows joy do I invoke, thy self-control. O power most sweet, let us most gladly bid it welcome, son. How with its coming doth it chase intemperance away. Now forth on continence I call the power against desire. This step, my son, is righteousness's firm seat. For without judgment, see how she hath chased unrighteousness away. We are made righteous, son, by the departure of unrighteousness. Power sixth I call to us, that against avarice, sharing with all. And now that avarice is gone, I call on truth, and error flees, and truth is with us. See how the measure of the good is full, my son, upon truth's coming. For envy hath gone from us, and unto truth is joined the good as well, with life and light. And now no more doth any torment of the darkness venture nigh, but vanquished all have fled with whirring wings. Thou knowest now, my son, the manner of rebirth. And when the 10 is come, my son, that driveth out the 12, the birth in understanding is complete, and by this birth we are made into gods. When then doth by his mercy gain this birth in God, abandoning the body's senses, knows himself to be of light and life, and that he doth consist of these, and thus is filled with bliss. By God made steadfast, Father, no longer with the sight of my eyes afford I look on things, but with the energy the mind doth give me through the powers. In heaven am I, in earth, in water, air. I am in animals, in plants. I am in the womb, before the womb, after the womb. I'm everywhere. But further tell me this, how are the torments of the darkness, when they are 12 in number, driven out by the 10 powers? What is the way of it, thrice greatest one? This dwelling place, through which we have just passed, my son, is constituted from the circle of the types of life, this being composed of elements, 12 in number, but of one nature, an omniform idea. For man's delusion there are disunions in them, son, while in their action they are one. Not only can we never part rashness from wrath, they cannot even be distinguished. According to right reason, then, they naturally withdraw once and for all, inasmuch as they are chased out by no less than 10 powers, that is, the 10. For, son, the 10 is that which giveth birth to souls, and life and light are unified there, where the one hath being from the Spirit. According then to reason, the one contains the 10, the 10, the one. Father, I see thee all, I see myself in mind. This is, my son, rebirth. No more to look on things from body's viewpoint, a thing 3 ways in space extended. Though this sermon on rebirth, on which I did not comment, in order that we may not be calumniators of the all unto the multitude, to whom indeed the God himself doth will, we should not. Tell me, O Father, this body which is made up of the powers, is at any time dissolved? Hush, son, speak not of things impossible, else wilt thou sin, and thy mind's eye be quenched. The natural body which our sense perceives is far removed from this essential birth. The first must be dissolved, the last can never be. The first must die, the last death cannot touch. Dost thou not know thou hast been born a god, son of the One, even as I myself? I would, O Father, hear the praise-giving with him, which thou didst say thou heardest, then when thou wert at the 8th, the Ogdoad of powers. Just as the shepherd did foretell, I should, my son, when I came to the 8th. Well dost thou haste to strike thy tent, for thou hast been made pure. The shepherd, mind of all masterhood, hath not passed on to me more than hath been writ down, for full well did he know that I should of myself be able to learn all, and hear what I should wish, and see all things. He left to me the making of fair things, wherefore the powers within me, even as they are in all, break into song. Father, I wish to hear, I long to know these things. Be still, my son. Hear the praise-giving now that keeps the soul in tune. Hymn of rebirth, a hymn I would not have thought fit so readily to tell, hadst thou not reached the end of all. Wherefore this is not taught, but is kept hid in silence. Thus then, my son, stand in a place uncovered to the sky, facing the southern wind, about the sinking of the setting sun, and make thy worship. So in like manner too when he doth rise, with face to the east wind. Now, son, be still. The Secret Hymnody. Let every nature of the world receive the utterance of my hymn. Open thou earth, let every bolt of the abyss be drawn for me. Stir not, ye trees. I am about to hymn creation's Lord, both all and one. Ye heavens open, and ye winds stay still, and let God's deathless sphere receive my word. For I will sing the praise of him who founded all, who fixed the earth and hung up heaven, and gave command that ocean should afford sweet water to the earth, to both those parts that are inhabited and those that are not, for the support and use of every man, who made the fire to shine for gods and men for every act. Let us together all give praise to him, sublime above the heavens, of every nature, Lord. 'Tis he who is the eye of mind. He may accept the praise of these my powers. Ye powers that are within me, hymn the one and all. Sing with my will, powers all that are within me. O blessed Gnosis, by thee illumined, hymning through thee the light that mind alone can see, I joy in joy of mind. Sing with me praises all ye powers. Sing praise, my self-control. Sing thou through me my righteousness, the praises of the righteous. Sing thou my sharing all, the praises of the all. Through me sing truth, truth's praises. Sing thou, O good, the good. O life and light, from us to you our praises flow. Father, I give thee thanks, to thee, thou energy of all my powers. I give thee thanks, O God, thou power of all my energies. Thy reason sings through me thy praises. Take back through me the all into thy reason, my reasonable oblation. Thus cry the powers in me. They sing thy praise, thou all. They do thy will. From thee thy will, to thee the all. Receive from all their reasonable oblation, the all that is in us, O life preserve, O light illumine it, O God inspirit it. It is thy mind that plays the shepherd to thy word, O thou Creator, bestower of the Spirit upon all. For thou art God. Thy man thus cries to thee through fire, through air, through earth, through water, and through spirit, through thy creatures. 'Tis from thy aeon I have found praise-giving, and in thy will, the object of my search, have I found rest. By thy good pleasure have I seen this praise-giving being sung, O Father. I have set it in my cosmos too. Say in the cosmos that thy mind alone can see, my son. Yea, Father, in the cosmos that the mind alone can see, for I have been made able by thy hymn, and by thy praise-giving my mind hath been illumined. But further I myself as well would from my natural mind send praise-giving to God. But not unheedfully, my son. What I behold in mind, that do I say. To thee, thou parent of my bringing into birth, as I, unto God, I, Tat, send reasonable offerings. O God and Father, thou art the Lord, thou art the mind. Receive from me oblations reasonable as thou wouldest wish, for by thy will all things have been perfected. Send thou oblations, Son, acceptable to God, the Sire of all. But add my Son, too, through the Word. I give thee, Father, thanks for showing me to sing such hymns. Happy am I, my Son, that thou hast brought the good fruits forth of truth, products that cannot die. And now that thou hast learnt this lesson from me, make promise to keep silence on thy virtue, and to no soul, my son, make known the handing on to thee the manner of rebirth, that we may not be thought to be calumniators. And now we both of us have given heed sufficiently, both I the speaker, and the hearer thou. In mind hast thou become a knower of thyself, and of our common sire. Commentary. Concerning the title. The Secret Sermon on the Mountain is the main title given in all the manuscripts, with the exception of A. The subsidiary contents title is evidently derived from the same edition to which we owe the other contents titles preserved in our corpus. Reitzenstein, however, thinks that the main title has arisen by mistake. What the mistake is, he does not tell us. Perhaps he means that in our sermon there is no mention of on a mountain, but rather as if we accept his reading of down a mountain. But in this we cannot follow him, for the whole teaching is precisely on the mount, to the top of which Tat has now come. For the mountain was symbolic of stages of inner development, and here we are told precisely, this step, the fifth, is righteousness's firm seat, showing that the mountain was conceived as an ascent or stair of steps, as is so often seen in Egyptian frescoes. The term apocryphon. Again, with regard to the title, the term secret, or apocryphal, is used in its original sense of hidden away, meaning esoteric, or not put into circulation, as applied to a logos or sermon, or a collection of logoi or sayings. A logos in this sense had very much the same meaning for our ancients as the Sanskrit Mahavakyam, or great saying, has today for an Indian theosophist who applies the term to the great mystical utterances of the Upanishads, such as that art thou, tat tvam asi, etc. In classical antiquity, these logoi or logoa were regarded as words of wisdom, and were the most sacred legacies of the sages to humanity. These oracular utterances were frequently collected together, and even prior to the days of syncretism formed the most sacred deposits of various nations, the same term being subsequently given to the Christian Bible. Thus Herodotus calls Onomacritus, the first collector of the archaic Orphic hymns, a depository of oracles, the word carrying the meaning of one who arranges, corresponding exactly to the term Vyasa in Sanskrit, the supposed author of the Mahabharata. Such collections of logoi or logoa were then generally called deposits, the word also sometimes bearing the meaning of testaments, as containing the expression of the divine will or dispensation. The same term is used by Strabo of the laws of Lycurgus, It was also applied to the Orphics and Pythagoreans, to such sacred laws, while ecclesiastical writers subsequently used it in reference to the canonical books. The Orphics and Pythagoreans also called these collections sacred utterances, and even Clement of Alexandria refers to such a saying of Orpheus as that truly sacred utterance. That such collections were kept secret is not surprising. Indeed, such must have been the case from time immemorial. But even on the ground of purely Greek and Roman history, we are not without information of collections of oracles carefully guarded as the secret scriptures or Bibles of nations. Cicero speaks of such a Bible of the Vei. The Athenians in the time of the kings possessed a similar Bible of Logia, and Dinarchus tells us that the safety of the state depended on this secret scripture. These occult sayings are further called by the Suidas withdrawn volumes, that is to say, books withdrawn from public perusal, or, in other words, apocryphal, hidden, or secret. And not only was this the case with the ancient writings themselves, but also with the commentaries upon them, and by degrees with everything referring to them, until finally we find Themistius, the rhetorician in the 4th century, speaking of that mass of archaic wisdom not open to the public or in general circulation, but scarce and occult. We have, therefore, translated the term secret as conveying the proper meaning of the epithet in the title, and not by apocryphal, a word that nowadays connotes the judgment of a theological canon. The 3 stages of probation. In the first paragraph, Tat definitely refers to 3 stages of probation before he is deemed fit to hear the sermon on rebirth. First, there is the general or preliminary instruction contained in a collection of discourses called the General Sermons. Next is the stage where Tat becomes the suppliant of Hermes, a stage characterized by conversation or dialogue. That is to say, Tat was allowed to ask questions. This is further symbolically described by a phrase which is difficult to translate, but which seems to mean either passing up or wending up the mountain, or wending over the mountain. That is to say that Hermes was gradually leading Tat to the top of the mountain, in plain words, as far as his normal intellect could carry him. The top of the mountain representing the highest point of unaided mental faculty. This stage was, I believe, represented by the collection of sermons to Tat, or dialogues with Tat, known as the detailed reasons, a term somewhat difficult to translate precisely. The fundamental meaning of this is a way through and out, a pathway or passage or means of escape. It thus comes to mean the course of a narrative, or a detailed narrative, exposition, discussion, hence also a passage of Scripture. As set over against general, therefore, this would mean detailed or expository, but at the same time it would, to the Greek ear, suggest the meaning of the means of escape, or the way out of ignorance. The third stage is that of moral and mental purification. Wherefore I got me ready, and made the thought in me a stranger to the world illusion. The error that is in Part 7 sums up the first 6 vices, and is in Part 9 driven out by truth. Stage 2 may have been technically known as that of the suppliant, though of course of this we cannot be sure. In any case, the term must be considered in close connection with Philo's treatise on the contemplative life, which, as Conybeare tells us, most probably formed Book 4 of Philo's voluminous work, or rather apology, De Legatione. The alternative title of this work was The Suppliants. By suppliant, Philo tells us he means one who has fled to God and taken refuge with him. Here, however, the term is used in a narrower sense, as adapted to the personal relationship of disciple to master, who, during the time of probation, stands to him as the representative of God. The master is his spiritual father, the image of God the Father. The Holy Mount of Initiation. As to the symbolic use of the term mountain, I need hardly remind my readers that it was perhaps the most common figure employed in the apocalypses of the time. Instances come immediately crowding into the mind, such as the Mount of Galilee in Askew and Bruce Gnostic codices, on which all the great initiations and rites are performed by the risen Lord, or the Mount Tabor of the Gospel according to the Hebrews. My mother, the Holy Spirit, took me by one of the hairs of the head and carried me unto Mount Tabor, or in the Acts of John, where the vision of the spiritual crucifixion is shown to John on the Mount, or in the Gospel of Eve, where the vision of the great and little man is seen on the Mount, or in the Shepherd of Hermes, where the angel of repentance bears off Hermes to the Mount of Arcadia, etc. In every case, the mountain is no physical mountain, but the height of contemplation, an interior state of spiritual consciousness. Stage 3, again, is of interest because of the terms in which it is described. They may be compared with the same teaching in the Benesa Logos. Jesus saith, Except ye fast to the world, ye shall in no wise find the kingdom of God. Again, in Tat's prayer for the consummation of his probation, And now do thou fill up the things that fall short in me. It should be noticed that we have the well-known technical terms of the Christianized gnosis, the pleroma and hysterema, or fullness and insufficiency. The birth from above. The time has come for Tat to receive, through his master, the touch of the true mind consciousness. The Christ is to be born in his heart. The light of the pleroma is to shine in his inmost being. It is to be a new birth, a regeneration or rebirth, in the sense of being born from above. Compare John 3:3. Amen, amen, I say unto thee, except a man be born from above, he cannot see the kingdom of God. And also 7. Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born from above. Where the comment on a prior saying, ye must be born from above, formerly unsuited to the scheme of a dialogue between Jeshu and Rabbi Nicodemus, reveals the work of the Haggadist. So also in 1 Peter 22:23, having made your souls holy by hearkening to the truth, being reborn not from the seed of destruction, but from the seed that cannot be destroyed, through the word of God, who lives and endures. These passages from the New Testament scriptures are not, of course, cited to show any dependence of our Hermetic authors on the New Testament writers, but simply to show how they mutually explain one another. For indeed the doctrine of the new birth and of the sacred marriage was beyond all else the crowning mystery of the spiritual way for all the mystic schools of the time. The Virgin Birth. The secret that Tat would learn is the mystery of the birth from the virgin womb, the birth of man, the great mystery of regeneration. Many illustrations of the meaning of this pivot doctrine of the Christian teaching might be quoted from Gnostic writings, but it will be sufficient to remind the reader of what the Jewish commentator in the Nicene document has written in contrasting the great mysteries, or the heavenly ones, with the little mysteries, those of fleshly generation. Speaking of the mysteries of regeneration, he writes, For this is the gate of heaven, and this is the house of God, where the good God dwells alone, into which no impure man shall come, but it is kept under guard for the spiritual alone, where, when they come, they must cast away their garments, and all become bridegrooms, obtaining their true manhood through the virginal spirit. For this is the virgin big with child, conceiving and bearing a son. And to this the Christian commentator adds, not psychic, not fleshly, but a blessed aeon of aeons. The Jewish commentator uses the language of Philo, who, as we have shown, centered his ideas around the conception of the sacred marriage and the virginal spirit. So too does our treatise, The Womb in Silence, the silence of contemplation, the image of the great silence, the mother of the aeons in many a Christianized Gnostic system. The matter is wisdom. The aeons coming to consciousness in man is the birth of man the Son of God, and the seed is the good or logos sown by the will of the Father. This is the birth of the Christ in man, the great mystery that awaits us when we have made ourselves strangers to the world illusion. Is this Son, then, asks Tat, other than God? No, answers Hermes. It is the mystery of sameness, not of difference. It is the pleroma, not the insufficiency. All in all, out of all powers composed, the common fruit of the pleroma as the Valentinians would have expressed it. The race of the Logos. It is a race, not an individual. It is we and no longer I. This is the race of the Logos, the self-taught race of Philo, or, as Hermes says, this race, my son, is never taught, but when he willeth it, its memory is restored by God. This is the remembrance of Pythagoras and Plato, the regaining of the consciousness of the divine state. It must be self-perceived. And so Philo tells us, "But as for the race of devotees who are taught ever more and more to see, let them strive for the intuition of that which is. Let them transcend the sun which men perceive and gaze upon the light beyond, the true sun, or Logos, nor ever leave this rank which leads to perfect blessedness. Now they who betake themselves to the divine service do so not because of any custom, or someone's advice or appeal, but are carried away by heavenly love. They are of the race of Elxai, the hidden power or Holy Spirit, the spouse of Lexai, the hidden Lord, or Logos." The self-taught. Hermes cannot teach to Tat his birth in words, even as Isis is not permitted to declare it openly to Horus. I may not tell the story of this birth, for it is not permitted to describe the origin of thy descent, O Horus, son of mighty power, lest afterward the way of birth of the immortal gods should be known unto men. That is, the mystery of the birth of Horus. Hermes can only guide Tat towards the realization of the blessed sight, by putting himself into that sublime state of consciousness, so that Tat, so to speak, bathes or is baptized in his master's spiritual presence, the cup of the mind. This, as we have seen already from several treatises, was the way of transmission of the power of the powers, the true laying on of hands. Hermes describes the change that takes place in himself when he passes into the higher spiritual consciousness. He seems to pass through himself, to involve himself, as it is said somewhere in the Mahabharata of the Rishis, into a body that can never die, that is, into a, or rather the, essential or cosmic body, that embraces the cosmos within it. The way to do this is not taught, for it cannot be understood from any sensible experience, the outer physical form of the adept remaining as it was before. It is an interchange. The birth of a Christ is the striking of a new keynote. Everything remains apparently as it was before, but all things receive a new interpretation. No physical sight, even of the greatest intensity, can penetrate the veil of this mystery. Thou seest me with eyes, my son, but what I am thou dost not understand. With this, compare the marvelous ritual of initiation in the Acts of John. Who I am thou shalt know when I depart. What I am seen to be, that am I not. But what I am thou shalt see when thou comest. None but those who have reached the Christ state can know it. No teaching will avail to explain its manner and its mysteries. It must be realized. The new creation. But Tat, who has made himself ready, is becoming quickened by the power of his master. His spiritual senses are being born. Already he is losing touch with the physical. He no longer sees himself. But this is not enough. He must not only be able to lose consciousness of his physical body, and see and hear as though with the mind alone, but he must invert himself, pass right through himself, and no longer see things as without him, but all things as within him. All this is a new creation to be accomplished in the man himself. The author or genesiurge of rebirth, as contrasted with the maker or demiurge of birth, is the one man, the Logos, the energic reason and will of God. The one is the creator of the immortal body, the other is the maker of the mortal frame. The way of birth in God. The reading of the next sentence is faulty, and it is impossible to extract the correct meaning. The greatness and distinctive form are terms familiar enough to us in Christian Gnostic writings. Greatness connotes the same idea as aeon. Character or distinctive form or rank is generally the impression from a typical original, and here stands for the form by which a man is recognized. Hermes then proceeds to describe the nature of this greatness, or aeon, or sameness, manifested in difference. It is, alchemically speaking, the one element, which can only be comprehended by one born in God, that is, by a God. The way of this birth is then described as a de-energizing, or throwing out of work of the body's senses, with a corresponding energizing of the one sense, the aeonic consciousness, or as a purging out of the tendencies of the lower nature and replacing them by the energies of the divine powers. This is the mystery of repentance, not a change of mind only, but a change throughout the whole nature. All things in the man turn towards God. The forces or energies of the soul have no direction in themselves. It is the will of man that can turn them downwards or upwards, so that they become vices or virtues. Of the 10 and the 12. But not only does Hermes set forth a formal exposition of this repentance in terms of the conquest and driving out of the horde of vices by the company of virtues, but at the same time he performs an efficacious theurgic rite of invocation, whereby he enables Tat to realize the instruction in immediate experience. The virtues that Hermes invokes are not abstractions, but definite substantial powers. They are, in fact, the filling up of Tat's insufficiency. In other words, they are what the Christian Gnostics would have called the aeons of the Pleroma. Behind all, there is a definite scheme of numbering. There is a 12 and a 10, and a 7 and a 3 and a 1. The torments of the darkness are the 12. They are not torments in themselves, but only for him who is in error. They are 12, yet they are 1. For though they are pantomorph or omniform, yet are they of one nature. The 12 are thus conditioned by the main irrational types of life, or animal natures, the so-called zodiac. These divisions are not, however, fundamental. They are solely for man's delusion or error. In action, they are one. That is, they keep man in error or ignorance. Thus they can be regarded as 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 6, and so combined and recombined. 12, then, is the nature of the animal soul in man, the number of his going forth into externality. This outgoing is arrested when man repents and turns himself to return, to go within. The cosmogonical is transformed by the soteriological. The information according to substance gives place to the information according to gnosis. As ignorance characterized the 12, so does gnosis characterize the 10, the perfect number or number of perfection. The going forth was that of the multiplication of species, 12, or 3 times 4, or 2 times 6. The return is 10, that is the 7 and the 3, and 7 is addition, 3 plus 4, and not multiplication. Multiplication seems here to mean the generation, by two parents, of things of the same kind and power, while addition signifies the intensification of the same nature to a higher power. The 10 is that which giveth birth to souls, that is, human souls, and not only human souls, but, in its consummation, to divine souls. It may perhaps be of interest here to set down simple lists of the vices and virtues as given in our treatise, and to append to them the list of vices in Corpus Hermeticum 24 and 26. 1. Not knowing. 2. Grief. 3. Intemperance. 4. Concupiscence. 5. Unrighteousness. 6. Avarice. 7. Error. 8. Envy. 9. Guile. 10. Anger. 11. Rashness. 12. Malice. The vices. 1. Not knowing. 2. Grief. 3. Intemperance. 4. Concupiscence. 5. Unrighteousness. 6. Avarice. 7. Error. 8. Envy. 9. Guile. 10. Anger. 11. Rashness. 12. Malice. The virtues. 1. Gnosis. 2. Joy. 3. Self-control. 4. Continence. 5. Righteousness. 6. Sharing with all. 7. Truth. 8. The good. 9. Life. 10. Light. The zones and their attributes. 1. Growth and waning. First zone. 2. Device of evils. The second zone. 3. Guile of the desires. The third zone. 4. Arrogance. The fourth zone. 5. Daring and rashness. The fifth zone. 6. Getting wealth. The sixth zone. 7. falsehood, the 7th zone. 8. Those that are, the 8th zone. 9. The powers in a band, the 9th zone. 10. The Father, the 10th zone. It is at once seen that the first 7 virtues are arranged so as to be the direct antithesis of the first 7 vices. The root of the 12 is ignorance. Indeed, all the 12 are permutations of ignorance. They seem to be 12, whereas they are but one in nature. Again, not only are they 12, but manifold. Thus, for instance, rashness and wrath or anger are but one, and so of the rest. The permutations are infinite. This may be seen from the septenary classification in the Shepherd Treatise, where we have guile of the desires, 3, a combination of guile, 9, and desire or concupiscence, 4, device of evils, 2, a combination of guile, 9, and malice, 12, unholy daring and rashness, 5, a combination of unrighteousness, 5, and rashness, 11, getting wealth by evil means, 6, a combination of guile, 9, and avarice, 6. So also just as anger, 10, and rashness, 11, are one, so are envy, 8, and avarice, 6, but aspects of the same thing, and so again intemperance, 3, and concupiscence, or desire, 4, grief, 2, and ignorance, 1, etc. All are summed up in ignorance or error, just as the 7 virtues are summed up in gnosis or truth. And just as ignorance is the source of vice, so is knowledge or gnosis the beginning of truth. Gnosis is not the end, but the beginning of the path. The end of it is God, or the good. The difference between the Poimander arrangement and the categories of our treatise is conditioned by the fact that in the former, the process of transformation in the case of a good man after death is described, whereas in the latter, the way of rebirth in a living man is set forth. That the virtues, and vices therefore, were categorized according to the fundamental numbers of the gnosis may be seen in most systems of Christian Gnostic aeonology. Indeed, it was a common plan of the general Gnostic theosophy of the time. In our treatise, we have set forth the manner of the immediate practical ethical realization of what might be taken by a superficial student of Gnostic aeonology as an empty schematology of purely metaphysical abstractions. These things, however, meant everything to the Gnostic. They were fullnesses, no abstractions, but transcendent realities. So also in the Shepherd of Hermes, just as in our treatise, we are presented with the vision of a band of 7 women, each the mother of the next, 7 virtues called faith, continence, simplicity, freedom from malice, seriousness, gnosis, love. And not only do we have these 7, but also the 12 maidens, faith, continence, power, long-suffering, simplicity, freedom from malice, chastity, joyfulness, truth, understanding, concord, love. To these are opposed 12 women in dark robes, infidelity, incontinence, disobedience, error, grief, depravity, wantonness, quickness to wrath, falsehood, folly, slander, hate. Zosimus also speaks of the 12 fates of death and associates them with the passions. But indeed the subject is infinite, for it is the consummation of all right endeavor and all true progress in humanity. We must, then, leave it for the present, to avoid running too great length in these comments. Sufficient for the moment to point to the fact that the 10 is not only the wedding garment of purity, but also the robe of power or glory. In its consummation also is the garment of the Christ, the one robe without seam throughout, for the 10 contains the one, and the one contains the 10. The dawn of cosmic consciousness. The result of this potent invocation of the powers, that is to say, the realization of the full meaning of the sacred rite, which consummates itself in the consciousness of Hermes, and so communicates itself in some measure to Tat, is that Tat begins to see. I see the all. I see myself in mind. In heaven am I, in earth, in water, air. I am in animals, in plants. I'm in the womb, before the womb, after the womb. I'm everywhere. Compare this with Corpus Hermeticum 22, where Hermes is himself being taught by mind. Collect into thyself all senses of all creatures, of fire and water, dry and moist. Think that thou art at the same time in every place, in earth, in sea, in sky, not yet begotten, in the womb, young, old, and dead, in after-death conditions. This is, as we have seen, a pure Egyptian formula, and connotes the opening of the cosmic consciousness. This consciousness, whatever else it may be, is a transcending of our three-dimensional limitation of consciousness, that of the body's viewpoint, a thing three ways in space extended. The vow of silence. The mystery of this new birth in consciousness is to be kept secret. Therefore, Hermes has not commented on it, presumably in the expository sermons. Moreover, it must even now be kept secret, and therefore is the treatise a secret sermon. The reason for this is given both here and in 22, that we may not be thought to be calumniators, by the many or unknowing. What may be the precise meaning of this phrase I do not know, and can only speculate. Those who had reached the full grade of Hermes are to keep silence on their virtue or power. They were never to boast of their gnosis. If they did, it would only bring the gnosis into contempt, for they would still appear as ordinary men, would probably often say and do things when they were not in the higher state of consciousness, which fell below the standard of their high ideals, and so they would be slanderers or calumniators of the gnosis before the world. The new birth is further characterized as the essential birth. It was the birth of the essential man, the God, Son of the One, to which other treatises refer. Of the Ogdoad. Tat now desires to hear the praise-giving of the powers, which only those can sing who have reached the stage called eighth, or the Ogdoad. This is the state above the harmony, or the hebdomad of fate. The man is now free and no longer a slave. It is the power of prophetic hymnody, for the man now hears the true harmony of things and is above the concatenation of difference. It is the state that keeps the soul in tune. He who has reached this height can ever sing in tune. It is the state of the hearer of the eternal praise-giving, and those who reach it can express it infinitely, each in his own fashion. The idea of the Ogdoad is represented in many a Christian Gnostic system, especially in the Valentinian tradition, which has many Egyptian elements in it. So we read in the excerpts from Theodotus, appended to the writings of Clement of Alexandria. Him whom the mother brings to birth, she leadeth unto death, and to the world. But him whom Christ brings to rebirth, he changeth into life, unto the Ogdoad. Many were the names given to the Ogdoad by the Christian Gnostics, such as the Jerusalem above, wisdom, the land flowing with milk and honey, the Holy Spirit, the land of the Lord, the Mesotes. These terms were, however, with the exception of the last, Jewish synonyms. The term Ogdoad itself was in all probability Egyptian. Thus in one of the magic papyri we read, "Having known the power of the book, thou shalt hide it, my son, for in it there is stored the authentic name, which is the name Ogdoad, he who doth order and doth regulate all things." A hymn for morning and for evening prayer. The hymn that follows is to be kept secret. That is to say, it is to be taken by Tat as an example of the form of prayer he is now to use in his private devotions, and is therefore probably intended to replace some other form of prayer which he had hitherto been using, as was the custom in such communities. The instruction to use it at sunset and sunrise in the open air reminds us of the appended passages to the Shepherd Treatise, where we read, "And when even was come, and all sun's beams began to set, I bade them all give thanks to God." Compare also what Philo tells us of the Therapeutes. "Twice a day, at dawn and even, they are accustomed to offer up prayers, as the sun rises praying for the sunshine, the real sunshine, that their minds may be filled with heavenly light, and as it sets praying that their soul, completely lightened of the lust of the senses and sensations, may withdraw to its own congregation and council chamber, there to tack out truth." So also Apollonius of Tyana is said to have prayed and meditated 3 times a day at daybreak, at midday, and at sundown, and with regard to keeping silence on their virtue, we are told of the later Pythagoreans, of whom he was so conspicuous an example. In particular, they kept the rule of silence regarding the divine service, that is, the gnosis, for they heard within them many divine and unspeakable things on which it would have been difficult for them to keep silence, had they first not learned that it was just this silence which spoke to them. And so the hymn has to be heard in silence. All earthly sounds must be stilled for the heavenly harmony to be heard. It is to be noticed that in 4 out of the 5 manuscripts, the title Secret Hymnody is followed by the indication Logos 4. Reitzenstein thinks that the 3 prior logoi were 1. Holy art thou, O God. 2. The glory of all things is God. 3. Whither stumble ye, sots? The latter 2, however, are not hymns, the only other hymn in our corpus being, Who then may sing thee praise of thee? Our hymn is a hymn to the sun, it is true, but to the spiritual sun, not the physical orb of day. It is to the eye of mind that these orisons are addressed, to the all-seeing light. Nor is this eulogy a formal te deum, but a potent theurgic praise-giving. All nature is to thrill with the joy of this thankfulness. Most beautiful is this song of praise, all of it, but we would specially call attention to the words, Thy reason sings through me thy praises. Take back through me the all into thy reason, my reasonable oblation, from thee thy will, to thee the all. The outbreathing of the universe through the reason or logos is the manifestation or realization of the will of God. The logos is Son, will is Mother, and God Father. The inbreathing of the universe is through man. Thus man cries to thee, Take back through me the all. This is accomplished in the first instance by the sacrifice of the reason, of man's small limited reason, to the great reason of things. And yet the all, the universe itself, is not something other than God. It is all God. From thee thy will, thou art the source of all, to thee the all. Thou art the end of all, the desirable one, the good. Compare with this the hymn in the Jewish deposit of the Nicene document. From thee is Father, and through thee Mother, the 2 immortal names, parents of aeons, O thou who hast the heaven for thy city, O man of mighty names. Also notice, the all that is in us, O life, preserve, O light, illumine it, O God, inspirit it, and compare it with 12, where we are told, Where life and light are unified there, where the one hath being from the Spirit. The prayer is for the baptism of light, illumination by the gnosis. This was the dousing in the mind of the cup treatise, even as true baptism in primitive Christianity was called illumination. Through the Word. Tat now feels himself impelled to utter praises himself. He says what he feels. His master has given him the impulse, has made the conditions for him whereby he is conceived as a child of God, a prophet. But as yet he has not grown into the stature of a true seer. His higher nature has received the germ, but this must have time to develop, and only gradually will its power descend into his lower mind. At present, his thankfulness is poured forth to his master, who has performed the theurgic rite of initiation. All things have been perfected for him. But Hermes restrains him. It is not to the master that his thanks are due, but to God. And if he cannot as yet give thanks direct to God, then let him send those thanks, acceptable oblations, to God through the Word. And that this was and is the practice of universal Christendom requires no pointing out, the most striking parallel to the wording of our treatise being in Peter, spiritual oblations acceptable to God through Jesus Christ. Tat now has passed from the rank of hearer to that of knower. He is now a true Gnostic. Thou hast become a knower of thyself and of our sire. Compare Logos 2 of the latest found sayings at Oxyrhynchus. Strive, therefore, to know yourselves, and ye shall know ye are sons of the Almighty Father, and ye shall know that ye are in the city of God, and ye are the city. 15. A letter of thrice-greatest Hermes to Asclepius. Unto Asclepius good health of soul. Phronion. I do not know the exact meaning of this expression. Everard translates to be truly wise. Parte recte sapere, following Patrizii. Menard, sagisi, Chambers, to be rightly wise. I would suggest that Phronion was the form used among these disciples of the inner way for the usual kerion. Instead of wishing one another happiness, they wished each other wisdom, good thought, right thinking, good health of soul. Since in thy absence, my son Tat, desired to learn the nature of things that are, and would not let me hold it over, as natural to a younger son fresh come to gnosis of the teachings on each single point, I was compelled to tell him more in order that the contemplation of them might be the easier for him to follow. I would then, choosing out of the chiefest heads of what was said, write them in brief to thee, explaining them more mystically, as unto one of greater age and one well versed in nature. If all things manifest have been and are being made, and made things are not made by their own selves but by another, if made things are the many, nay, more, are all things manifest and all things different and not alike, and things that are being made by other than themselves, there is someone who makes these things, and he cannot be made, but is more ancient than the things that can. For things that can be made, I say, are made by other than themselves, but of the things that owe their being to their being made, it is impossible that anything should be more ancient than them all, save only that which is not able to be made. So he is both supreme and one and only, the truly wise in all, as having naught more ancient than himself. For he doth rule over both the number, size, and difference of things that are being made, and over the continuity of their making too. Again, things makeable are seeable, but he cannot be seen. For this cause he maketh, that he may not be able to be seen. He therefore ever maketh, and therefore can he never be seen. To comprehend him thus is meet, and comprehending it is meet to marvel, and marveling to count oneself as blessed, as having learnt to know one's sire. For what is sweeter than one's own true sire? Who then is he, and how shall we learn how to know him? Is it not right to dedicate to him alone the name of God, or that of Maker, or of Father, or rather all three, God for his power, and Maker for his energy, and Father for his good? Now power doth differ from the things which are being made, while energy consisteth in all things being made. Wherefore we ought to put away verbosity and foolish talk, and understand these two, the made and maker, for that of them there is no middle term, there is no third. Wherefore in all that thou conceivest, in all thou nearest, these two recall to mind, and think all things are they, reckoning as doubtful naught, nor of the things above, nor of the things below, neither of things divine, nor things that suffer change, or things that are in obscuration. For all things are these twain, maker and made, and 'tis impossible that one should be without the other, for neither is it possible that maker should exist without the made, for each of them is one and the same thing. Wherefore 'tis no more possible for one from another to be parted, than self from self. Now if the maker is naught else but that which makes alone, simple, uncompound, it needs must do this making to itself, to which its maker's making is its being made. And as to all that's being made, it cannot be so made by being made by its own self, but it must needs be made by being made by other. Without the maker, made is neither made nor is, for that the one without the other doth lose its proper nature by deprivation of that other. If then all things have been admitted to be two, that which is being made, and that which makes, all then are one in union of these, that which leadeth, and that which followeth. The making God is that which leadeth, the that which is being made, whatever it be, the that which followeth. And do not thou be chary of things made because of their variety, from fear of attribution of a low estate and lack of glory unto God. For that his glory's one, to make all things, and this is as it were God's body, the making of them. But by the Maker's self, naught is there thought or bad or base. These things are passions which accompany the making process, as rust doth brass and filth doth body, but neither doth the brass smith make the rust, nor the begetters of the body filth, nor God make evil. It is continuance in the state of being made that makes them lose, as though it were, their bloom, and 'tis because of this God hath made change, as though it were the making clean of Genesis. Is it then possible for one and the same painter-man to make both heaven and gods and earth and sea and men and all the animals and lifeless things and trees, and yet impossible for God to make all things? What monstrous lack of understanding, what want of knowledge as to God! For such the strangest lot of all do suffer. For though they say they worship piously and sing the praise of God, yet by their not ascribing unto him the making of all things, they know not God. And, added unto this not knowing, they're guilty even of the worst impiety to him, passions to him attributing, or arrogance, or impotency. For if he doth not make all things, from arrogance he doth not make, or not being able, which is impiety to think. One passion hath God only, good, and he whose good is neither arrogant nor impotent. For this is God, the good, which hath all power of making all, and all that can be made is made by God, that is, by him who is the good, and who can make all things. But wouldest thou learn how he doth make, and how things made are made, thou mayest do so. Behold a very fair and most resemblant image, a husbandman casting the seed into the ground, here wheat, there barley, and there again some other of the seeds. Behold one and the same man planting the vine, the apple, and all other trees. In just the self-same way doth God sow immortality in heaven, and change on earth, and life and motion in the universe. These are not many, but few and easy to be numbered, for four in all are they, and God himself and Genesis, in whom are all that are. Commentary. Asclepius and Tat. Fabricius, in his Bibliotheca Graeca, says that the title should be On the Nature of the All, and that he has recovered it from Cyril, but I cannot verify this statement. The form of this treatise is different from any of the preceding, being that of a letter. It evidently belongs to the Asclepius-Tat type of tradition, as in Corpus Hermeticum 10. My yesterday's discourse I did devote to thee, Asclepius, and so 'tis only right I should devote today's to Tat. The distinction drawn between Tat and Asclepius is of interest. Tat is the younger, who has only just come to gnosis of the teaching on each single point. Can this mean that he has only just been permitted to share in the expository sermons, or detailed discourses? It is probable, for Corpus Hermeticum 10 continues, and this the more because 'tis the abridgment, epitome, of the general sermons which he has addressed to him. Asclepius is older, and already well versed in the study of nature. What may be the exact significance underlying these personifications, it is very difficult to say, but the some facts, whatever they may have been, are clearly referred to in KK, especially the later accession of Asclepius to the school, and the fact that Tat, because of his too great youth, could not have handed on to him the tradition of the complete or all-perfect contemplation, that is, of the mathesis or gnosis, or, in other words, the learning of the things that are, the contemplating of their nature, and the knowing God, or the being taught the nature of the all and the supreme vision. This view of the tradition of the school seems to clash entirely with the other views set forth in Corpus Hermeticum 13, where Tat has handed on to him the manner of rebirth, but a probable explanation has already been attempted in the Prolegomena chapter, The Disciples of Thrice-Greatest Hermes. Compare with Mind unto Hermes. The treatise itself requires little commentary. The similarity of its doctrine, however, with that of the Mind unto Hermes is remarkable. For instance, compare the last sentence of our treatise with Corpus Hermeticum 11. For that, indeed, he hath no other one to share in what he works, for working by himself, he ever is at work, himself being what he doth. Compare also the first sentence of 8 with Corpus Hermeticum 11. Behold what power, what swiftness thou dost have, and canst thou do all of these things, and God not do them? The Good Husbandman. With the Good Husbandman image, compare. Come unto me, good husbandman, good Damon, Harpocrates, Canufis, who rollest down the stream of Nilus, and minglest with the sea, as man with woman. And in the alchemical literature, come then, and coming contemplate, inquire of Acherontus, the husbandman, and learn of him, what is it that is sown, and what that which is reaped. And thou shalt learn that he who soweth corn shall reap corn also, and he who soweth barley shall in like manner reap barley. So also Zosimus in the book concerning the Logos. And that I tell thee truth, I call to witness Hermes when he says, Go unto Achab, the husbandman, and thou shalt learn that he who soweth corn gives birth to corn. 16. The definitions of Asclepius unto King Ammon, the perfect sermon of Asclepius unto the king. Great is the sermon which I send to thee, O king, the summing up and digest, as it were, of all the rest. For it is not composed to suit the many's prejudice, since it contains much that refuteth them. Nay, it will seem to thee as well to contradict sometimes my sermons too. Hermes, my master, in many a conversation, both when alone and sometimes too when Tat was there, has said that unto those who come across my books, their composition will seem most simple and most clear, but on the contrary, as 'tis unclear, and has the inner meaning of its words concealed, it will be still unclearer when afterwards the Greeks will want to turn our tongue into their own, for this will be a very great distorting and obscuring of even what has been already written. Turn into our own native tongue. The sermon keepeth clear the meaning of the words, at any rate. For that its very quality of sound, the very power of the Egyptian names, have in themselves the bringing into act of what is said. As far as then thou canst, O king, and thou canst do all things, keep this our sermon from translation, in order that such mighty mysteries may not come to the Greeks, and the disdainful speech of Greece, with all its looseness and its surface beauty, so to speak, take all the strength out of the solemn and the strong, the energetic speech of names. The Greeks, O king, have novel words, energetic of argumentation only, and thus is the philosophizing of the Greeks, the noise of words. But we do not use words, but we use sounds fulfilled with deeds. Thus then will I begin the sermon by invocation unto God, the universal's Lord and Maker, their Sire and their Encompasser, who though being all is one, and though being one is all. For that the fullness of all things is one, and is in one, this latter one not coming as a second one, but both being one. And this is the idea that I would have thee keep, through the whole study of our sermon, sire. For should one try to separate what seems to be both all and one and same from one, he will be found to take his epithet of all from the idea of multitude, and not from that of fullness, which is impossible. For if he part all from the one, he will destroy the all. For all things must be one, if they indeed are one. Yea, they are one, and they shall never cease being one, in order that the fullness may not be destroyed. See then in earth a host of founts of water and of fire, forth spiriting in its midmost parts. In one and the same space all the three natures visible, of fire and water and of earth, depending from one root. Whence too it is believed to be the treasury of every matter. It sendeth forth of its abundance, and in the place of what it sendeth forth receiveth the subsistence from above. For thus the demiurge, I mean the sun, eternally doth order heaven and earth, pouring down essence and taking matter up, drawing both round himself and to himself all things, and from himself giving all things to all. For he it is whose goodly energies extend not only through the heaven and the air, but also unto earth, right down unto the lowest depth and the abyss. And if there be an essence which the mind alone can grasp, this is his substance, the reservoir of which would be his light. But whence this substance doth arise, or floweth forth, he and he only knows. Or rather, in space and nature he is near unto himself, though as he is not seen by us, understand him by conjecture. The spectacle of him, however, is not left unto conjecture. Nay, for his very rays, in greatest splendor, shine all round on all the cosmos that doth lie above and lie below. For he is stablished in the midst, wreathed with the cosmos, and just as a good charioteer, he safely drives the cosmic team, and holds them unto himself, lest they should run away in dire disorder. The reins are life and soul and spirit, deathlessness and genesis. He lets it, then, drive round not far off from himself, nay, if the truth be said, together with himself. And in this way he operates all things. To the immortals he distributeth perpetual permanence, and with the upper hemisphere of his own light, all that he sends above from out his other side, the side of him which looks to heaven, he nourisheth the deathless parts of cosmos. But with that side that sendeth down its light, and shineth round all of the hemisphere of water and of earth and air, he vivifieth, and by births and changes keepeth in movement to and fro the animals in these lower parts of the cosmos. He changes them in spiral fashion, and doth transform them into one another, genus unto genus, species unto species, their mutual changes into one another being balanced, just as he does when he doth deal with the great bodies. For in the case of every body, its permanence consists in transformation. In case of an immortal one, there is no dissolution, but when it is a mortal one, it is accompanied with dissolution. And this is how the deathless body doth differ from the mortal, and how the mortal one doth differ from the deathless. Moreover, as his light's continuous, so is his power of giving life to lives continuous, and not to be brought to an end in space or in abundance. For there are many choirs of daemons round him, like unto hosts of very various kinds, who, though they dwell with mortals, yet are not far from the immortals. But having as their lot from here unto the spaces of the gods, they watch over the affairs of men, and work out things appointed by the gods, by means of storms, whirlwinds, and hurricanes, by transmutations wrought by fire and shakings of the earth, with famines also, and with wars requiting man's impiety. For this is in man's case the greatest ill against the gods. For that the duty of the gods is to give benefits, the duty of mankind is to give worship, the duty of the daemons is to give requital. For as to all the other things men do, through error or foolhardiness, or by necessity, which they call fate, or ignorance, these are not held requitable among the gods. Impiety alone is guilty at their bar. The sun is the preserver and the nurse of every class, and just as the intelligible word, holding the sensible in its embrace, fills it at full, distending it with forms of every kind and every shape, so too the sun distendeth all in cosmos, affording births to all, and strengtheneth them. When they are weary or they fail, he takes them in his arms again. And under him is ranged the choir of daemons, or rather choirs, for these are multitudinous and very varied, ranked underneath the groups of stars, in equal number with each one of them. So marshalled in their ranks, they are the ministers of each one of the stars, being in their natures good and bad, that is, in their activities, for that a daemon's essence is activity, while some of them are of mixed natures, good and bad. To all of these has been allotted the authority over all things upon the earth, and it is they who bring about the multifold confusion of the turmoils on the earth, for states and nations generally, and for each individual separately. For they do shape our souls like to themselves, and set them moving with them, obsessing nerves and marrow, veins and arteries, the brain itself, down to the very heart. For on each one of us being born and made alive, the daemons take hold on us, those daemons who are in service at that moment of the wheel of Genesis, who are arranged under each one of the stars. For that these change at every moment, they do not stay the same, but circle back again. These then, descending through the body to the two parts of the soul, set it a-whirling, each one towards its own activity. But the soul's rational part is set above the lordship of the daemons, designed to be receptacle of God. Who then doth have a ray shining upon him through the sun within his rational part? And these and all are few on them. The daemons do not act, for no one of the daemons or of gods has any power against one ray of God. As for the rest, they are all led and driven, soul and body, by the daemons, loving and hating the activities of these. The reason, then, is not the love that is deceived and that deceives. The daemons, therefore, exercise the whole of this terrene economy, using our bodies as their instruments, and this economy Hermes has called Hermetic. The world, intelligible then, depends from God, the sensible from the intelligible world. The sun, through the intelligible and the sensible cosmos, pours forth abundantly the stream from God of good, that is, the demiurgic operation. And round the sun are the 8 spheres, dependent from him, the sphere of the non-wandering ones, the 6 spheres of the wanderers, and 1 circumterrene. And from the spheres depend the daemons, and from these men. And thus all things and all of them depend from God. Wherefore God is the sire of all, the sun's their demiurge, the cosmos is the instrument of demiurgic operation. Intelligible essence regulateth heaven, and heaven the gods. The daemons, ranked underneath the gods, regulate men. This is the host of gods and daemons. Through these God makes all things for his own self, and all of them are parts of God. And if they all are parts, then God is all. Thus, making all, he makes himself, nor ever can he cease his making, for he himself is ceaseless. Just then as God doth have no end and no beginning, so doth his making have no end and no beginning. Commentary concerning the title. Patrizzi has run 16 and 17 together under the title Definitions of Asclepius, Book 1, though he clearly saw that 17 did not belong to 16, by his remark, Videntur sequentia ex elio libro sumpta. He also heads 17, 1 through 10, Definitions of Asclepius, Book 2, and 11 through 16, Definitions of Asclepius, Book 3, though the contents have evidently nothing to do with such a title. In the manuscript, a later hand has added to the general title a catalogue of contents as follows: of God, matter, evil, fate, the sun, intelligible essence, divine essence, man, the economy of the pleroma, the 7 stars, the man after the likeness, for which largely irrelevant list Patrizzi substitutes the title of the sun and daemons. Reitzenstein is of opinion that this contents list, and also the similar headings in 18, are due to some Byzantine scribe who also foolishly interpolated 17. But even to 16, the title Definitions of Asclepius seems very inappropriate, while on the other hand we find Lactantius, in referring to the incursions of daemons, claiming that it was a doctrine also of Hermes, and adding, Asclepius, his hearer, has also explained the same idea at greater length in that perfect sermon which he wrote to the king. This is quite definite, and the authority of Lactantius should perhaps be preferred to that of the manuscripts, but as the title would clash with the perfect sermon of Hermes to Asclepius, and as Lactantius may possibly mean in that initiatory sermon, the term perfectus being used in a general and not in an appellative sense, I have kept the traditional title and placed that of Lactantius second. A tradition concerning the Trismegistic literature. Like the key, Corpus Hermeticum 10, of Hermes, our treatise is an epitome. Asclepius has previously written a number of sermons to the king. The reference to the conversations between Hermes and Asclepius and Tat sometimes when both the latter were present and sometimes when Asclepius alone, presupposes the existence of this class of dialogue and indicates that the correspondence of Asclepius with the king is a later deposit of our literature. This literary activity of Asclepius is claimed in the introduction to be authorized by Hermes and, moreover, purports to have been originally written in Demotic Egyptian. In other words, the writer would have us believe that the Greek is a translation from Egyptian. This it clearly is not, and we can only conclude that the prophecy as to direct translation is a literary fiction of our author. On the other hand, it is highly probable that our author was in contact with a living tradition, to the effect that the Hermes teaching was originally Egyptian, and that this was interpreted into Greek, that is, into Greek modes of thought, rather than translated in the ordinary sense into Greek. In any case, the contempt shown by our author for the Greek language and philosophizing, and his admiration for the hieroglyphic Egyptian as a language of the gods, a magical tongue that by its mantric power compelled the understanding of the hearer by putting him in sympathy with the ideas pictured by the ideograms or sounded forth by the names of power, show that he was not only a Greek, but also no lover of Greek philosophy. This is exceedingly puzzling, seeing not only that the majority of the writers of our tractates are plainly deep students and lovers of Plato, but also that the author of our tractate himself also writes very much in the same style as they do. All of this seems to indicate that in his introduction he was using for his own purposes some tradition about the ancient Thoth literature that was current in his time. A form of this tradition was also made use of by Philo of Byblus in the 1st century, when he makes the Phoenician priest, Sencunyathon, discover the origin of the Phoenician cosmogony and mystery teaching in the books of Taautos, whom the Egyptian called Thyoth, the Alexandrians Thoth, and the Greeks changed into Hermes. Sencunyathon, he says, having come across the secret writings that had been discovered and brought from the shrines of the temples of Ammon, compositions which were not known to all, practiced by himself the science of all things. Philo also professes to quote from one of the earliest priests of Phoenicia, a certain Thebion, who is said apparently to have got his information from a writing of the 7 Kabiri and of Asclepius, the pupil of Taautos. This Thebion asserted that Taautos was made king of Egypt by Kronos, that is, Ammon. Here we are evidently in contact with certain traditions with regard to Thoth Hermes, his ancestors and pupils, and secret writings. Presumably, many such traditions were floating about and were used according to the fancy and taste of Hellenistic writers for their own purposes. But there was also another tradition concerning a certain King Ammon, used in one form by Iamblichus when he writes, "It was Hermes who first taught this path, the way up to God, and Bittus, the prophet, translated his teachings concerning it for King Ammon, discovering them in the inner temple in an inscription in the sacred characters at Sais in Egypt." What our author and Iamblichus have in common is that there were certain secret teachings of Hermes in the sacred language of ancient Egypt hidden away in the inner shrines of the temples, and that these were translated into the current Egyptian language of the time for a certain King Ammon. It must then have been some tradition of this kind that our author or writer had in mind. He would have it believed that he was writing in the style or according to the model of a certain literature. Who this King Ammon was can only be guessed at, but to my mind it is probable that the translations of Bittus were made in connection with the translation activity of Manetho for King Ptolemy, and this translation was into Greek. Our author, however, would refer it to some Egyptian king, and so seek to invoke the authority of a high antiquity for the treatise he was putting into circulation. A speculation as to date. What seems to differentiate our treatise from the rest of the tractates is the prominence its author gives to the doctrine of the sun as demiurgic orderer of all things. This, so to speak, pantheistic form of sun worship is peculiarly Egyptian. Now, if we remember the disdainful way in which Greek philosophizing is spoken of in the introduction, we may be tempted to take the sentence, "and if there be any essence which the mind alone can grasp," as a somewhat patronizing reference to the intelligible world of Greek philosophy, as also the analogy in 12, but when we turn to 17 and 18, the exposition fully adopts the doctrine of the intelligible and sensible worlds. This is so irreconcilable a contradiction that one is almost compelled to believe that the introduction is by another hand altogether, and that our sermon proper begins with 3. But even so, the sermon is addressed to some king or other, the perfect sermon to the king of Lactantius, without any further qualification. Who, however, this king may have been historically must remain a matter of pure conjecture. When then Reitzenstein, pointing to 7, says that the symbolism of the sun as a charioteer wearing a crown of rays corresponds with that of the pictures of the Aurelian sun god, and adds further it is the Roman Empire god of the 3rd century, we are quite prepared to acknowledge a similarity of symbolism. But if it is intended to suggest that, therefore, we are to date our document by this similarity, it must be admitted that the indications are far too vague, for the symbolism of the sun as the ray-crowned charioteer is fundamental with the cult of Mithras, and is found in Greece long before the Aurelian period. The delineation of the sun. It is interesting, however, here to notice that the sun is wreathed with cosmos, and to compare this with the passage concerning the macro-prosopis in the untitled Apocalypse of the Coptic Gnostic Codex Brucianus, and especially with the sentence, "The hair of his head is the number of the hidden worlds, and the outline of his face is the type of the aeons." In this untitled apocalypse there is a strong Egyptian undercoloring. That, however, the idea of a crown of powers was preeminently Egyptian may be seen from many a passage in the Pistis Sophia. It is also of interest to notice that the delineation of the sun in 8 reminds us of the Orphic Phanes, especially the reference to the 2 hemispheres above and below, the 2 parts of the egg in Orphic symbolism. The hint that the sun life runs in some sort of spiral or serpentine fashion in animals, and that this also is the case with the great bodies or celestial animals, is of interest. Concerning the daemons, our author then proceeds to set forth his doctrine of the daemons, or ministers of the gods, who are assigned to the lower hemisphere of operation, from the earth to the sun, the gods presumably occupying the higher hemisphere of activity. These daemons are what a Hindu or Buddhist would call karmic agents, for they are all connected with what is called the fate sphere, the instrument or the wheel of Genesis, or samsara. These daemons rule over the lower energies of the soul. The higher energy or rational part of the soul is set above them, and is designed to be the receptacle of God, or rather, of his ray, the mind proper. With 16, compare the remarkable passage in one of the letters of Valentinus. "One alone is good, whose free utterance is his manifestation through his Son. It is by him alone that the heart can become pure, when every evil essence has been expelled from it. Now its purity is prevented by the many essences which take up their abode in it, for each of them accomplishes its own deeds, outraging it in diverse fashions with unseemly lusts. As far as I can see, the heart seems to receive somewhat the same treatment as an inn or caravanserai, which has holes and gaps made in its walls, and is frequently filled with dung, men living filthily in it, and taking no care of the place as being someone else's property. Thus is it with the heart, so long as it has no care taken of it, ever unclean, and the abode of many daemons. But when the alone good Father hath regard unto it, it is sanctified and shineth with light, and he who possesseth such a heart is so blessed that he shall see God." The language of Valentinus is remarkably like that of our treatises. Valentinus himself was an Egyptian. Entirely Egyptian also is the scheme of dependency given in 17, as we have already pointed out on several occasions, quoting from a hymn of Valentinus. The sentence, "Wherefore God is the sire of all, the sons their demiurge," distinctly contradicts Reitzenstein's statement that the sun in our treatise is worshipped as the all-God. The sun is he by whom all things are made, the creative logos of God. The treatise is evidently incomplete. If, however, we turn to the contents title given at the beginning of these comments, we can gain but little information as to what is missing, for the contents there given do not in any but the vaguest fashion correspond to the substance of our treatise, nor do the subjects treated of come in the same order as in the contents heading. The divine essence, man, the economy of the pleroma, and the man after the likeness, which are clearly not treated of in our text, may then have been treated in the missing portion of our tractate, but this is all we can say. 17. Of Asclepius to the King. If thou dost think of it, O king, even of bodies there are things bodiless. What are they? Asked the king. The bodies that appear in mirrors, do they not seem then to have no body? It is so, O Asclepius. Thou thinkest like a god, the king replied. There are things bodiless as well as these. For instance, forms. Do not they seem to thee to have no body, but to appear in bodies not only of the things which are ensouled, but also of those which are not ensouled? Thou sayest well, Asclepius. Thus, then, there are reflections of things bodiless on bodies, and of bodies too upon things bodiless. That is to say, reflections of the sensible on the intelligible world, and of the world intelligible on the sensible. Wherefore pay worship to the images, O king, since they too have their forms as from the world intelligible. Thereon his majesty arose and said, It is the hour, O prophet, to see about the comfort of our guests. Tomorrow, then, we will resume our sacred converse. Commentary on the Adoration of Images. The loss of the end of the previous sermon, and also the loss of almost the whole of 27, is to be accounted for by the falling out of one or more quires from the original manuscript of our corpus, a phenomenon similar to that already remarked in the case of Corpus Hermeticum II, and that this is the fact is brought out interestingly by the note of Reitzenstein, namely, that one of the correctors of one of the copies of the Paris manuscript of this faulty original has precisely in these two places changed the name Asclepius into Tat. He was puzzled, and thought that his correction would set matters right. As a matter of fact, however, it only adds to the confusion. What the main subject of our treatise may have been, we can hardly conjecture. Part of it, however, must have been devoted to an explanation of the rationale of image adoration. Wherefore, pay worship to the images, O king, of which we hear so much in PSA. These symbolic images of the gods are said to have their forms in sympathetic relation with the intelligible world. These are mutual reflections, the one of the other. Now, as the Ka of the god was thought to have immediate relation with the image symbol of the god, and the gods were of the intelligible world, the statues of the gods were thought to be images of the image in some special way. They were regarded as providing a straight path or line of connection between earth and heaven, just as a man who made himself like to the man after the likeness became in himself a way up. 18. The encomium of kings, about the soul's being hindered by the passion of the body. Now, in the case of those professing the harmonious art of muse-like melody, if when the piece is played, the discord of the instruments doth hinder their intent, its rendering becomes ridiculous. For when his instruments are quite too weak for what's required of them, the music artist needs must be laughed at by the audience. For he, with all good will, gives of his art unweariedly. They blame the artist's weakness. He then, who is the natural musician God, not only in his making of the harmony of his celestial songs, but also in his sending forth the rhythm of the melody of his own songs right down unto these separate instruments, is, as God, never wearied. For that with God there is no growing weary. So then, if ever a musician desires to enter into the highest contest of his art, he can, when now the trumpeters have rendered the same phrase of the composer's skill, and afterwards the flautists played the sweet notes of the melody upon their instruments, and they complete the music of the piece with pipe and plectrum. If anything goes wrong, one does not lay the blame upon the inspiration of the music-maker. Nay, by no means. To him one renders the respect that is his due. One blames the falseness of the instrument, in that it has become a hindrance to those who are most excellent, embarrassing the maker of the music in the execution of his melody, and robbing those who listen of the sweetness of the song. In like way also, in our case, let no one of our audience for the weakness that inheres in the body blame impiously our race. Nay, let him know God is unwearied spirit, for ever in the self-same way, possessed of his own science, unceasing in his joyous gifts, the self-same benefits bestowing everywhere. And if the Phidias, the demiurge, is not responded to by lack of matter to perfect his skillfulness, although for his own part the artist has done all he can, let us not lay the blame on him, but let us rather blame the weakness of the string, in that, because it is too slack or is too tight, it mars the rhythm of the harmony. So when it is that the mischance occurs by reason of the instrument, no one doth blame the artist. Nay, more, the worse the instrument doth chance to be, the more the artist gains in reputation by the frequency with which his hand doth strike the proper note, and more the love the listeners pour upon that music-maker, without the slightest thought of blaming him. So will we too, most noble sirs, set our own lyre in tune again, with the musician. Nay, I have seen one of the artist folk, although he had no power of playing on the lyre, when once he had been trained for the right noble theme, make frequent use of his own self as instrument, and tune the service of his string by means of mysteries, so that the listeners were amazed at how he turned necessitude into magnificence. Of course, you know the story of the harper who won the favor of the god who is the president of music work. One day when he was playing for a prize, and when the breaking of a string became a hindrance to him in the contest, the favor of the better one supplied him with another string, and placed within his grasp the boon of fame. A grasshopper was made to settle on his lyre, through the foreknowledge of the better one, and so fill in the melody in substitution of the broken string. And so, by mending of his string, the harper's grief was stayed, and fame of victory was won. And this, I feel, is my own case, most noble sirs. For but just now I seemed to make confession of my want of strength, and play the weakling for a little while. But now, by virtue of the strength of that superior one, as though my song about the king had been perfected by him, I seem to wake my muse. For you must know, the end of this, our duty, will be the glorious fame of kings, and the good will of our discourse will occupy itself about the triumphs which they win. Come then, let us make haste, for that the singer willeth it, and hath attuned his lyre for this. Nay, more sweetly will he play, more fitly will he sing, as he has for his song the greater subjects of his theme. Since then he has the stringing of his lyre tuned specially to kings, and has the key of laudatory songs, and as his goal the royal praises, let him first raise himself unto the highest king, the god of wholes. Beginning then his song from the above, he, thus in second place, descends to those after his likeness, who hold the scepter's power, since kings themselves indeed prefer the topics of the song should step by step descend from the above, and where they have their gifts of glory presided over for them, thence should their hopes be led in orderly succession. Let then the singer start with God, the greatest king of wholes, who is forever free from death, both everlasting and possessed of all the might of everlastingness, the glorious victor, the very first, from whom all victories descend to those who, in succession, do succeed to victory. Our sermon, then, doth hasten to descend to kingly praises, and to the presidents of commonweal and peace, the kings, whose lordship in most ancient times was placed upon the highest pinnacle by God supreme, for whom the prizes have already been prepared even before their prowess in the war, of whom the trophies have been raised even before the shock of conflict, for whom it is appointed not only to be kings, but also to be best, at whom before they even stir, the foreign land doth quake. About the blessing of the better one, and praising of the king. But now our theme doth hasten on to blend its end with its beginnings, with blessings of the better one, and then to make a final end of its discourse on those divinest kings who give us the great prize of peace. For just as we begin by treating of the better one and of the power above, so let us make the end bend round again unto the same, the better one. Just as the sun, the nurse of all the things that grow, on his first rising, gathers unto himself the first fruits of their yield with his most mighty hands, using his rays as though it were for plucking off their fruits. Yea, for his rays are truly hands for him who plucketh first the most ambrosial essences of plants. So too should we, beginning from the better one, and thus recipient of his wisdom's stream, and turning it upon the garden of our souls above the heavens, we should direct and train these streams of blessing back again unto their source, blessing whose entire power of germination in us he hath himself poured into us. 'Tis fit 10,000 tongues and voices should be used to send his blessings back again unto the all-pure God, who is the Father of our souls. And though we cannot utter what is fit, for we are far unequal to the task, yet will we say what best we can. For babes just born have not the strength to sing their Father's glory as it should be sung, but they give proper thanks for them, according to their strength, and meet with pardon for their feebleness. Nay, it is rather that God's glory doth consist in this one very thing, that he is greater than his children, and that the prelude and the source, the middle and the end of blessings, is to confess the Father to be infinitely puissant, and never knowing what a limit means. So is it too in the king's case, for that we men, as though we were children of the king, feel it our natural duty to give praise to him, still must we ask for pardon for our insufficiency, even though 'tis granted by our sire before we even ask. And as it cannot be the sire will turn from babes newborn because they are so weak, but rather will rejoice when they begin to recognize his love, so also will the Gnosis of the all rejoice, which doth distribute life to all, and power of giving blessing back to God, which he hath given us. For God, being good, and having in himself eternally the limit of his own eternal fitness, and being deathless, and containing in himself that lot of that inheritance that cannot come unto an end, and thus for ever flowing from out that energy of his, he doth send tidings to this world down here to urge us to the rendering of praise that brings us home again. With him, therefore, is there no difference with one another, there is no partiality with him. But they are one in thought, one is the prescience of all, they have one mind, their Father. One is the sense that's active through them, their passion for each other. 'Tis love himself who worketh the one harmony of all. Thus, therefore, let us sing the praise of God. Nay, rather let us first descend to those who have received their scepters from him, for that we ought to make beginning with our kings, and so by practicing ourselves on them, accustom us to songs of praise, and train ourselves in pious service to the better one. We ought to make the very first beginnings of our exercise of praise begin from him, and through him exercise the practice of our praise, that so there may be in us both the exercising of our piety towards God, and of our praise to kings. For that we ought to make return to them, in that they have extended the prosperity of such great peace to us. It is the virtue of the king, nay, 'tis his name alone that doth establish peace. He has his name of king because he leveleth the summits of dissension with his smooth tread, and is the Lord of reason that makes for peace. And inasmuch, in sooth, as he hath made himself the natural protector of the kingdom which is not his native land, his very name is made the sign of peace. For that indeed you know the appellation of the king has frequently at once restrained the foe. Nay, more, the very statues of the king are peaceful harbors for those most tempest-tossed. The likeness of the king alone has to appear to win the victory, and to assure to all the citizens freedom from hurt and fear. Commentary. The Apology of a Poimandrist. This, the last piece in our corpus, differs so greatly both in style and form of contents from the rest of our sermons that we are plainly dealing with a different order of endeavor. The style is, for the most part, so very artificial and forced that we are conscious of labor and effort, and sometimes of such obscurity as to make a clear rendering almost impossible. The contents are of the nature of an elaborate set eulogy of kings. Whether or not this concluding piece ever bore a proper title, it is impossible to say, for the existing headings are plainly added by a later redactor, as we have already seen in a number of other instances, I have therefore ventured to superscribe as the main title the encomium of kings, and have placed the contents headings in parentheses. Reitzenstein, in his analysis of the corpus, concludes that this eulogy was appended to the collection of treatises by the original redactor, or collector. He was an Egyptian rhetor, who was a follower of the Trismegistic tradition, and his object in making the collection was mainly to show the rulers of the empire that not only was there nothing in the Hermes religion that could excite their suspicion, but that, on the contrary, it was in its most fundamental teachings admirably calculated to inculcate loyalty to the rulers of the empire's destinies. It is indeed to this apology, so to speak, that we owe the good fortune of the preservation of our corpus. Speculations as to date. Who the most noble sirs of 5 and 7, to whom the eulogy is immediately addressed, may be, is difficult to determine, for though the subject is the encomium of kings in general, some actual king was evidently in the mind of the writer when he penned 16. Perhaps the most noble may have been the high officials of Egypt. The lost conclusion of our encomium, for our actual text is evidently incomplete, may have given clear indications of the emperor for whose ultimate perusal the eulogy was intended. As it is, the indications are of the vaguest. Reitzenstein, however, is of opinion that the indications in 16 best suit the reign of Diocletian, 285 to 305 AD, but he is aware that, as far as these are concerned, an earlier date is not excluded. It is only when he has treated in his addenda the encomium as an example of later Greek art prose or rhythmic prose, the scheme of the accentuation of which has been of late years carefully studied, especially by Meyer and Wilamowitz, that he comes definitely to the conclusion that the external form of our writer's effort fits precisely the time of Diocletian's triumph, 302 AD. I cannot, however, say that I am convinced by his arguments. The strained and elaborate introduction needs no further comment. No doubt it is very fine writing, but it is difficult to pin some of it down to any precise meaning in translation. The story of the Pythic grasshopper. With 6, however, our interest is awakened, for it reminds us of the famous introduction to the Protrepticus, or exhortation to the Greeks, of Clement of Alexandria, when he says, "I could tell thee also of another, brother to these, story and singer, of Eunomus, the Locrian, and the Pythic grasshopper." At Pytho there was gathered together a solemn assembly of Greeks to celebrate the death of the serpent, with Eunomus to sing the funeral song of the beast. Whether his song was a hymn or a dirge I cannot say. Anyhow, there was a contest, and Eunomus had to harp it in the heat of the day, when the grasshoppers, warmed by the sun, were singing underneath the leaves along the hills. They were singing not to the serpent, the dead thing, but to God the All-Wise, a song of unrestrained mode, far better than the modes of Eunomus. A chord breaks for the Locrian. The grasshopper flies on to the yoke, it chirped on the harp as on a branch, and the minstrel, modulating to the song of the grasshopper, filled up the missing string. It was not that the grasshopper was attracted by the song of Eunomus, as the story would have it, setting up a brazen statue of Pytho at Eunomus, harp and all, and his helper in the contest. It flew on naturally and sung naturally. The Greeks, however, thought it played the music. This passage shows that the story referred to by our author was well known, so well known indeed that Clement takes it as a text for a naturalistic explanation of Hellenic miracle. No literary dependence, however, of one or the other can be entertained, for the similarity of the text of Clement is far too slight a link to bear the weight of any argument of this nature. There is evidently a lacuna after 10, and, judging by the opening words of 11, it must be of some length, for the praise of kings so far is of a very brief description. It is also of interest to notice how much easier the style of our author is when he treats of the praises of God. His words seem to come far more easily, as though he had a subject to deal with which he was more familiar, as indeed he ought to have been if he had studied the treatises he has collected together. The True King. The idea that all his subjects are the children of the king is Egyptian, or rather it is the tradition of all nations who believed in divine kings. The true king was he who, so to speak, contained all his subjects within himself. They were all members, or as we should say, cells, of his true body. The nation was the king. The victory of the nation was ascribed to the virtue of the king. The fellow rulers of the height. The last 3 sentences of 14 Reitzenstein would take as referring to the kings under the suzerainty of the emperor, who were bound to him by a common bond of love, in order that he may the more insist on the Diocletian date. I would, however, refer the idea to the ideal of harmony and unity of the beings of the intelligible world, as described, for instance, by Plotinus when he writes, "They see themselves in others, for all things are transparent, and there is nothing dark or resisting, and everyone is manifest to everyone internally, and all things are made manifest, for light is manifest to light. For everyone has all things in himself, and again sees in another all things, so that all things are everywhere, and all in all, and each in all, and infinite the glory. For each of them is great, since the small also is great, and the sun there is all the stars, and again each and all are the sun. In each one thing is preeminent above the rest, but it also shows forth all." Compare this also with the intuition of the seer in the untitled Apocalypse of the Codex Brucianus. "Their crowns send forth rays. The brilliancy of their bodies is as the life of the space into which they are come. The word that comes out of their mouth is eternal life, and the light that comes forth from their eyes is rest for them. The movement of their hands is their flight to the space out of which they are come, and their gazing on their own faces is knowledge of themselves. Their giving to themselves is a repeated return, and the stretching out of their hands establishes them. The hearing of their ears is the perception in their heart, and the union of their limbs is the ingathering of Israel. Their holding to one another is their fortification in the Logos." This is the Egyptian counterpart of the Plotinian ecstasis, and Plotinus was by birth an Egyptian. Section 2. The Perfect Sermon, or the Asclepius. In regards to the text, the Greek original is lost, and only a Latin version remains to us. I use the text of Hildebrand, but have very occasionally preferred the text in Patrizzi's Nova de Universis Philosophia, or of the Byzantine edition of Apuleius. Part 1. 1. God, O Asclepius, hath brought thee unto us, that thou mayest hear a godly sermon, a sermon such as well may seem of all the previous ones we've either uttered, or with which we've been inspired by the divine, more godly than the piety of ordinary faith. If thou with the eye of intellect shalt see this world, thou shalt in thy whole mind be filled quite full of all things good. If that indeed the many be the good, and not the one, in which are all. Indeed, the difference between the two is found in their agreement. All is of one, or one is all. So closely bound is each to other, that neither can be parted from its mate. But this, with diligent attention, shalt thou learn from out the sermon that shall follow this. But do thou, O Asclepius, go forth a moment, and call in the one who is to hear. And when he had come in, Asclepius proposed that Ammon too should be allowed to come. Thereon Thrice-Greatest said, "There is no cause why Ammon should be kept away from us, for we remember how we have ourselves set down in writing many things to his address, as though unto a son most dear and most beloved, of physics many things, of ethics too as many as could be. It is, however, with thy name I will inscribe this treatise. But call, I prithee, no one else but Ammon, lest a most pious sermon on a so great theme be spoilt by the admission of the multitude. For 'tis the mark of an unpious mind to publish to the knowledge of the crowd a tractate brimming over with the full greatness of divinity." When Ammon too had come within the holy place, and when the sacred group of 4 was now complete with piety and with God's goodly presence, to them, sunk in fit silence reverently, their souls and mind pendant on Hermes' lips, thus love divine began to speak. 2. The soul of every man, O my Asclepius, is deathless, yet not all in like fashion, but some in one way or one time, some in another. Is not then, O thrice greatest one, each soul of one and the same quality? How quickly hast thou fallen, O Asclepius, from reason's true sobriety! Did not I say that all is one, and one is all, inasmuch as all things have been in the Creator before they were created? Nor is he called unfitly all, in that his members are the all. Therefore, in all this argument, see that thou keep in mind him who is one, all, or who himself is the maker of all. All things descend from heaven to earth, to water and to air. 'Tis fire alone, in that it is borne upwards, giveth life. That which is carried downwards is subservient to fire. Further, whatever doth descend from the above begetteth, what floweth upwards nourisheth. 'Tis earth alone, in that it resteth on itself, that is receiver of all things, and also the restorer of all genera that it receives. This whole, therefore, as thou rememberest, in that it is of all, in other words, all things, embraced by nature under soul and world, are in perpetual flux, so varied by the multiform equality of all their forms, that countless kinds of well-distinguished qualities may be discerned. Yet with this bond of union, that all should seem as one, and from one all. 3. That then, from which the whole cosmos is formed, consisteth of 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air. Cosmos itself is one, its soul is one, and God is one. Now lend to me the whole of thee, all that thou canst in mind, all that thou skillest in penetration, for that the reason of divinity may not be known except by an intention of the senses like to it. 'Tis likest to the torrent's flood, down dashing headlong from above with all-devouring tide, so that it comes about, that by the swiftness of its speed it is too quick for our attention, not only for the hearers, but also for the very teachers. Part 2. Heaven, then, God sensible, is the director of all bodies. Bodies increasings and decreasings are ruled by sun and moon. But he who is the ruler of heaven, and of its soul as well, and of all things within the cosmos, he is God, who is the maker of all things. For from all those that have been set above, over which the same God rules, there floweth forth a flood of all things, streaming through the cosmos and the soul, of every class and kind, throughout the nature of all things. The cosmos hath, moreover, been prepared by God as the receptacle of forms of every kind. Forethinking nature by these kinds of things, he hath extended cosmos unto heaven by means of the 4 elements, all to give pleasure to the eye of God. And all dependent from above are subdivided into species in the fashion which I am to tell. The genera of all things company with their own species, so that the genus is a class in its entirety, the species is part of a genus. The genus of the gods will, therefore, make the species of the gods out of itself. In like way, too, the genus of the daemons, and of men, likewise of birds, and of all animals, the cosmos doth contain within itself, brings into being species like itself. There is besides a genus other than the animal, a genus, or indeed a soul, in that it's not without sensation, in consequence of which it both finds happiness in suitable conditions, and pines and spoils in adverse ones. I mean, the class of all things on earth, which owe their life to the sound state of roots and shoots, of which the various kinds are scattered through the length and breadth of earth. The heaven itself is full of God. The genera we have just mentioned, therefore, occupy up to the spaces of all things whose species are immortal. For that a species is part of a genus, as man, for instance, of mankind, and that a part must follow its own class's quality. From which it comes to pass that, though all genera are deathless, all species are not so. The genus of divinity is in itself and in its species also deathless. As for the genera of other things, as to their genus, they too are everlasting. For though the genus perish in its species, yet it persists through its fecundity in being born, and for this cause its species are beneath the sway of death, so that man, mortal, is mankind immortal. And yet the species of all genera are interblended with all genera, some which have previously been made, some which are made from these. The latter, then, which are being made, either by gods or daemons or by men, are species, all most closely like to their own several genera. For that it is impossible that bodies should be formed without the will of God, or species be configured without the help of daemons, or animals be taught and trained without the help of men. Whoever of the daemons, then, transcending their own genus, are, by chance, united with a species, by reason of the neighborhood of any species of the godlike class, these are considered like to gods. Whereas those species of the daemons which continue in the quality of their own class, these love men's rational nature, and occupy themselves with men, and are called daemons proper. Likewise, it is the case with men, or more so even, diverse and multiform, the species of mankind. And coming in itself from the association spoken of above, it of necessity doth bring about a multitude of combinations of all other species, and almost of all things. Wherefore doth man draw nigh unto the gods, if he have joined himself unto the gods with godlike piety, by reason of his mind, whereby he is joined to the gods, and nigh unto the daemons, in that he is joined unto them as well. Whereas those men who are contented with the mediocrity of their own class, and the remaining species of mankind, will be like those unto the species of whose class they've joined themselves. Part 3. It is for reasons such as these, Asclepius, man is a mighty wonder, an animal meet for our worship and for our respect. For he doth pass into God's nature, as though himself were God. This genus also knows the genius of the daemons, as though man knew he had a common origin with them. He thinketh little of the part of human nature in him, from confidence in the divineness of his other part. How much more happy is the blend of human nature than of all the rest! Joined to the gods by his cognate divinity, a man looks down upon the part of him by means of which he's common with the earth. The rest of things to which he knows he's kin, by reason of the heavenly order in him, he binds unto himself with bonds of love, and thus he turns his gaze to heaven. So then, man hath his place in the more blessed station of the midst, so that he loves all those below himself, and in his turn is loved by those above. He tills the earth. He mingles with the elements by reason of the swiftness of his mind. He plunges into the sea's depths by means of its profundity. He puts his values on all things. Heaven seems not too high for him, for it is measured by the wisdom of his mind, as though it were quite near. No darkness of the air obstructs the penetration of his mind. No density of earth impedes his work. No depth of water blunts his sight. Though still the same, yet is he all, and everywhere is he the same. Of all these genera, those species which are animal have many roots, which stretch from the above below, whereas those which are stationary, these from one living root send forth a wood of branching greenery up from below into the upper parts. Moreover, some of them are nourished with a twofold form of food, while others with a single form. Twain are the forms of food, for soul and body, of which all animals consist. Their soul is nourished by the ever-restless motion of the world. Their bodies have their growth from foods drawn from the water and the earth of the inferior world. Spirit, with which they are all filled, being interblended with the rest, doth make them live. Sense being added, and also reason in the case of man, which hath been given to man alone as a fifth part out of the ether. Of all the living things, God doth adorn, extend, exalt the sense of man alone unto the understanding of the reason of divinity. But since I am impressed to speak concerning sense, I will a little further on set forth for you the sermon on this point, for that it is most holy and most mighty, not less than in the reason of divinity itself. But now I'll finish for you what I have begun. For I was speaking at the start of union with the gods, by which men only consciously employ the gods' regard. I mean, whatever men have won such rapture that they have obtained a share of that divine sense of intelligence, which is the most divine of senses, found in God and in man's reason. Are not the senses of all men, thrice greatest one, the same? Nay, my Asclepius, all have not one true reason, but wildly rushing in pursuit of reasons counterfeit, they never see the thing itself, and are deceived. And this breeds evil in their minds, and thus transforms the best of animals into the nature of a beast and manners of the brutes. But as to sense and all things similar, I will set forth the whole discourse when I explain concerning spirit. For man is the sole animal that is twofold. One part of him is simple, the man essential, as say the Greeks, but which we call the form of the divine similitude. He also is fourfold, that which the Greeks call hylic, but which we call cosmic, of which is made the corporeal part, in which is vestured what we have just said is the divine in man, in which the Godhead of the mind alone, together with its kin, that is the pure mind's senses, findeth home and rest, itself with its own self, as though shut in the body's walls. Part 4. What then, thrice greatest one, has caused it that man should be planted in the world, and should not pass his life in highest happiness in that part of the universe where there is God? Rightly thou questionest, O my Asclepius, and we pray God that he bestow on us the power of setting forth this reason, since everything depends upon his will, and specially those that are set forth about the highest whole, the reason that's the object of our present argument. Hear then, Asclepius. The Lord and Maker of all things, whom we call rightly God, when he from himself he made the second God, the visible and sensible, I call him sensible, not that he hath sensation in himself, for as to this, whether or no he have himself sensation, we will some other time declare, but that he is the object of the senses of those who see. When then he made him first, but second to himself, and that he seemed to him most fair, as one filled to the full with goodness of all things, he fell in love with him as being part of his divinity. Accordingly, in that he was so mighty and so fair, he willed that someone else should have the power to contemplate the one he had made from himself, and thereon he made man, the imitator of his reason and his love. The will of God is in itself complete accomplishment, inasmuch as together with his having willed, in one and the same time, he hath brought it to full accomplishment. And so, when he perceived that the essential man could not be lover of all things, unless he clothed him in a cosmic carapace, he shut him in within a house of body, and ordered it that all men should be so, from either nature making him a single blend and fair proportioned mixture. Therefore hath he made man of soul and body, that is, of an eternal and a mortal nature, so that an animal thus blended can content his dual origin, admire and worship things in heaven, and cultivate and govern things on earth. By mortal things I do not mean the water or the earth themselves, for these are two of the immortal elements that nature hath made subject unto men, but either things that are by men, or that are in or from them, such as the cultivation of the earth itself, pastures and buildings, harbors, voyagings, intercommunications, mutual services, which are the firmest bonds of men between themselves and that part of the cosmos which consists indeed of water and of earth, but is the cosmos's terrene part, which is preserved by knowledge and the use of arts and sciences, without which things God willeth not cosmos should be complete. In that necessity doth follow what seems good to God. Performance waits upon his will. Nor is it credible that that which once hath pleased him will become unpleasing unto God, since he hath known both what will be and what will please him long before. Part 5. But, O Asclepius, I see that thou with swift desire of mind art in a hurry to be told how man can have a love and worship of the heaven, or of the things that are therein. Hear then, Asclepius. The love of God in heaven, together with all them that are therein, is one perpetual act of worship. No other thing ensouled, of gods or animals, can do this thing, save man alone. 'Tis in the admiration, adoration, and the praise of men, and in their acts of worship, that heaven and heaven's hosts find their delight. Nor is it without cause the Muses' choir hath been sent down by the highest deity unto the host of men, in order that, forsooth, the terrene world should not seem too uncultured, had it lacked the charm of measures, but rather that with songs and praise of men accompanied with music, he might be lauded. He who alone is all, or is the sire of all, and so not even on the earths should there have been an absence of the sweetness of the harmony of heavenly praise. Some then, though they be very few, endowed with the pure mind, have been entrusted with the sacred charge of contemplating heaven. Whereas those men who, from the twofold blending of their nature, have not as yet withdrawn their inner reason from their body's mass, these are appointed for the study of the elements, and all that is below them. Thus man's an animal, yet not indeed less potent in that he's partly mortal, but rather doth he seem to be all the more fit and efficacious for reaching certain reason, since he has had mortality bestowed on him as well. For it is plain he could not have sustained the strain of both, unless he had been formed out of both natures, so that he could possess the powers of cultivating earthly things and loving heaven. The reason of a thesis such as this, O my Asclepius, I would that thou shouldest grasp, not only with the keen attention of thy soul, but also with its living power as well. For 'tis a reason that most men cannot believe. The perfect and the true are to be grasped by the more holy minds. Hence, then, will I begin. Part 6. The Lord of the eternity is the first God, the second's cosmos. Man is the third. God is the maker of the cosmos and of all things therein. At the same time he ruleth all, with man himself who is the ruler of the compound thing, the whole of which man, taking on himself, doth make of it the proper care of his own love, in order that the two of them, himself and cosmos, may be an ornament each unto other, so that from this divine compost of man, world seems most fitly called cosmos in Greek. He knows himself, he knows the world as well, so that he recollects, indeed, what is convenient to his own parts. He calls to mind what he must use, that they may be of service to himself, giving the greatest praise and thanks to God, his image reverencing, not ignorant that he is too, God's image the second one, for that there are two images of God, cosmos and man, so that it comes to pass that, since man's is a single structure, in that part of him which doth consist of soul and sense, of spirit and of reason, he's divine, so that he seems to have the power to mount from, as it were, the higher elements into the heaven. But in his cosmic part, which is composed of fire and water and of air, he stayeth mortal on the earth, lest he should leave all things committed to his care forsaken and bereft. Thus humankind is made in one part deathless, and in the other part subject to death while in a body. Now of that dual nature, that is to say of man, there is a chief capacity, and that is piety, which goodness follows after. And this capacity then, and then only, seems to be perfected, if it be fortified with virtue of despising all desires for alien things. For alien from every part of kinship with the gods are all things on the earth, whatever are possessed from bodily desires, to which we rightly give the name possessions, in that they are not born with us, but later on begin to be possessed by us, wherefore we call them by the name possessions. All such things, then, are alien from man, even his body, so that we can despise not only what we long for, but also that from which the vice of longing comes to us. For just as far as the increase of reason leads our soul, so far one should be man, in order that by contemplating the divine, one should look down upon and disregard the mortal part, which hath been joined to him, through the necessity of helping on the lower world. For that, in order that a man should be complete in either part, observe that he hath been composed of elements of either part in sets of 4, with hands and feet, both of them pairs, and with the other members of his body, by means of which he may do service to the lower, that is to say, the terrene world. And to these parts are added other four, of sense and soul, of memory and foresight, by means of which he may become acquainted with the rest of things divine, and judge of them. Hence it is brought about that man investigates the differences and qualities, effects and quantities of things with critical research. Yet, as he is held back with the too heavy weight of body's imperfection, he cannot properly descry the causes of the nature of all things, which really are the true ones. Man, then, being thus created and composed, and to such ministry and service set by highest God, man, by his keeping suitably the world in proper order, and by his piously adoring God, in both becomingly and suitably obeying God's good will, man being such as this, with what reward thinkest thou he should be recompensed? If that indeed, since cosmos is God's work, he who preserves and adds on to its beauty by his love, joins his own work unto God's will, when he with toil and care doth fashion out the species, which he hath made already with his divine intent, with help of his own body, with what reward thinkest thou he should be recompensed, unless it be with that with which our forebears have been blessed? That this may be the pleasure of God's love, such is our prayer for you, devoted ones. In other words, may he, when ye have served your time, and have put off the world's restraint, and freed yourselves from deathly bonds, restore you pure and holy to the nature of your higher self, that is, of the divine. Rightly and truly, O thrice greatest one, thou speakest. This is the prize for those who piously subordinate their lives to God, and live to help the world. To those, however, who have lived in other fashion impiously, to them both is return to heaven denied, and there's been appointed them migration into other bodies unworthy of a holy soul and base, so that, as this discourse of ours will show, souls in their life on earth run risk of losing hope of future immortality. But all of this doth seem to some beyond belief, a tale to others yet again perchance a subject for their mirth. For in this life, in body, it is a pleasant thing, the pleasure that one gets from one's possessions. 'Tis for this cause that spite, in envy of its hope of immortality, doth clap the soul in prison, as they say, and keep it down, so that it stays in that part of itself in which it's mortal, nor suffers it to know the part of its divinity. For I will tell thee, as though it were prophetically, that no one after us shall have the single love, the love of wisdom-loving, which consists in gnosis of divinity alone, the practice of perpetual contemplation, and of holy piety. For that the many do confound philosophy with multifarious reasoning. Why is it, then, the many make philosophy so hard to grasp, or wherefore is it they confound this thing with multifarious reasoning? 'Tis in this way, Asclepius, by mixing it, by means of subtle expositions, with diverse sciences not easy to be grasped, such as arithmetic and music and geometry. But pure philosophy, which doth depend on godly piety alone, should only so far occupy itself with other arts, that it may know how to appreciate the working out in numbers of the foreappointed stations, of the stars when they return, and of the course of their procession. Let her, moreover, know how to appreciate the earth's dimensions, its qualities and quantities, the water's depths, the strength of fire, and the effects and nature of all these. And so let her give worship and give praise unto the art and mind of God. As for true music, to know this is naught else than to have knowledge of the order of all things, and whatsoever God's reason hath decreed. For that the order of each several thing, when set together in one key for all, by means of skilful reason, will make, as 'twere, the sweetest and the truest harmony with God's own song. Who, therefore, will the men be after us? They will be led astray by sophists' cleverness, and turn from true philosophy, the pure and holy love. For that to worship God with single mind and soul, and reverence the things that he hath made, and to give thanks unto his will, which is the only thing quite full of good, this is philosophy unsullied by the soul's rough curiousness. But of this subject Let what has been said so far suffice. Part 7. And now, let us begin to treat of spirit and such things. There was first God and matter, which we in Greek believe to be the cosmos, and spirit was with cosmos, or spirit was in cosmos, but not in like way as in God, nor were there things as yet from which the cosmos comes to birth in God. They were not, just for the very reason that they were not, but were as yet in that condition whence they have had their birth. For those things only are not called ingenerable, which have not yet been born, but also those which lack the fertilizing power of generating, so that from them naught can be born. And so whatever things there are that have in them the power of generating, these too are generable, that is to say, from which birth can take place, though they be born from their own selves alone. For there's no question that, from those born from themselves, birth can with ease take place, since from them all are born. God, then, is the everlasting, God the eternal, nor can be born, nor could he have been born. That is, that was, that shall ever be. This, therefore, is God's nature, all from itself alone. But matter, or the nature of the cosmos and spirit, although they do not seem to be things born from any source, yet in themselves possess the power of generation and of generating, the nature of fecundity. For the beginning truly is in just that quality of nature which possesses in itself the power and matter both of conception and of birth. This, then, without conception of another, is generable of its own self. But, on the other hand, whereas those things which only have the power of bringing forth by blending with another nature, and thus to be distinguished, this space of cosmos, with those that are in it, seems not to have been born, in that the cosmos has in it undoubtedly all nature's potency. By space, I mean that in which are all things, for all these things could not have been had space not been, to hold them all, since for all things that there have been must be provided space. For neither could the qualities nor quantities, nor the positions, nor yet the operations, be distinguished of those things which are nowhere. So then, the cosmos also, though not born, still has in it the births of all, in that indeed it doth afford for all of them most fecund wombs for their conception. It therefore is the sum of all that quality of matter which hath creative potency, although it hath not been itself created. And seeing that this quality of matter is in its nature simple productiveness, so the same source produces bad as well as good. I have not, therefore, O Asclepius and Ammon, said what many say, that God could not excise and banish evil from the scheme of things, to whom no answer need at all be given. Yet for your sakes I will continue what I have begun, and give a reason. They say that God ought to have freed the world from bad in every way, for so much is it in the world that it doth seem to be as though it were one of its limbs. This was foreseen by highest God, and due provision made, as much as ever could have been in reason made, then when he thought it proper to endow the minds of men with sense, and science, and intelligence. For it is by these things alone whereby we stand above the rest of animals, that we are able to avoid the snares and crimes of ill. For he who shall on sight have turned from them, before he hath become enmeshed in them, he is a man protected by divine intelligence and godly prudence. For that the groundwork of true science doth consist of the topstones of virtue. It is by spirit that all things are governed in the cosmos, and made quick, spirit made subject to the will of the highest God, as though it were an engine or machine. So far, then, only let him be by us conceived, as him who is conceivable by mind alone, who is called highest God, the ruler and director of God's sensible, of him who in himself includes all space, all substance, and all matter, of things producing and beginning, and all whatever is, however great it be. It is by spirit that all species in the cosmos are, or moved, or ruled, each one according to its proper nature, given it by God. Matter, or cosmos, on the other hand, is that which holds all things, the field of motion, and the that which crowds together all, of which God is the ruler, distributing unto all cosmic things all that is requisite to each. It is with spirit that he fills all things, according to the quality of each one's nature. Now, seeing that the hollow roundness of the cosmos is borne round into the fashion of a sphere, by reason of its very quality or form, it never can be altogether visible unto itself. So that, however high a place in it thou shouldest choose for looking down below, thou couldst not see from it what is at bottom, because in many places it confronts the senses, and so is thought to have the quality of being visible throughout. For it is solely owing to the forms of species, with images of which it seems insculpted, that it is thought to be as though 'twere visible throughout, but as a fact 'tis ever to itself invisible. Wherefore its bottom, or its lowest part, if such a place there be within a sphere, is called in Greek Aides, since that eidein in Greek means seeing, which being seen, the sphere's beginning lacks. Hence, too, the species have the name Eidei, since they're of form we cannot see. Therefore, in that they are deprived of being seen, in Greek they are called Hades. In that they are at bottom of the sphere, they are called in Latin inferi. These, then, are principal and prior, and, as it were, the sources and the heads of all the things which are in them, through them, or from them. All things, then, in themselves, as thou, thrice greatest one, dost say, are cosmic principles, as I should say of all the species which are in them, or, as it were, the sum and substance of each one of them. So cosmos, then, doth nourish bodies, the spirit, souls, the higher sense with which the celestial gift, mankind alone is blessed, doth feed the mind. And these are not all men, but they are few, whose minds are of such quality that they can be receptive of so great a blessing. For as the world's illumined by the sun, so is the mind of man illumined by that light, nay, in still fuller measure. For whatsoever thing the sun doth shine upon, it is anon, by interjection of the earth or moon, or by the intervention of the night, robbed of its light. But once the higher sense hath been commingled with the soul of man, there is at one mint from the happy union of the blending of their natures, so that minds of this kind are never more held fast in errors of the darkness. Wherefore, with reason, have they said the higher senses are the souls of gods, to which I add, not of all gods, but of the great ones only, nay, even of the principles of these. Part 8. What dost thou call, thrice greatest one, the heads of things, or sources of beginnings? Great are the mysteries which I reveal to thee, divine the secrets I disclose, and so I make beginning of this thing with prayers for heaven's favor. The hierarchies of gods are numerous, and of them all one class is called the noumenal, the other class the sensible. The former are called noumenal, not for the reason that they're thought to lie beyond our senses, for these are just the gods we sense more truly than the ones we call the visible, just as our argument will prove, and thou, if thou attend, wilt be made fit to see. For that a lofty reasoning, and much more one that is too godlike for the mental grasp of average men, if that the speaker's words are not received with more attentive service of the ears, will fly and flow beyond them, or rather will flow back again, and mingle with the streams of its own source. There are, then, certain gods who are the principles of all the species. Next there come those whose essence is their principle. These are the sensible, each similar to its own dual source, who by their sensibility affect all things, the one part through the other part, in each making to shine the proper work of every single one. Of heaven, or of whatsoever it be that is embraced within the term, the essence chief is Zeus, for 'tis through heaven that Zeus gives life to all. Sun's essence chief is light, for the good gift of light is poured on us through the sun's disk. The 36, who have the name of horoscopes, are in the self-same space as the fixed stars. Of these, the essence chief, or prince, is he whom they call pantomorph, or omniform, who fashioneth the various forms for various species. The 7, who are called spheres, have essence chiefs, that is, have each their proper rulers, whom they call altogether fortune and hymarmony, whereby all things are changed by nature's law, perpetual stability being varied with incessant motion. The air, moreover, is the engine, or machine, through which all things are made, There is, however, an essence chief of this, a second heir, mortal from mortal things, and things like these. These hierarchies of gods, then, being thus and in this way related, from bottom unto top, are also thus connected with each other, and tend towards themselves. So mortal things are bound to mortal, things sensible to sensible. The whole of this grand scale of rulership, however, seems to him who is the highest Lord either to be not many things, or rather to be one. For that from one all things depending and flowing down from it, when they are seen as desperate, they're thought to be as many as they possibly can be, but in their union it is one thing, or rather two, from which all things are made, that is, from matter, by means of which the other things are made, and by the will of him, by nod of whom they're brought to pass. Is this again the reason, O thrice greatest one? It is, Asclepius. For God's the Father, or the Lord of all, or whatsoever else may be the name by which he's named more holily and piously by men, which should be set apart among ourselves for sake of our intelligence. For if we contemplate this so transcendent God, we shall not make him definite by any of these names. For if a spoken word is this, a sound proceeding from the air when struck by breath, denoting the whole will perchance of man, or else the higher sense, which by good chance a man perceives by means of mind, when out of all his senses, a name, the stuff of which, made of a syllable or two, has so been limited and pondered, that it might serve in man as necessary link between the voice and ear. Thus must the name of God in full consist of sense and spirit and of air, and of all things in them, or through, or with them. Indeed, I have no hope that the Creator of the whole of greatness, the Father and the Lord of all the things that are, could ever have one name, even although it should be made up of a multitude, he who cannot be named, or rather he who can be called by every name. For he indeed is one and all, so that it needs must be that all things should be called by the same name as his, or he himself called by the names of all. He then alone, yet all complete in the fertility of either sex, ever with child of his own will, doth ever bring to birth whatever he hath willed to procreate. His will is the all-goodness, which also is the goodness of all things, born from the nature of his own divinity, in order that all things may be, just as they all have been, and that henceforth the nature of being born from their own selves may be sufficient to all things that will be born. Let this, then, be the reason given thee, Asclepius, wherefore and how all things are made of either sex. Thou speakest of God, then, O thrice greatest one? Not only God, Asclepius, but all things living and inanimate, for 'tis impossible that any of the things that are should be unfruitful. For if fecundity should be removed from all the things that are, it could not be that they should be forever what they are. I mean that nature, sense, and cosmos have in themselves the power of being born, and of preserving all things that are born. For either sex is full of procreation, and of each one there is a union, or what's more true, a unity incomprehensible, which you may rightly call Eros, or Aphrodite, or both names. This, then, is truer than all truth, and plainer than what the mind's eye perceives, that from that universal God of universal nature all other things for evermore have found, and had bestowed on them, the mystery of bringing forth, in which there is innate the sweetest charity and joy and merriment, longing and love divine. We might have had to tell the mighty power in the compulsion of this mystery, if it had not been able to be known by every one from personal experience, by observation of himself. For if thou shouldest regard that supreme point of time when the one nature doth pour forth the young into the other one, and when the other greedily absorbs it from the first, and hides it ever deeper in itself, then, at that time, out of their common congress, females attain the nature of the males. Males weary grow with female listlessness. And so the consummation of this mystery, so sweet and requisite, is wrought in secret, lest, owing to the vulgar jests of ignorance, the deity of either sex should be compelled to blush at natural congress, and much more still, if it should be subjected to the sight of impious folk. The pious are not numerous, however. Nay, they are very few, so that they may be counted even in the world. whence it doth come about, that in the many bad inheres, through defect of the gnosis and discernment of the things that are, for that it is from the intelligence of godlike reason, by which all things are ordered, there come to birth contempt and remedy of vice throughout the world. But when unknowingness and ignorance persist, all vicious things wax strong, and plague the soul with wounds incurable, so that, infected with them and invitiated, it swells up as though it were with poisons, except for those who know the discipline of souls and highest cure of intellect. So then, although it may do good to few alone, 'tis proper to develop and explain this thesis, wherefore divinity hath deigned to share his science and intelligence with men alone. Give ear accordingly. When God, our Sire and Lord, made man, after the gods, out of an equal mixture of a less pure cosmic part and a divine, it naturally came to pass the imperfections of the cosmic part remain commingled with our frames, and other ones as well, by reason of the food and sustenance we have out of necessity in common with all lives, by reason of which things it needs must be that the desires and passions and other vices of the mind should occupy the souls of humankind. As for the gods, inasmuch as they had been made of nature's fairest part, and have no need of the supports of reason and of discipline, although indeed their deathlessness, the very strength of being ever one of single age, stands in this case for prudence and for science, still, for the sake of reason's unity, instead of science and of intellect, so that the gods should not be strange to these, he, by his everlasting law, decreed for them an order, circumscribed by the necessity of law. While as for man, he doth distinguish him from all the other animals by reason and by discipline alone, by means of which men can remove and separate their bodies' vices, he hoping them to hope and effort after deathlessness. In fine, he hath made man both good and able to share in immortal life, out of two natures, one mortal, one divine. And just because he is thus fashioned by the will of God, it is appointed that man should be superior both to the gods, who have been made of an immoral nature only, and also to all mortal things. It is because of this that man, being joined unto the gods by kinsmanship, doth reverence them with piety and holy mind, while, on their side, the gods with pious sympathy regard and guard all things of men. But this can only be averred of a few men endowed with pious minds. Still, of the rest, the vicious folk, we ought to say no word, for fear a very sacred sermon should be spoiled by thinking of them. Part 9. And since our sermon treats of the relationship and intercourse of men and gods, learn, Asclepius, the power and strength of man. Our Lord and Father, or what is highest God, as he's creator of the gods in heaven, so man's the maker of the gods, who, in the temples, suffer man's approach, and who not only have light poured on them, but who send forth their light on all. Not only does a man go forward towards the gods, but also he confirms the gods on earth. Art thou surprised, Asclepius? Nay, is it not that even thou dost not believe? I am amazed, thrice greatest one, but willingly I give assent to all thy words. I judge that man most blessed who hath attained so great felicity. And rightly so, for he deserves our wonder, in that he is the greatest of them all. As for the genus of the gods in heaven, 'tis plain from the commixture of them all, that it has been made pregnant from the fairest part of nature, and that the only signs by which they are discerned are, as it were, before all else their heads. Whereas the species of the gods which humankind constructs is fashioned out of either nature, out of that nature which is more ancient and far more divine, and out of that which is in men, that is, out of the stuff of which they have been made and are configured, not only in their heads alone, but also in each limb and their whole frame. And so mankind, in imaging divinity, stays mindful of the nature and the source of its own self, so that, just as our Sire and Lord did make the gods aeonian, that they might be like him, so hath mankind configured its own gods according to the likeness of the look of its own self. Thou dost not mean their statues, dost thou, O thrice greatest one? I mean their statues, O Asclepius, Dost thou not see how much thou even doubtest? Statues, ensouled with sense and filled with spirit, which work such mighty and such strange results, statues which can foresee what is to come, and which perchance can prophesy, foretelling things by dreams and many other ways, statues that take their strength away from men, or cure their sorrow, if they so deserve. Dost thou not know, Asclepius, that Egypt is the image of the heaven, or, what is truer still, the transference or the descent of all that are in governance or exercise in heaven? And if more truly still, it must be said, this land of ours is shrine of all the world. Further, in that 'tis fitting that the prudent should know all before, it is not right ye should be ignorant of this. The time will come when Egypt will appear to have in vain served the divinity with pious mind and constant worship, and all its holy cult will fall to nothingness and be in vain. For that divinity is now about to hasten back from earth to heaven, and Egypt shall be left, and earth, which was the seat of pious cults, shall be bereft and widowed of the presence of the gods. And foreigners shall fill this region and this land, and there shall be not only the neglect of pious cults, but, what is still more painful, as though enacted by the laws, a penalty shall be decreed against the practice of our pious cults and worship of the gods, entire proscription of them. Then shall this holiest land, seat of our shrines and temples, be choked with tombs and corpses. O Egypt, Egypt of thy pious cults, tales only will remain, as far beyond belief for thy own sons as for the rest of men. Words only will be left cut on thy stones, thy pious deeds recounting. And Egypt will be made the home of Scyth, or Indian, or someone like to them, that is a foreign neighbor. Aye, for the godly company shall mount again to heaven, and their forsaken worshippers shall all die out, and Egypt, thus bereft of God and man, shall be abandoned. And now I speak to thee, O river, holiest stream. I tell thee what will be. With bloody torrents shalt thou overflow thy banks. Not only shall thy streams divine be stained with blood, but they shall all overflow with the same. The tale of tombs shall far exceed the number of the quick, and the surviving remnant shall be Egyptians in their tongue alone, but in their actions, foreigners. Why dost thou weep, Asclepius? Nay, more than this, by far more wretched, Egypt herself shall be impelled and stained with greater ills. For she, the Holy Land, and once deservedly the most beloved by God, by reason of her pious service of the gods on earth, she, the sole colony of holiness, and teacher of religion on the earth, shall be the type of all that is most barbarous. And then, out of our loathing for mankind, the world will seem no more deserving of our wonder and our praise. All this good thing, than which there has been fairer naught that can be seen, nor is there any, nor will there ever be, will be in jeopardy. And it will prove a burden unto men, and on account of this they will despise and cease to love this cosmos as a whole, the changeless work of God, the glorious construction of the good, comprised of multifold variety of forms, the engine of God's will, supporting his own work ungrudgingly, the multitudinous whole, massed in a unity of all, that should be reverenced, praised, and loved, by them at least who have the eyes to see. For darkness will be set before the light, and death will be thought preferable to life. No one will raise his eyes to heaven. The pious man will be considered mad, the impious a sage, the frenzied held as strong, the worst as best. For soul, and all concerning it, whereby it doth presume that either it hath been born deathless, or that it will attain to deathlessness, according to the argument I have set forth for you, all this will be considered not only food for sport, but even vanity. Nay, if ye will believe me, the penalty of death shall be decreed to him who shall devote himself to the religion of the mind. New statutes shall come into force, a novel law. Naught that is sacred, nothing pious, naught that is worthy of the heaven or gods in heaven shall ever be heard, or even mentally believed. The sorrowful departure of the gods from men takes place. Bad angels only stay, who mingled with humanity will lay their heads on them, and drive the wretched folk to every ill of recklessness, to wars and robberies, deceits, and all those things that are opposed to the soul's nature. Then shall the earth no longer hold together, the sea no longer shall be sailed upon, nor shall the heaven continue with the courses of the stars, nor the star course in heaven. The voice of every god shall cease in the great silence that no one can break. The fruits of heaven shall rot. Nay, earth no longer shall bring forth, and air itself shall faint in that sad listlessness. This, when it comes, shall be the world's old age, impiety, irregularity, and lack of rationality in all good things. And when these things shall come to pass, Asclepius, then he, our Lord and Sire, God first in power, and ruler of the one God visible, in check of crime, and calling error back from the corruption of all things unto good manners and to deeds spontaneous with his will, that is to say, God's goodness, ending all ill by either washing it away with water flood, or burning it away with fire, or by the means of pestilent diseases spread throughout all hostile lands. God will recall the cosmos to its ancient form, so that the world itself shall seem meet to be worshipped and admired, and God, the maker and restorer of so vast a work, be sung by the humanity who shall be then, with ceaseless heraldings of praise and hymns of blessing. For this rebirth of cosmos is the making new of all good things, and the most holy and most pious bringing back again of nature's self, by means of a set course of time, of nature, which was without beginning, and which is without an end. For that God's will hath no beginning, and in that 'tis the same, and as it is without an end. Because God's nature's the determination of the will, determination is the highest good. Is it not so, thrice greatest one? Asclepius, will is determination's child. Nay, willing in itself comes from the will. Not that he willeth aught desiring it, for that he is the fullness of all things, and wills what things he has. He thus wills all good things, and has all that he wills. Nay, rather, he doth think and will all good. This, then, is God, the world of goods, his image. Is cosmos good, thrice greatest one? 'Tis good, as I will teach thee, O Asclepius. For just as God is the apportioner and steward of good things to all the species, or more correctly, genera, which are in cosmos, that is to say, of sense and soul and life, so cosmos is the giver and bestower of all things which seem unto us mortals good, that is to say, the alternation of its parts, of seasonable fruits, birth, growth, maturity, and things like these. And for this cause God doth transcend the height of highest heaven, extending everywhere, and doth behold all things on every side. Beyond the heaven's starless space doth stretch, stranger to everything possessed of body. The dispensator, who's between the heaven and earth, is ruler of the space which we call Zeus, above. The earth and sea is ruled by Zeus below. He is the nourisher of mortal lives and of fruit-bearing trees. It is by reason of the powers of all these that fruits and trees and earth grow green. The powers and energies of all the other gods will be distributed through all the things that are. Yea, they who rule the earth shall be distributed through all the lands, and finally be gathered in a state, at top of Egypt's upper part, which shall be founded towards the setting sun, and to which all the mortal race shall speed. But now, just as this moment, where are they, thrice greatest one? They are gathered in a very large community upon the Libyan hill, and now enough concerning this hath been declared. Part 10. But now the question as to deathlessness, or as to death, must be discussed. The expectation and the fear of death torture the multitude, who do not know true reason. Now death is brought about by dissolution of the body, wearied out with toil, and the number, when complete, by which the body's members are arranged into a single engine for the purposes of life. The body dies when it no longer can support the life powers of man. This, then, is death, the body's dissolution and the disappearance of corporeal sense. As to this death, anxiety is needless, but there's another death which no man can escape, but which the ignorance and unbelief of man think little of. What is it, O thrice greatest one, that men know nothing of or disbelieve that it can be? So, lend thy ear, Asclepius. When, then, the soul's departure from the body shall take place, then shall the judgment and the weighing of its merit pass into its highest daemon's power, and when he sees it pious is and just, he suffers it to rest in spots appropriate to it. But if he find it soiled with stains of evil deeds and fouled with vice, he drives it from above into the depths, and hands it over to warring hurricanes and vortices of air, of fire, and water. Twixt heaven and earth, upon the waves of cosmos, is it dragged in contrary directions, forever racked with ceaseless pains, so that this its deathless nature doth afflict the soul, in that because of its unceasing sense it hath the yoke of ceaseless torture set upon its neck. Know, then, that we should dread and be afraid, and ever be upon our guard, lest we should be entangled in these toils. For those who do not now believe will after their misdeeds be driven to believe, by facts, not words, by actual sufferings of punishment, and not by threats. The faults of men are not, then, punished, O thrice greatest one, by law of man alone? In the first place, Asclepius, all things on earth must die. Further, those things which live by reason of a body, and which do cease from living by reason of the same, all these, according to the merits of this life, or its demerits, find due rewards or punishments. And as to punishments, they're all the more severe, if in their life their misdeeds chance to have been hidden till their death. For then they will be made full conscious of all things by the divinity, just as they are, according to the shades of punishment allotted to their crimes. And these deserve still greater punishments, thrice greatest one? Assuredly, for those condemned by laws of man do lose their life by violence, so that all men may see they have not yielded up their soul to pay the debt of nature, but have received the penalty of their deserts. Upon the other hand, the righteous man finds his defense in serving God and deepest piety, for God doth guard such men from every ill. Yea, he who is the sire of all, our Lord, and who alone is all, doth love to show himself to all. It is not by the place where he may be, nor by the quality which he may have, nor by the greatness which he may possess, but by the mind's intelligence alone, that he doth shed his light on man, on him who shakes the clouds of error from his soul, and sights the brilliancy of truth, mingling himself with the all-sense of the divine intelligence, through love of which he wins his freedom from that part of him over which death rules, and has the seed of the assurance of his future deathlessness implanted in him. This, then, is how the good will differ from the bad. Each several one will shine in piety, in sanctity, in prudence, in worship, and in service of our God, and see true reason, as though he looked at it with corporal eyes, and each will with confidence of his belief excel all other men, as by its light the sun, the other stars. For that it is not so much by the greatness of his light, as by his holiness and his divinity, the sun himself lights up the other stars. Yea, my Asclepius, thou shouldest regard him as the second God, ruling all things, and giving light to all things living in the cosmos, whether ensouled or unensouled. For if the cosmos is a living thing, and if it has been, and it is, and will ever be living, naught in the cosmos is subject to death. For of an ever-living thing it is the same of every part which is, that 'tis as ever-living as it is itself, and in the world itself which is for every one, and at the self-same time an ever-living thing of life. In it there is no place for death. And so he should be the full store of life and deathlessness, if that it needs must be that he should live forever. And so the sun, just as the cosmos lasts for aye, so is he too forever ruler of all vital powers, or of our whole vitality. He is their ruler, or the one who gives them out. God, then, is the eternal ruler of all living things, or vital functions that are in the world. He is the everlasting giver forth of life itself. Once for all time he hath bestowed life on all vital powers. He further doth preserve them by a law that lasts forevermore, as I will now explain. For in the very life of the eternity is cosmos moved, and in the very everlastingness of life itself is cosmic space, on which account it shall not stop at any time, nor shall it be destroyed, for that its very self is palisaded round about, and bound together as it were by livings sempiternity. Cosmos is thus life-giver unto all that are in it, and is the space of all that are in governance beneath the sun. The motion of the cosmos in itself consisteth of a twofold energy. 'Tis vivified itself from the without by the eternity, and vivifies all things that are within, making all different by numbers and by times, fixed and appointed for them. Now times distinguished on the earth by quality of air, by variation of its heat and cold; in heaven by the returnings of the stars to the same spots, the revolution of their course and time. And while the cosmos is the home of time, it is kept green itself by reason of time's course and motion. Time, on the other hand, is kept by regulation. Order and time effect renewal of all things which are in cosmos by means of alternation. Part 11. All things, then, being thus, there is nothing stable, nothing fixed, nothing immovable, of things that are being born, in heaven or on the earth. Immovable is God alone, and rightly he alone, for he himself is in himself, and by himself and round himself, completely full and perfect. He is his own immovable stability, nor by the pressure of some other one can he be moved, nor in the space of any one. For in him are all spaces, and he himself alone is in them all, unless someone should venture to assert that God's own motions in eternity, nay, rather it is just immovable eternity itself, back into which the motion of all times is funded, and out of which the motion of all times takes its beginning. God, then, hath ever been unchanging, and ever, in like fashion with himself hath the eternity consisted, having within itself cosmos ingenerate, in which we correctly call God sensible. Of that transcendent deity this image hath been made, cosmos, the imitator of eternity. Time, further, hath the strength and nature of its own stability, in spite of its being in perpetual motion, from its necessity of ever from itself reverting to itself. And so, although eternity is stable, motionless, and fixed, still, seeing that the movement of this time, which is subject to motion, is ever being recalled into eternity, and for that reason time's mobility is circular, it comes to pass that the eternity itself, although in its own self is motionless, yet on account of time in which it is, and it is in it, it seems to be in movement as all motion. So that it comes to pass that both eternity's stability becometh moved, and time's mobility becometh stable. So may we ever hold that God himself is moved into himself by ever same transcendency of motion, for that stability is in his vastness motion motionless, for by his vastness is his law exempt from change. That then, which so transcends, which is not subject unto sense, which is beyond all bounds, and which cannot be grasped, that transcends all appraisement. That cannot be supported, nor borne up, nor can it be tracked out. For where and when and whence and how and what he is known to none. For he's borne up by his supreme stability, and his stability is in himself alone, whether this mystery be God, or the eternity, or both, or one in other, or both in either. And for this cause, just as eternity transcends the bounds of time, so time itself, in that it cannot have bounds set to it by number, or by change, or by the period of the revolution of some second kind of time, is of the nature of eternity. Both, then, seem boundless, both eternal. And so stability, though naturally fixed, yet seeing that it can sustain the things that are in motion, because of all the good it does by reason of its firmness, deservedly doth hold the chiefest place. The principles of all that are, therefore, God and aeon. The cosmos, on the other hand, in that 'tis movable, is not a principle, for its mobility exceeds its own stability by treating the immovable fixation as the law of everlasting movement. The whole sense, then, of the divinity, though like to him in its own self immovable, doth set itself in motion within its own stability. 'Tis holy, incorruptible, and everlasting, and if there can be any better attribute to give it, 'tis its eternity of God supreme, in truth itself subsisting, the fullness of all things, of sense, and of the whole of science consisting, so to say, with God. The cosmic sense is the container of all sensibles, all species, and all sciences. The human higher sense consists in the retentiveness of memory, in that it can recall all things that it hath done. For only just as far as the man-animal has the divinity of sense descended, in that God hath not willed the highest sense divine should be commingled with the rest of animals, lest it should blush for shame on being mingled with the other lives. For whatsoever be the quality or the extent of the intelligence of a man's sense, the whole of it consists in power of recollecting what is past. It is through his retentiveness of memory that man's been made the ruler of the earth. Now the intelligence of nature can be won by quality of cosmic sense, from all the things in cosmos which sense can perceive. Concerning this eternity, which is the second one, the sense of this we get from out the senses cosmos, and we discern its quality by the same means. But the intelligence of quality itself, the whatness of the sense of God supreme, is truth alone, of which pure truth, not even the most tenuous sketch or faintest shade, in cosmos is discerned. For where is aught of it discerned by measurement of times, wherein are seen untruths, and births, and deaths, and errors? Thou seest then, Asclepius, on what we are already founded, with what we occupy ourselves, and after what we dare to strive. But unto thee, O most God high, I give my thanks, in that thou hast enlightened me with light to see divinity. And ye, O Tat, Asclepius, and Ammon, in silence hide the mysteries divine within the secret places of your hearts, and breathe no word of their concealment. Now, in our case, the intellect doth differ from the sense in this, that by the mind's extension intellect can reach to the intelligence and discernment of the quality of cosmic sense. The intellect of cosmos, on the other hand, extends to the eternity and to the gnosis of the gods which are above itself. And thus it comes to pass for men that we perceive the things in heaven, as it were, through a mist, as far as the condition of the human sense allows. 'Tis true that the extension of the mind which we possess for the survey of such transcendent things is very narrow still, but it will be most ample when it shall perceive with the felicity of true self-consciousness. Part 12. Now on the subject of a void, which seems to almost all a thing of vast importance, I hold the following view. Naught is, naught could have been, naught ever will be void. For all the members of the cosmos are completely full, so that cosmos itself is full and quite complete with bodies, diverse in quality and form, possessing each its proper kind and size. And of these bodies, one's greater than another, or another's less than is another, by difference of strength and size. Of course, the stronger of them are more easily perceived, just as the larger are. The lesser ones, however, or the more minute, can scarcely be perceived, or not at all. Those which we know are things at all by sense of touch alone. Once many come to think they are not bodies, and that there are void spaces, which is impossible. So also for the space which is called extracosmic, if there be any, which I do not believe, then is it filled by him with things intelligible, that is, things of like nature with his own divinity, just as this cosmos, which is called the sensible, is fully filled with bodies and with animals, consonant with its proper nature and its quality, bodies the proper shape of which we do not all behold, but see some large beyond their proper measure, some very small, either because of the great space which lies between them and ourselves, or else because our sight is dull, so that they seem to us to be minute, or by the multitude are thought not to exist at all, because of their too great tenuity. I mean the daemons, who, I believe, have their abode with us, and heroes, who abide between the purest part of air above us and the earth, where it is ever cloudless, and no movement from the motion of a single star disturbs the peace. Because of this, Asclepius, thou shalt call nothing void, unless thou wilt declare of what that's void, which thou dost say is void. For instance, void of fire, of water, or of things like to these. For if it should fall out, that it should seem that anything is able to be void of things like these, though that which seemeth void be little or be big, it still cannot be void of spirit and of air. In like way, we must also talk concerning space, a term which by itself is void of sense, for space seems what it is from that of which it is the space. For if the qualifying word is cut away, the sense is maimed. Wherefore we shall more rightly say the space of water, space of fire, or space of things like these. For as it is impossible that aught be void, so is space also in itself not possible to be distinguished what it is. For if you postulate a space without that thing of which it is the space, it will appear to be void space, which I do not believe exists in cosmos. If nothing then is void, so also space by its own self does not show what it is unless you add to it lengths, breadths, and depths, just as you add the proper marks unto men's bodies. These things, then, being thus, Asclepius, and ye who are with him, know the intelligible cosmos that is, the one which is discerned by contemplation of the mind alone, is bodiless, nor can aught corporal be mingled with its nature. By corporal I mean what can be known by quality, by quantity, and numbers, for there is nothing of this kind in that. This cosmos, then, which is called sensible, is the receptacle of all things sensible, of species, qualities, or bodies. But not a single one of these can quicken without God, for God is all, and by him are all things, and all are of his will. For that he is all goodness, fitness, wisdom, unchangeable, that can be sensed and understood by his own self alone. Without him, naught hath been, nor is, nor will be. For all things are from him, in him, and through him, both multitudinous qualities and mighty quantities, and magnitudes exceeding every means of measurement, and species of all forms, which things, if thou shouldest understand, Asclepius, thou wilt give thanks to God. And if thou shouldest observe it as a whole, thou wilt be taught, by means of the true reason, that cosmos in itself is knowable to sense, and that all things in it are wrapped as in a vesture by that higher cosmos spoken of above. Now every single class of living thing, Asclepius, of whatsoever kind, or it be mortal or be rational, whether it be endowed with soul or be without one, just as each has its class, so does each several class have images of its own class. And though each separate class of animal has in it every form of its own class, still, in the self-same kind of form, the units differ from each other. And so although the class of men is of one kind, so that a man can be distinguished by his general look, still, individual men within the sameness of their common form do differ from each other. For the idea which is divine is bodiless, and is whatever is grasped by the mind. So that although these two, from which the general form and body are derived, are bodiless, it is impossible that any single form should be produced exactly like another, because the monuments of the hours and points of inclination, when they're born, are different. But they are changed as many times as there are moments in that hour of that revolving circle in which abides that God whom we have called all-formed. The species, then, persists, as frequently producing from itself as many images, and as diverse, as there are moments in the cosmic revolution, a cosmos which doth ever change in revolution, but the idea itself is neither changed nor turned. so are the forms of every single genus permanent, and yet dissimilar in the same general form. And does the cosmos have a species, O thrice greatest one? Dost thou not see, Asclepius, that all has been explained to thee as though to one asleep? For what is cosmos, or of what doth it consist, if not of all things born? This, then, you may assert of heaven and earth and elements, for though the other things possess more frequent change of species, still even heaven, by its becoming moist or dry or cold, or hot or clear or dull, all in one kind of heaven, these too are frequent changes into species. Earth hath, moreover, always many changes in its species, both when she brings forth fruits, and when she also nourishes her bringings forth with the return of all the fruits. The diverse qualities and quantities of air, its stoppings and its flowings, and before all the qualities of trees, of flowers and berries, of scents and savors, species. Fire also brings about most numerous conversions, and divine, for these are all formed images of sun and moon. There, as it were, like our own mirrors, which with their emulous resplendence give us back the likenesses of our own images. Part 13. But now, let this suffice about such things, and let us once again return to man and reason, gift divine from which man has the name of rational animal. Less to be wondered at are the things said of man, though they are still to be admired. Nay, of all marvels, that which wins our wonder most is that man has been able to find out the nature of the gods and bring it into play. Since then, our earliest progenitors were in great error, seeing they had no rational faith about the gods, and that they paid no heed unto their cult and holy worship. They chanced upon an art whereby they made gods for themselves. To this invention they conjoined a power that suited it, derived from cosmic nature, and blending these together, since souls they could not make, they set about evoking daemons' souls, or those of angels, and thus attached them to their sacred images and holy mysteries, so that these statues should, by means of these, possess the powers of doing good, and the reverse. For thy forebear, Asclepius, the first discoverer of medicine, to whom there is a temple hallowed on Libya's mount, hard by the shore of crocodiles, in which his cosmic man reposes, that is to say, his body, for that the rest of him, or better still, the whole, if that a man, when wholly plunged in consciousness of life, be better, hath gone back home to heaven, still furnishing, but now by his divinity, the sick with all the remedies which he has wont in days gone by to give by art of medicine. Hermes, which is the name of my forebear, whose name is in a place called after him, doth aid and guard all mortal men who come to him from every side. As for Osiris's spouse, how many are the blessings that we know Isis bestows when she's propitious? How many does she injure when she's wrath? For that the terrene and the cosmic gods are easily enraged, in that they are created and composed of the two natures. And for this cause it comes to pass that these are called the sacred animals by the Egyptians, and that each several state gives service to the souls of those whose souls have been made holy, while they were still alive, so that these several states are governed by the laws of their peculiar sacred animals, and called after their names. It is because of this, Asclepius, those animals which are considered by some states deserving of their worship, in others are thought otherwise, and on account of this, the states of the Egyptians wage with each other frequent war. And of what nature, O thrice greatest one, may be the quality of those who are considered terrene gods? It doth consist, Asclepius, of plants and stones and spices, which contain the nature of their own divinity, and for this cause they are delighted with repeated sacrifice, with hymns and lauds and sweetest sounds tuned to the key of heaven's harmonious song, so that what is of heavenly nature, being drawn down into the images by means of heavenly use and practices, may be enabled to endure with joy the nature of mankind, and sojourn with it for long periods of time. Thus is it that man is the maker of the gods. But do not, O Asclepius, I pray thee, think the things of the terrene gods are the result of chance. The heavenly gods dwell in the heights of heaven, each filling up and watching over the rank he hath received, whereas these gods of ours, each in its way, by looking after certain things, foretelling others by oracles and prophecy, foreseeing others, and duly helping them along, act as allies of men, as though they were our relatives and friends. Part 14. What part of the economy, thrice greatest one, does the harmony or fate then occupy? For do not the celestial gods rule over generals? The terrene occupy particulars? That which we call harmony, Asclepius, is the necessity of all things that are born, bound ever to themselves with interlinked enchainments. This then is either the effector of all things, or it is highest God, or what is made the second God by God himself, or else the discipline of all things both in heaven and on earth, established by the laws of the divine. And so these twain, fate and necessity, are bound to one another mutually by inseparable cohesion. The former of them, the harmony, gives birth to the beginnings of all things. Necessity compels the end of all depending from these principles. On these doth order follow, that is their warp and woof, and time's arrangement for the perfecting of all things. For there is naught without the interblend of order. That cosmos is made perfect in all things, for cosmos's self is vehicled in order, or totally consists of order. So then, these three, fate and necessity and order, are most immediately affected by God's will, who rules the cosmos by his law, and by his holy reason. From these, accordingly, all willing or not willing is altogether foreign, according to God's will. They are not moved by wrath, nor swayed by favor, but are the instruments of the eternal reason's self-compulsion, which is the reason of eternity, that never can be turned aside, or changed, or be destroyed. First, then, is fate, which, as it were, by casting in the seed, supplies the embryo of all that are to be. Follows necessity, whereby they all are forcibly compelled unto their end. Third, order comes, preserving warp and woof of all the things which fate and which necessity arrange. This, then, is the eternity, which neither doth begin nor cease to be, which, fixed by law unchangeable, abides in the unceasing motion of its course. It rises and it sets, by turns, throughout its limbs, so that by reason of time's changes, it often rises with the very limbs of which it once had set. For its sphericity, its law of revolution, is of this nature, that all things are so straitly joined to their own selves, that no one knoweth what is the beginning of their revolution, since they appear forever all to go before and follow after their own selves. Good and bad issues, therefore, are commingled in all cosmic things. Part 15. And now it hath been told you on each several point, as man hath power to tell, and God hath willed it and permitted it. This then alone remains that we should do, bless God and give him praise, and so return to taking thought for body's comfort. For now sufficiently have we been filled with feast of mind by our discourse on sacred things. Now, when they came forth from the holy place, they turned their faces towards the south, when they began their prayers to God. For when the sun is setting, should anyone desire to pray to God, he ought to turn him thitherwards, so also at the rising of the same, unto that spot which lies beneath the sun. As they were just beginning to recite the prayer, Asclepius did whisper, "Let us suggest to Father Tat what he did bid us to do, that we should say our prayer to God with added incense and with unguents." Whom, when thrice greatest heard, he grew distressed and said, Nay, nay, Asclepius, speak more propitious words, for this is like to profanation of our sacred rites, when thou dost pray to God to offer incense and the rest. For naught is there of which he stands in need, in that he is all things, or all are in him. But let us worship, pouring forth our thanks, for this is the best incense in God's sight, when thanks are given to him by men. We give thee grace, thou highest and most excellent, for by thy grace we have received the so great light of thy own gnosis. O holy name, fit name to be adored, O name unique, by which the only God is to be blessed through worship of our Sire. Of thee who deignest to afford to all a father's piety and care and love, and whatsoever virtue is more sweet than these, endowing us with sense and reason and intelligence, with sense that we may feel thee, with reason that we may track thee out from the appearances of things, with means of recognition that we may joy in knowing thee. Saved by thy power divine, let us rejoice that thou hast shown thyself to us in all thy fullness. Let us rejoice that thou hast deigned to consecrate us, still entombed in bodies, to eternity. For this is the sole festival of praise worthy of man, to know thy majesty. We have known thee, yea, by the single sense of our intelligence we have perceived thy light supreme, O thou true life of life, O fecund womb that giveth birth to every nature. We have known thee, O thou completely filled with the conception from thyself of universal nature. We have known thee, O thou eternal constancy. For in the whole of this our prayer in worship of thy good, this favor only of thy goodness do we crave, that thou wilt keep us constant in our love of knowing thee, and let us never be cut off from this kind of life. With this desire we now betake us to our pure and fleshless meal. Commentary. The title. The titles in the Latin manuscripts vary. The heading preferred by Hildebrand is Asclepius, or A Dialogue of Thrice-Greatest Hermes, while in the Byzantine edition, the title stands Thrice-Greatest Hermes Concerning the Nature of the Gods, a Sermon addressed to Asclepius. Maynard, the French translator, prefers A Sermon of Initiation, or Asclepius. The treatise begins with a transparent gloss, in all probability originally the marginal note of some scribe or student, which has improperly crept into the text. It runs, This Asclepius is my sun-god. That is to say, apparently, this sermon Asclepius has illumined me, from which it is evident that the title lying before the scribe was Asclepius simply, as may be seen from Part 2. It is, however, with thy name I will inscribe this treatise. Stobaeus, moreover, in quoting from the original Greek, heads his extract simply, of Hermes, from the Sermons of Asclepius. On the other hand, the church father Lactantius, writing at the beginning of the 4th century and quoting from the Greek original, says twice, categorically, Hermes, in the book entitled The Perfect Sermon, or The Sermon of Initiation, while Johannes Laurentius Leitus, on 3 occasions, quotes from this perfect sermon of Hermes, and on each occasion so names it. I have accordingly preferred this as the maiden title, and added the Asclepius as an alternative. The Old Latin Translation and the Greek Original. Of the Greek original we have quotations or references by Lactantius, Johannes Laurentius Leitus, and Stobaeus. If we compare these Greek quotations with our Latin translation, we shall find not only that the Latin is an exceedingly free rendering of the Greek, showing many expansions and contradictions, and often missing the sense of the original, but also that even in Greek there were probably several recensions of the same text. Indeed, the free rendering of our translation is of such a nature that it is impossible to base it upon any certain conclusions as to the date of the original, or its precise worth in the history of religion. That, however, our Latin translation is an ancient one is proved by Augustine's verbal quotations from it. It was thus in existence about 400 A.D. at least. Tradition, however, has assigned to it a far higher antiquity, attributing it to no less distinguished a writer than Apuleius, and so referring it to the first half of the 2nd century. This attribution has, of course, for long been questioned by modern criticism, and Reitzenstein, though he does not discuss the subject, accepts the adverse verdict and refers us to a pseudo-Apuleius. Hildebrand, whose minute acquaintance with Apuleius's peculiar style and neologisms is a guarantee of his competence, has thoroughly gone into the matter, and though he sums up against tradition, it is in a half-hearted way. The translation, if not by Apuleius, is at any rate in old African Latin, and there is nothing in the style which absolutely forbids the possibility of its being by the author of The Golden Ass and The Initiate of Isis. The strongest point, other than philological, against tradition is that Augustine does not say the translation was by Apuleius, but this seems to me to be unworthy of serious consideration. It is, of course, difficult to turn possibilities into probabilities, but I see no reason why the Greek original of our sermon should not be assigned to the earlier Hermes-Asclepian dialogues as well as to any others. That it was one of the most famous is evident by its wide quotation, and by the fact that several recensions of the Greek text were in circulation. Of the writer and the persons of the dialogue. The Latin translator retains a number of the original Greek technical terms, and if we could only rely on his translation giving us the substance of the original in all cases, we should be presented in several passages with phenomena which would persuade us that the writer of the original intended his readers to think he was an Egyptian, and that his native nomenclature was other than Greek, as is also the case in Corpus Hermeticum 16. For instance, the man essential, as say the Greeks, but this may be a gloss of the Latin translator. Again, so that world seems most fitly called cosmos in Greek, which seems to be the original. Yet again, the multifarious reasoning reminds us strongly of the philosophizing of the Greeks, the noise of words, in Corpus Hermeticum 16:2. On the other hand, the phrase, which we in Greek believe to be the cosmos, would seem to make the original author forget his Egyptian role, while its bottom is called in Greek Aides, coupled with, in Greek they are called Hades, in Latin inferi, may be assigned to a gloss of the translator. In 24:1, however, the sentence, "Dost thou know, Asclepius, that Egypt is the image of the heaven? This land of ours is shrine of the whole world," coupled with the rest of the chapter, and chapter 25, could hardly have been written by a Greek. In 28:1, moreover, the weighing of the merit of the soul is strongly Egyptian, and so with the image and animal cult. As to the persons of the dialogue, I would suggest that originally the sermon was addressed to Asclepius alone, and that the slight narrative indications were added later to adapt it to wider circles. The chief disciple is evidently Asclepius. He it is who was already well versed in nature, according to Corpus Hermeticum 14:1. That is to say, he has progressed beyond the stage of hearer, for he questions Hermes, whereas Tet does not ask questions, but listens only. He is the one who is to hear. To them is added Ammon on the proposal of Asclepius, and Ammon is admitted on the ground that he had already had much written to him, but apparently had not yet been admitted to oral teaching. The teaching is delivered in solemn surroundings in the holy place or shrine, and teacher and pupils constitute the sacred four. Hermes teaches in a state of exaltation. The place is filled with God's goodly presence, and love divine instructs them, through Hermes' lips, in answer to the pure and single love of philosophy in their hearts. The same hand that wrote the warning against revealing the sermon to others also probably wrote, "And ye, O Tet, Asclepius, and Ammon, in silence hide the mysteries divine within the secret places of your hearts, and breathe no word of their concealment." He also presumably glossed Asclepius with, "and ye who are with him," and added the naive whisper of Asclepius to Tet. This redactor, if our analysis is correct, moreover, was a member of a select ascetic community, judging at any rate by his last sentence, in which case Ammon can hardly be equated with any King Ammon, but must be taken as standing for some grade of the community. I would suggest that this grade was similar to that of the exoterici of the Pythagoreans, or the outer circles of the Essenes, of which the members still lived in the world, but received instruction. In this case, however, the "we" of the last sentence would have to be taken as referring to Asclepius and Tet, and not to Ammon. As to the dependence of our sermon on the rest of the literature, I find more points of contact between it and Corpus Hermeticum 10, the key sermon addressed to Tet. None of the references, however, which I have given in the notes, show any literal dependence. The doctrine of the will of God. In the general doctrine, the stress laid on the concept of the will of God is to be specially noticed. This will seems to be almost personified, and is, of course, a fundamental doctrine of the Trismegistic religio philosophy. It is identified with the goodness of God and the nature of God, but what it seems to correspond to most nearly is the aeon or eternity idea, which is set forth very clearly in 30 through 32, in fact, more clearly than anywhere else in the Trismegistic literature. God and aeon are the sources of all things, and aeon is the eternity of God, in truth itself subsisting, the fullness of all things. The will of God is thus the aeon or pleroma, the wisdom, the energy, the spouse of the Supreme. This will rules cosmos with law and holy reason, cosmos being the order of things involved in fate and necessity, the instruments of the divine will. Our sermon is also characterized by the frequent use it makes of the terms spirit and sense. Concerning spirit and the all-sense. The spirit is evidently cosmic life and individual life. The exposition of it begins with spirit and matter, or the nature of the cosmos, are practically regarded as the positive and negative, or masculine and feminine energies of the divine. Spirit is the ruler of all things in cosmos or nature. It is the immediate instrument of the will of God, and is indeed loosely identified with that will, while in still looser fashion, spirit seems to be symbolized by heaven and the sensible cosmos by earth. It is very probable that this doctrine of spirit as divine breath is fundamentally Egyptian and owes nothing to immediate Semitic influence. However this may be, the use of the term sense, as apparently in some way superior to reason, is very striking, and, as in some cases opposed to the exaltation of the reason found elsewhere in our tractates, under the influence of this leading idea of Greek philosophy, discloses an Egyptian point of view. We have already noticed this use of the term in some of our tractates, but in our present sermon it is brought into great prominence. This sense is not the differentiated senses, but a unit or cosmic sense. It is the divine sense of intelligence, and is found only in God and in man's reason. It is the higher sense with which celestial gift mankind alone is blessed, characterized as the feeder of the mind. Yet on the other hand, this higher sense is that which by good chance a man perceives by mind, one out of all his senses. This sense is in some fashion closely connected with nature and cosmos. Through it, man disciples his soul and cures his intellect, thus gaining intelligence of godlike reason, and finally mingling himself with the all-sense of the divine intelligence. This all-sense is the same as the whole sense of divinity, and is the likeness of God. It is in its own self immovable, and yet doth set itself in motion within its own stability. Man must make himself like unto this likeness. This likeness is evidently the aeon, or intelligible cosmos, for the cosmic sense is the container of all sensibles. In man, its chief normal characteristic is the retentiveness of memory, through which man is made ruler of the earth. This sense is then man's continuum, the germ of everlastingness in him, the root ground of consciousness, the single sense of the intelligence, which is fully brought to birth only when a man is wholly plunged into consciousness of life, the spiritual life of the Christian Gnostics. The fact that we have only a translation to deal with prevents us laying too much stress on details, but the general idea is clear enough. So too with the rest of this, the longest of our sermons, we must content to refer only to general points, the chief of which are the prophetic utterances. The prophetic utterances. These present us with problems of very great difficulty, and, so far, I have neither seen any solution nor has any occurred to me. So much work has been done on contemporary prophetic utterances of this nature, especially on the Sibylline literature, that it may be said that the scholastic mind has reached certain general criteria with regard to such pronouncements, the chief of which is that the hypothesis of genuine prophecy is not to be entertained. In the Sibylline literature, indeed, this is clearly established, for much of it consists of traditional history written in the prophetical tense. So to say, when the history comes to an end, the date of the prophetical writer is at once detected, for all that follows has no longer any relation to historical events. In the case of our prophecies, however, we have nothing of this nature to guide us. All we can say is that they seem to have been written, most probably, at a time when the Trismegistic communities were being persecuted. That this was in the course of the 4th century, however, as Reitzenstein supposes, seems to me to be, so far, destitute of any sure subjective confirmation. It not only compels us to suppose that the prophecies are later interpolations, which they may possibly be, but that these interpolations are later than Lactantius, whereas there is every probability that the Church Father had the text of them before him, and his date is the beginning of the 4th century. On the other hand, Zosimus, writing somewhere about the end of the 3rd and beginning of the 4th century, breathes no word of persecution, and leads us to suppose that the community was still flourishing. We are thus still in the gravest uncertainty. The first of our prophecies is in 12:3, "For I will tell thee, as though it were prophetically," addressed to Asclepius, and therefore probably not due to the redactor, who we have supposed added the narrative sentences. The lament of the writer is that the single love, the love of pure philosophy, is fast disappearing from the world. He can hardly have had Christianity in mind when writing these words, for he contrasts the pure philosophy with multifarious reasoning and diverse sciences, and the latter can hardly be said to be characteristic of general Christianity. If, however, his words may be said to include also Gnostic Christianity, then he was clearly not in sympathy with it, but this can hardly be the case, seeing that the resemblances between the Trismegistic and Christian Gnosis are of a very intimate nature. The proscription of the worship of the gods. Turning next to 24:2, we meet with the clear statement that the worship of the gods will be legally proscribed by the barbarian masters of Egypt. Such a general proscription in this emphatic sense took place in Egypt only with the destruction of the Serapeum by the Christians themselves in 389 AD. Of persecutions of the Christians by the Roman authorities in Egypt prior to this, we get clear indications in the writings of the Christian Gnostic Basilides, who flourished at Alexandria at the beginning of the 2nd century and wrote specially of martyrdom. But this will little help us for the proscription of a cult that favored the worship of the gods and of their images. Can it then be possible that these prophetic utterances were written at a time when many of the same nature were being penned by Jew and Christian? For our author, as for Jewish and Christian writers, the end of the world was at hand. His expectation is in this prophecy the same as that of the writers of the New Testament documents. The cause of this dire event is that Egypt, the shrine of the whole world, the Holy Land par excellence, will be polluted with all iniquity and violence. The cult of the gods will cease, and the gods will leave the earth and mount to heaven. The man's whole heart is bleeding for Egypt, even as the heart of a Jew for Jerusalem. If there is any immediate historical references in these heartfelt utterances, we must seek them in such phrases as, "This holiest land, seat of our shrines and temples, shall be choked with tombs and corpses. The tale of tombs shall far exceed the number of the quick." And, "Egypt shall be made the home of the Scyth or Indian, or someone like to them, that is, a foreign neighbor." It is true that the Christians were ever reproached with worshipping the dead, and building churches over the bones of the dead, an act of utter pollution according to all pagan notions, but the words of our author, even allowing for all hyperbole, can hardly be construed in this sense. People like Scyths or Indians, again, if we are to suppose any historical reference, can hardly be imagined to refer to the Romans, while the Goths, under Alaric, who ravaged Greece in 395-396 AD, are too late even for Reitzenstein. Moreover, we have already in our notes pointed to the strange conjunction of Scyth and barbarian in our text as being also found in Colossians. On the other hand, nothing but the entire state suppression of the pagan religion in all its forms can satisfy 25:3, and this just suits the end of the 4th century. If, however, we cannot entertain so late a date, and I do not think we can, there seems nothing for it but to give the writer some credit for his prognostication of the future, for eventually things certainly turned out for him, and all he held most dear very much as he imagined or feared they would. The last hope of the religion of the mind. At any rate, the last hope of the pure love, the religion of the mind, is in the Trismegistic communities, if indeed it is so permitted to interpret 27:3. "Yea, They who rule the earth shall be distributed through all the lands, and finally be gathered in a state, at top of Egypt's upper part, which shall be founded towards the setting sun, and to which all the mortal race shall speed. We need not insist upon details, for our translator may have gone wide of the original. For instance, the race may, instead of being mortal in the original, have been the race of which we have already heard so much in Philo and these tractates. But the similarity of the idea cannot fail to remind us of Philo when, in writing of the redeemed of spiritual Israel, he says, "Those who were but scattered in Hellas and non-Grecian barbarian lands, over islands and over continents, shall rise up with one impulse, and from diverse regions flock together unto the one spot revealed to them." And with this further compare the famous passage on the therapeutes. Now this race of men is to be found in many parts of the inhabited world, both the Grecian and non-Grecian world, sharing in the perfect good. In Egypt there are crowds of them in every province, or nome as they call it, and especially round Alexandria, for they who are in every way, or in every nome, the most highly advanced, come as colonists, as it were, to the therapeutic fatherland. Moreover, just as the therapeutes in the immediately following lines of Philo are said to have their community on a hill, so too in our text we immediately find mention of the Trismegistic communities as having their chief center on the Libyan hill, a community which is spoken of as very large in numbers, and so is somewhat of a contradiction to the numbers of the pious given in 22:1, where we are told, "They may be counted even in the world," unless the sentence is to be taken as rhetorical. This hill is called the Libyan Mount, a vague enough title, nor is this vagueness removed when we find it again referred to as the place of burial of the body of the first Asclepius, and obtain the original information that it is hard by the shore of crocodiles, for this can hardly refer to Crocodilopolis in the Fayum, the most northern of the towns so named, seeing that the Libyan Mount is at the top of Egypt's upper part and towards the setting sun. This, however, corresponds admirably to the location of Philo's therapeute community on the southern shore of Lake Mareotis, just south of Alexandria. But few indeed will be found to entertain the possibility even that Philo and our author may be speaking of the same people from different standpoints and under different names. As far as I can see, there is no certainty in the matter, and, therefore, I leave it as a problem of immense interest that has not yet found a solution.